asomando
All
al
right.
área rival, la defensa tiene
Reloaded
que
on
estar
FIFA points,
muy
bro.
arriba y eso genera
Team of the
mucho
year.
espacio.
Can we
Y en el
pack
fútbol, como
one?
bien todos
Come on.
sabemos,
Just
la
one.
velocidad y el gol en los atacantes es vital. Y normalmente los equipos de muchísima élite, si algo les sobra arriba es velocidad y gol. Y eso, evidentemente, pues te acaba haciendo pagar bueno, pues el riesgo que toma Hansi Flick con
This
sus
one right here.
decisiones.
¿Le dieron día libre, día de asueto hoy para que el Barça se distendiera un poco? ¿Cómo es el plan de aquí al partido del fin de semana?
El Barça siempre, después de partido, hace sesión de recuperación, sesión de recuperación, ¿no? Los titulares tienen práctica muy, muy suave. Los que participaron en el partido, acabado el encuentro, tienen una pequeña práctica en el gimnasio del vestuario del primer equipo del Barça, lógicamente, y luego al día siguiente tienen más apuro de trabajo. Pero no hubo día de descanso. Hansi Flick
en el Madrid
lo que
sí
quiere es
que
en el Madrid sí, ya estaba programado, por lo que me contó Rodri ayer, ya lo tenían programado eso desde hacía días. Bueno, desde hacía días, que el plan de Arbeloa era que después del partido de Lisboa, como llegaban muy tarde, les diera el día libre y, bueno, que lo explique Rodri, que él lo sabe todo.
Nada, no, en el Madrid es verdad, por el tema del viaje, pues les ha dado el descanso. La afición no ha gustado otra vez porque Xavi intentó estas prácticas para ganarse al vestuario ahí de dar más días de descanso. Arbeloa no lo estaba dando, estaba convocando entrenamientos también los días después de partido, pero en este, al haber viaje, yo creo que van ahí las razones. Así que vuelven este viernes a los entrenamientos y veremos cómo da la cara Arbeloa en rueda de prensa el sábado en la previa contra el Rayo Vallecano.
Ese partido usted lo verá por la pantalla de ESPN Deportes. El Barça juega el sábado 3 p.m. hora del este en los Estados Unidos. A ver si vuelven a remontar un resultado o juegan liso ganando desde el principio. Son 9 remontadas del Barça esta temporada, 3 de ellas seguidas en Champions. Pero lo del sábado es Liga y ellos son los líderes absolutos de la competición.
Numbers here look a little bit more in line. It'd be more like right there. So with OpenAI's impact, the growth of their earnings per share is about 60% that you see here. Without OpenAI's impact, their growth is 24%. Still good, but again, a far cry from the number being reported here. And this makes Microsoft and all the earnings per share numbers look optically cheaper than they actually are. So all these numbers are starting to make a little bit more sense now. We know that the rapid RPO growth, or cloud backlog, is a response of OpenAI. We know that the net income boost and the earnings per share and EBITDA are as a response of OpenAI. It seems like a lot of what Microsoft's doing is as a consequence of OpenAI. And that's where we get a structural change in how investors are viewing Microsoft. For a long time, in fact, up until today, investors viewed Microsoft as an incredibly diversified, predictable, in fact, inevitable company. It was a globally and geographically and customer-based diversified company. It had everybody using its products everywhere, distributed across all of planet Earth. And Microsoft, because of that global diversification in both geographies and customers across Fortune 500 companies, was always looked at as a steady, predictable company, one that was incredibly dependable. When I talked about Microsoft, I also looked at it that same way. I said that Microsoft, over and over again, was geographically and customer diversified, meaning that not one single entity could harm Microsoft to any significant degree. And because of that, Microsoft was treated like a treasury bond, like something that's so predictable, it's basically risk-free. It had a higher credit rating than the US government. Because of that, Microsoft commanded a premium multiple, one in the mid-30s. Now, what has changed is that investors are looking at this and their whole framing of the company, the entire structure of it, is being changed. Now Microsoft looks more like a levered bet on a single entity. That single entity that's making all their numbers go up and to the right at enormous pace is OpenAI. That single entity that's causing their net income to jump $7 billion and their earnings per share, the one that's affecting all their capital allocation, the one that's affecting their major cloud growth, is OpenAI. Now Microsoft does not look like a company that is globally diversified in its customer base and there's no single entity that can dictate its outcome, now it's looking like one that put a lot of chips on the table into OpenAI. Simply put, Microsoft has a lot riding on OpenAI, and that's making investors rethink how they view the company and its risk profile. So investors are not selling down the stock today simply because of valuation concerns or because Microsoft is actually doing poorly. They're selling the stock down today because of a structural reframing of the company from a heavily diversified, inevitable company to one that now has a more singular risk factor, which is OpenAI. And you can see the re-rating happen live. That's where you get a 12% down day, a re-rating in a stock as big as Microsoft. These don't happen frequently because events like this and knowing that 45% of your cloud business is coming from one company, that doesn't happen frequently. Now, initially, when looking at these numbers and you look at the RPO going up, you're impressed. As a Microsoft investor, you're like everyone else, you look at it and you think this is a good thing. But then when you hear that 45% of it is due to OpenAI, that puts a little bit of a more sour note on it because you know that it's not entirely organic and it's heavily concentrated into one customer. That's never a good thing in and of itself. But then you also think, and this is what I thought about for a minute, where is OpenAI getting the money to commit this much to a cloud backlog to begin with? After all, OpenAI's commitments are in order of $350 billion. OpenAI does not make $350 billion in revenue. So where are they getting the money? Well, of course, this is a rhetorical question. The money is coming from none other than Microsoft. Microsoft is the lung of OpenAI. It's what makes them live. Without Microsoft, OpenAI would cease to do business. They'd have no infrastructure to train on. They'd have no funding. Microsoft is the one funding this entire operation because OpenAI has nowhere close to pay for these commitments in and of themselves. So we have a situation here similar to what we've seen before, where Microsoft is giving billions of dollars to OpenAI. OpenAI is being capitalized by Microsoft and then returning that capital with commitments to use Azure cloud growth. Microsoft's turning around and saying, look at our Azure cloud backlog grow with all these commitments. But that money is the money that Microsoft just handed them. They're just handing it back. So now we have a more complex, nuanced issue. Not only is Microsoft heavily concentrated into one customer for its cloud, but that customer is also capitalized by Microsoft. Without Microsoft, they couldn't even function or pay for this to begin with. So it not only makes this a significant concentration problem, it also makes it a circular financing problem. So we've already identified an issue of customer concentration, one of wonky metrics because of one specific company, which is OpenAI, and we also have the issue of circular financing making its way again in Microsoft's financials. But then we have one more issue, and this is perhaps maybe even the biggest one. Microsoft's CapEx growth is out of control, especially relative to the revenue growth. When we look at the revenue growth of Microsoft, again, it looks decent. We look at the growth over time, Microsoft is growing very quickly, and it's 16 to 17% as of last quarter. We have this nice growth over time. But if we look at that revenue growth relative to their capital expenditure growth, the CapEx growth is growing 3 times the speed. This is what it looks like when we index both of those to 0. You can see that when you're starting at 0, the revenue growth is growing at literally 1/3 the speed of the CapEx growth. This is on a trailing 12-month basis every single quarter. You can see the most previous quarter shows enormous growth in CapEx compared to the revenue growth. Microsoft also has an issue where the capital expenditures are growing 3 times the speed of revenue. So when we look at the overall reason that Microsoft's down 12% today, it's a combination of all these factors. A structural changing in the way that investors are viewing Microsoft, the circular financing, the levered bet on OpenAI, and now the fact that Microsoft's future revenue is more heavily dependent on a separate company, OpenAI. If OpenAI is at risk from, let's say Google, Microsoft's revenue's at risk. Now, Google's competing directly against Microsoft when they're competing against OpenAI. So this is a more complicating thing, and then you add in the fact that the CapEx is growing, you get a stock that's down 12%. Overall, Microsoft is not in trouble. The core financials of the company are fine. It's not one that you need to panic about, but investors are pricing the companies based on their relative risk. And Microsoft structurally has become slightly more risky than it was previously. So I'm not in a panic for Microsoft. I'm not going out and selling my stock today. I'm still going to continue to hold Microsoft, and I believe it's a very good company, but it's moved into a bit of a different scenario. Now Microsoft is a prove-it company. It's one where they need to prove that they can grow organically outside of OpenAI. They need to show non-OpenAI Azure growth. And they need to show that they're not so heavily dependent on this one company with these circular financing deals. If Microsoft can continue to do that over time, the stock will continue to make gains. Now, moving on to another company that reported earnings but had the opposite scenario, we have Meta. Mark Zuckerberg gets the green light from Wall Street to keep pouring money into AI. Well, that seems a little strange. How did Meta get the green light to spend so much money on AI and on CapEx when Microsoft couldn't? Well, Meta has a lot of good things going. One of them is that their revenue is growing incredibly fast. The numbers are in. Meta stock is trading up after this earnings report, as it should. The revenue grew by 24%. Massive revenue growth number. To add on to that, Meta is now guiding for 30% growth next quarter. So not only did they crush these earnings, but they're guiding for even faster acceleration of revenue next quarter. We have the family daily active people, which continues to grow now to 3.58 billion people. They already have such a huge user base. They don't really even need to grow that metric, but it's growing anyways. It's just another positive thing. When we look at the overall earnings per share, you can see that they had that one-time quarter, the previous quarter, that was super low because of a one-time tax hit. Well, that's worked its way by, and what do you know? Meta's earnings per share grew incredibly fast, proving that this was only because of a one-time tax hit. And you can see that with the quarterly TTM, even with that one-time tax hit, they're starting to work their way back up. This will naturally work its way back up when that moves out of the range. So this is also incredibly fast organic earnings per share growth. I made a few charts here to show how fast Meta is growing, and it is exceptional. The line above shows the operating margin of the company. So you can see that going down and up. You can see that that affects the profitability of the company. Then we have the light blue bars, which is the revenue. Those are the tall ones. And then you have the dark blue bars, which is the operating cash flow. The revenue's marching up quarter after quarter. The operating cash flow is marching up quarter after quarter. This company is growing quickly. Now, Meta does have a CapEx issue. Just like Microsoft, they're spending increasing amounts every single quarter. You can see that visualized here. This is around $70 billion in trailing 12 months CapEx spend. An enormous amount of money is being thrown into CapEx. But in this case, investors are giving Meta an excuse to do this. They're saying that you can do this and we're happy about it because you're also getting extremely fast revenue growth and fast operating cash flow growth. And because the CapEx growth can be pulled back into the core business very easily. It's not growth that's dependent on one single client or one outside entity. This is just organic growth from the company. Another chart that I thought was interesting to look at here, this goes back about 10 years with Meta, and you can see the red line there, that squiggly line, is the price of Meta. And then you can see the free cash flow per share with the blue bars. Notice how the price almost perfectly matches the free cash flow per share. That is the intrinsic value indicator of the company. Mark Zuckerberg wants to own his own destiny. He wants Meta to be less reliant on externalities like Apple and different companies for their future growth and potential. He's famously said before that without all the constraints that Apple gives him, Meta would likely be twice as profitable than it is today. That's just the effects of Apple on the company. And you can see that they're investing fully in their own destiny. They want to own their own AI model. They want to have their own super intelligence. They want to have their whole ecosystem. They want to have their own hardware. Meta is going for the entire prize, a company that wants to have an entire ecosystem, the full value chain from beginning to end within its entire company. What I see from Mark Zuckerberg is pretty incredible, and I've been more and more impressed with Meta. I'm impressed with the fundamentals. The mistake that I've made with not owning Meta is simply trying to be a little too cute with this company, waiting for too big of dips, always wanting a bit better of a price. When I look at it now, even though Meta's up 10% on the day, it's a company that trades at a relatively cheap forward PE ratio, a decent healthy free cash flow yield. The trailing PE looks artificially high because of that tax hit to their previous quarter. And when we look at the growth of the company, it's expected to grow at 30% revenue growth next quarter, which is incredibly fast. When we look at the share price of Meta, it's true that it's up 10%, 11% on the day, but if we look at the past 1 year, Meta's only up 7%. This hasn't been some company like an ASML or a Google that's raced up double over the past 1 year. So Meta is a company that I still believe is a buy, and it's one that I am strongly considering buying. I believe that right now this company is still priced undervalued, and I believe that it will continue to have forward momentum. The moat of it is significant. I can't think of anything that really will take this company and disrupt it. And the growth potential is massive considering their install base and their user base. So when I look at Meta, this is one that I'm heavily considering buying over the upcoming days. Now, next we get to a stock that's really done great, which is ASML. This one is up around 25% just year to date. We look over the past 6 months. It's up 100%. So everybody that's bought this stock is happy with it. It's been a great one, and the performance justifies it. Now, I assume that ASML would report great earnings, which they did. They beat on all the important aspects of it. And the stock still traded down 2 to 3%, as you'd expect with a company that ran up this much into earnings. But it's still holding its own. It's making it so that investors that really had all those great gains are keeping those gains. Even today, during a blood red day, ASML is in the green by 1.6%. When we look at what's going on with this company, the numbers look great. The revenue's growing 15 to 16% per quarter. The net income is climbing. The earnings per share is climbing. The company is on a roll. Not only that, but they're also buying back shares aggressively. They say they're going to be doing even more buybacks. Since ASML is a company that makes so much money, even above their employee costs, including any stock-based compensation, they're so incredibly profitable, they can pour a lot of that money directly back into buybacks. And so anytime the stock drops down, or even when it's just going along, they're always buying back shares, making it so their earnings per share and free cash flow per share grow faster. The stock initially popped 10% after earnings were reported. But management, like they are, is very conservative, and they gave caution, and they said that even though the AI demand's very strong, they always want to kind of dampen people's expectations. So the stock came down a little bit after the earnings call. But in any case, this company is doing incredibly well. It's already a big winner this year, and I still see it as a monopoly that has a lot of growth ahead of it. For me, this one still maintains a hold position. Now, another important company that reported earnings today, and one of my largest positions right underneath Google, is MasterCard. I've recently invested a lot of money into this company, and it's been wavering a little bit because of all the talk of capping interest rates. That's caused some investors to become a little bit soured, but MasterCard just reported their numbers, and this was a very high quality beat. Across the spectrum, this was an incredible beat. It's up 3.6% today after the report, and when we look at the numbers here, I just want to highlight a couple things. When we look at, first of all, the revenue growth of the company, revenue grew by 18% overall, or 15% on a currency neutral basis. Now, this revenue growth is between two different parts of the company. It's between the value added services, which is like their non-network payment part of the company. That grew by 24%. Then you have the network part that grew by 12%. So 12% for their core business, that's the part that most people know about MasterCard, and then 24% for the value added services. That equates to 18% overall. What this shows is that MasterCard is decoupling its business from just a payment network. Overall, this development for MasterCard continuing to grow their value-added services is exactly what this company needs to do. Another added benefit of MasterCard moving more towards services instead of just payment rails is that it further insulates them from government interference. The government can come in and make regulations about take rates and things with payments, but they can't really do the same thing for all the various services that MasterCard sells. So they know they're moving towards a more permissionless type of revenue, one where they can continue to grow and expand without as much government interference. And that old business, the one that's built on the rails, well, the government will meander in that, but they're already leaving that in the dust. When I look at MasterCard, I like the transition. I like the growth. I like the profitability. This is a company that is so wildly profitable. I like the report a lot, and I think that MasterCard and Visa are doing great. Now, finally, we get to everyone's favorite, which of course is Tesla. It's down 2.5% today. The stock price is $4.20. Now, when we look at Tesla, there's a lot going on with this company, and it's usually what you would expect. When we look at the raw numbers, they don't look great. Revenue is down year over year. The automotive section of Tesla is down 10%. The energy section is the bright spot, so Tesla's becoming more of an energy company, and the services are also growing. So basically, they're selling fewer cars, but they're also making more money on energy and services. When we look at the vehicles delivered, we can smooth this out over time. This gives a clearer picture. Tesla is delivering fewer and fewer vehicles. The free cash flow is down 30%. We have the earnings per share, which of course are down as well. These numbers, of course, look terrible across the board. They are disastrous numbers. And in fact, it shows that Tesla is no longer a car company because it's being trounced as a car company. Without the tax incentive, Tesla's making less money per vehicle sold. And so they're trying to sell even fewer vehicles because they're less profitable. They've also clearly hit the max sales delivery numbers that they possibly can, because now they're dealing with intense competition with China. No longer is Tesla the one competing without any real competitors in the EV space. There's now very viable competition. So these numbers look terrible, and this business is dying. That's not a problem to the Tesla investor, because these numbers in this very business doesn't represent the future of Tesla. What we're looking at here is simply the past phase of Tesla, step one. It was the launching pad for what's going to happen in the future. Elon Musk has made it very clear that right now is the definitive point of a transition. This is where we get into the future. Let's go ahead and just read about it from Elon Musk. Tesla's mission, first of all, was updated to amazing abundance, centered around AI and robotics, enabling the future of universal high income. So no longer are cars even part of the equation. It's AI and robotics. Management has framed the company as building the infrastructure for an era where autonomy, energy, and robotics dramatically increase productivity while preserving the environment. In 2026, it's described as the start of a new book. Ignore all these numbers. That's the old stuff. If you're looking at that, you're myopic. You're looking backwards. You invest in the future, not in the past. We're starting a new book for Tesla, with this period seen as the foundation for the next era of the company. So don't look over there. Don't look at those ugly numbers. Look over here. We have great things to point to in the future. Tesla's scrapping their Model X and Model S. That's real news. They're doing that next quarter, calling it an honorable discharge. The Fremont S and X production space will be converted into an Optimus factory targeting 1 million Optimus units per year in the long term. Now, in the long term, what does that mean? We don't know, but we assume it's a long ways out. Tesla will continue to support S and X owners, but is clearly shifting resources from legacy premium models to autonomy and robotics. Tesla, and especially the leader, Elon Musk, continues to say these very aggressive timelines for the rollout of the robotaxi. So far, we haven't seen that, and some of the timelines have been pushed back, but investors in Tesla are very hopeful and they're patient in seeing this rollout, because if it happens, the prize would be theoretically enormous. Now, we also have the other big change. We don't only have the robotaxi, we have the Optimus. Tesla plans to unveil Optimus Gen 3 within a few months. It is described as incredibly capable general-purpose humanoid. The long-term target is 1 million Optimus units per year from the Fremont factory. Optimus 3 is designed to be very human-like in appearance and motion, which makes it easier to deploy in human environments and leverage existing infrastructure. It supports Tesla's AI strategy by learning tasks directly from observing humans from demonstrations, verbal instructions, or video. In early deployment, a small number of Optimus units have been performing basic tasks in Tesla factories, but this is still in R&D. They are not yet materially contributing to output. So basically they're going around, but they're not really helping out. It's like bringing your kid to work day, right? You're like trying to introduce them and have them learn a little bit, but they're not really speeding up things. They're kind of keeping you slowed down. That's the phase that Tesla's Optimus is at right now. Now, if shutting down two of their biggest car factories isn't evidence enough that Tesla's no longer a car company, if investing so much into robotaxi, robotics, as well as Optimus isn't proof that they're just not a car company anymore, they also did another non-car company thing. One of them was to invest directly in XAI, another one of Elon Musk's ventures. Tesla announced an investment in XAI as described as part of its Master Plan 4. Tesla vehicles already use XAI's Grok model. The rationale is to offload or accelerate some AI work by leveraging XAI's instead of building everything in-house. So they see synergy. That's basically what he's pointing out here. To provide an orchestra conductor for large fleets, managing millions of robotaxis for potential routing, charging, and maintenance, coordinating large groups of Optimus robots for complex projects, construction factories, and refineries. Management noted that many Tesla shareholders have asked for closer alignment with XAI. So now XAI is no longer this thing that Elon Musk's doing that Tesla investors don't have any part in. Now they also have a part in this great product in this great company. And that is part of the reason that even with these frankly terrible numbers, and any Tesla investor will tell you that these numbers aren't good, with these terrible numbers, the stock is still relatively flat. It's not really falling a whole lot. And especially at the high valuation with so much priced in, terrible numbers typically take companies down. Revenue deceleration typically derates a company or makes it so the multiples compress. But because Tesla is infusing the company and changing directions, investors are now looking ahead to what's to come. If If you believe in the vision of Tesla, it's not a bad bet. If you really think that all this stuff is going to happen, it's going to happen in a great timeline. But I still believe the risk is there. It's a company that's promising a lot. Elon Musk has been known to be a little bit aggressive with his timelines from time to time. There is a big prize if he's able to execute really well on the things that he's promising. But for me, I'm a bit too conservative for this. Tesla is a very large company by market cap. They're promising a lot in the future, but I want to see them get a little further along before I jump into a company like this. Now that is going to be it. Wrapping up this busy week of earnings. We'll have more content out in the future, and if you want to see exclusive episodes, you can check out the membership at qualtrim.com. We have well over 12,000 active members. That's it for now. See you in the next one.
Bro,
to play.
can we get
But
a team
ever
of the
since
year,
then, honestly,
please?
they've kind of fallen off. I mean, they did win stage 1 of their region, and then Esports World Cup, and we're looking international experience at this point. So you're like, okay, they were really good internationally at Reload. Esports World Cup, which was the next international, they did not really do anything. They lost to FaZe Clan, they lost to Virtus Pro, and they were completely out of the tournament at that point, right? Then we look at their stage
Carlos
2,
Alberto.
where they finished in 5th. So that means they didn't get enough points, or they didn't get high enough in stage 2 to qualify for the Munich major. So they actually missed out on the next international event and didn't even go to Munich. Then we get to look at the regional finals, and we get to see how they compare with some other teams that are actually going to the event, right? Elevate's going to be at the event, and we're going to break them down later. Weibo, Enterprise, like all these teams are going to be at the event. So we get to see how do they fare against other APAC teams. Well, they ended up losing to Elevate, which again is another team. They can beat the Chiefs, and then they lose to Elevate again.
My God.
So for me, it's like FearX are kind of limping into this tournament, and I actually have stats here as well. For people that are curious, and again, we did all this super in detailed on Twitch, but just to kind of show map pools, this map priority here, and guys, this is very base level analysis. I don't want to say that I am an analyst. I am definitely not an analyst. This is just all information that you can get off Liquipedia yourself. You can go to head to head. You can sort it by the date. You can sort it by the map, whatever you want, and you can get people's ban phases. You can get teams what maps they prefer. That's all I did. I collected that data and I put it onto my own spreadsheet. So this is M80, and I'm looking at, like, here's their bans, right? If I simplify this, this is the maps that they don't want to play are in like red and a deep red. Those are the maps they do not like, aka they're going to be more towards this red section at the bottom of the map pool. And then this is just like me personally, if I'm looking at win rate, I'm looking at or win percentage, I'm looking at plays, I'm looking at how many times they ban a map. I take all that information, and that is how I get their map priority. And then what I will do sometimes, if I'm watching two teams play, like Weibo or something, I'll copy Weibo's map pool, and I'll put it right next to M80, and then I'll compare. And then I'll start crossing off where I think, you know, what maps are going to be banned, who's going to pick, and then who I feel is favorited in certain matchups. So that's it. We might see me do that on some of these. But anyway, this is M80's map pool. Again, it's looking pretty good. And then we look at FearX. They have some maps that are like permabans, right? Like Border, they don't play at all. That is going to kind of hurt them going into the tournament when you're an APAC team and you don't even play a single map. Labs, they're 1-2 on, and they banned it a ton. And this is for the entire year, by the way. So they've only won the map once on the entire year. We look at Consulate, they're 1-4 on that map. That's not really looking too good. Fortress is the biggest unknown. I'll probably say this a couple times throughout the video, but Fortress is the unknown for the event. If you guys didn't know, Skyscraper is out of the map pool and Fortress is in the map pool. And unless you were an LCQ team, you didn't have a VOD, or you didn't actually play or ban Fortress. So no one knows where Fortress is in any team's map pool besides like OXG, who, if you watched NA, they played it 3 times and they actually won it 3 times. But if besides them, you almost don't know where Fortress is going to land in someone's map pool. So a lot of teams, what they're going to do is they're just going to probably not ban Fortress early on. Everyone's going to play chicken with each other and try to bait that they're actually really good at the map. And we're not going to know until probably after groups who are the actual good Fortress teams. So that is going to be really interesting, because it's almost going to be a weapon in people's in the map ban phase, trying to bait it out for other people to ban it. So anyway, we're looking at FearX's map pool again. There's that Fortress. Bank, they're like 3-5 on. And it's like, they're only really, really strong maps. You're looking at Lair, a 4-1, and a Cafe at 6-1. And I can see an APAC team like this, their top maps are just going to get banned off the board, and you're going to be forced to play on like a clubhouse where you're 2 and 3. Where you look at M80, kind of their middle of the map, right, is at the 7 and 4 Chalet. So it's going to be pretty tough. It's going to be pretty tough for FearX. I don't have them in good form going into the event. M80, I think, is a little bit better form. Then you got NIP. Who I'm actually a big fan of NIP. They finished, we can look at the results, but more recently they finished top 8 during Munich. A lot of people didn't predict them to get top 8. I did. I pay attention to the Brazilian scene a good amount, and I've heard from Igor on some interviews, especially after some of the Furia matches, that they actually think NIP is one of the best teams in the region, maybe even a top 3 team. So I've had my eyes on them. They're a more structured team to watch in Brazil, right? They're not more of that gap hitting kind of team. They are definitely more, you know what's coming, but they're very, very good at it. And we look at this again, the more recent international tournament, the Munich Major, where they lost to W7M, they lost to Weibo, but then they started to power up into the best of 3s, which is, guess what? SI's all best of 3s. So they beat Space Station 2-1, they beat SR 2-0, and they beat BDS 2-1. And they started to become a little bit of like an NA world beater a little bit, because taking out 2 of our top teams right there with Shopify and SSG. So that was a little bit upsetting for the NA Glazers like myself. But NIP, then they went on to the playoff section. Thankfully, wildcard handled business, because that would have been very, very upsetting for NA. But even regardless of Munich, they do pretty good in their region as well. They're a consistent top 4 placing team. They got 4th in stage 2. They got 3rd in stage 1. So they're consistently making these events. They were at Esports World Cup as well, where they finished top 5 through 8. And we can see their games right here where Enterprise and Oxygen, they were able to handle pretty easily, made it through, and then a tough loss to G2, and this was a close one, map 3 going 6-8 versus G2, and G2 is a contending team. So I feel like NIP is like right there on like that top 8 level of teams. Again, I think this is a really, really strong team in the group. We'll look at Project Zero. Project Zero is a T2 team that qualified through the EU LCQs. If you guys watch that, I was watching a little bit of it. I don't know if I covered all of it on my Twitch, but regardless, they made it by beating tier 1 level of EU teams. We could pull this up right here. So here's through the LCQ. So we can see them beating Panahone, which is another good T2 team. Then they beat Twisted Minds, which is the ex-Falcons roster that used to play like with Hashom and Guards, and so that really old Falcons roster used to be at SIs and would be actually really competitive. Who were actually my favorites to win this entire event, and they ended up losing in the finals. So Project Zero beating them. Project Zero then beating Virtus Pro, which is a tier 1 team, but Virtus Pro, obviously, if you guys have been paying attention, they have been struggling a little bit, but they sometimes do power up for events, and Project Zero was able to handle them. And then Project Zero kind of goes to the finals, and they take down Twisted Minds again, which is, again, tier 1 proven players. And Project Zero is no slouch either. They also have some tier 1 players with Groovy and Oscar on the team. We can show the roster right there. So they have Groovy and Oscar on the team. Groovy coming from like Fnatic, where he was probably in the wrong role as the main IGL there, and it struggled a little bit statistically. But during the LCQs, him and Oscar absolutely popped off and were one of the best players. And now it's kind of a rumor where either A, this Project Zero team is orgless and they could get picked up by a bigger organization. Genji recently dropped their roster. Fnatic's looking for a roster. So this whole team, if they go to the event and have a good event, they could get scooped up by one of those bigger organizations. Or at least, at the very least, some of these players like Groovy and Oscar could get picked up and they could form another kind of team in Europe. So this team is kind of auditioning. They're kind of a dark horse for the group, but I know the Reddit probably, for some reason, they hate Project Zero. I think it's a Groovy thing. I don't even know why the Reddit hates them, but I actually think they're a real dark horse in this roster and or in this group. And I mean, they've taken down some really good teams. So we'll look at their map ban phase in just a second. Let's just finish talking about Weibo and finish out the group here. So Weibo coming from coming from the APAC region. It's that
Team of the
old
year.
Lee roster, the old Joel roster. If you guys have watched the event before and seen the fish on the desk, this is basically those guys. You got Turd, Speakeasy, Reaps, Hoven, and Ape. And Reaps is like the Shaiko of APAC. That guy plays an extremely high sense. There's been videos of him where if you like stomp, like if one of his teammates like stomps their feet like right next to him, his aim literally shakes. That's how high his sensitivity is. But he's an absolutely cracked player, an insane fragger, and the team is a really scary team to play, especially for NA teams. Weibo again seems to power up versus teams that they probably should not be, and we'll see Weibo's kind of form obviously coming in. They were also at the most recent international event at Major in Munich, where in Swiss stage they didn't make it through.
All
They
right,
ended up going 2 and 3, so they lost to other APAC team EP. Then they beat NIP. They beat Shopify. So 2 big teams that arguably they were probably not predicted to win either of those. They then go on to play 2 of the hardest teams at the entire event, Secret and G2, and they end up falling. So they're not quite on that Secret G2 level, but they're like a scary, like they could finish top 8 and they could beat some of our favorite teams at any moment. But I don't really see them beating like the true contenders of the tournament quite yet. At least if we look at some of their international results, quite yet. Regionally, I mean, they're dominating the region, right? Stage 2, they got first. Stage 1, they got first. Regional finals, they got first. So they are like by far the best team regionally, and they're definitely like the APAC team to keep an eye on. A lot of people, if you're an APAC fan, you're hoping Weibo gets probably at best second in the group. But let's start talking about that. I mean, for the group, we got M80 again, NIP, Project Zero, Weibo, Fear X. And I can pull up again. We're looking at this. All we need to predict is who's getting first place, who is getting second place, and who is getting eliminated. So, with all that information, I basically sat down and I went through a notepad and I predicted like all the matches. And now I didn't do this for every single group. I mainly did this for Group A, and then I realized, you know, maybe this isn't the most efficient way to do it. I was actually using a different website called Project Prisma, where you can simulate the matches, and things were a little bit more clean. But for this, I wanted to go through, and again, I wanted to analyze map ban phases. So if I'm taking like Weibo Consulate Bank Lair, is that okay? So it's a different team. If I take this,
Do I have enough to complete the squad?
boom. Now I put this, so I put Weibo's map pool right next to NIP, and I grab my
No, I need
epic
one
pen over
more.
here, and like I
I
can
need Jude.
pretty accurately, well maybe not super accurately, but like for my own brain at least kind of figure out where I think maps are going to be played. So again, if we're looking at M80 and we're looking at Weibo, you can see what maps they prefer. Like Weibo does not play Consulate at all, right? Well, I mean, they played it, they're 2-1 on it, but they do not want to play that map. They banned it 21 times, and more recently they're 1-0 on it. But if you look at the head-to-head on their Consulate, they're pulling it out versus teams that just don't really play the map. And if you look at M80, M80 is a team that absolutely prefers the map. They're 8-3 on the map. So Consulate's going to get taken off the board, I think, pretty quickly. Bank doesn't have to get taken off the board by them because M80 also doesn't prefer Bank. If you look at them, they're 4-3, but so they're probably not super worried about Bank. I could even see a Bank being a kind of a secret map in here. And then Lair's another map that Weibo do not prefer. So if we look at their Lair, they're 4-3 on the map more recently. So this is like this bottom section here is like more recent stats. They're 2-3 on the map. And if you look at M80, I mean, why not take out one of M80's green maps, preferred maps, and get rid of one of your non-preferred maps? So I think that's basically what Weibo will do, baiting the Consulate and the Lair. And then M80, kind of the same thing. I look in the red and I see, is there anything that you're like really worried about if you're M80? Like Labs, M80's not too worried about Labs. Cafe is one of their best maps, so we could definitely see a Cafe there. Club, I see a Club here, so like M80 could get rid of Club. Border's kind of middle of the map pool, but M80 like really hates Border. Like they really hate Border. So again, 19 times, it's one of the only maps that they have like a negative win rate on. So for the sake of this, I'm just gonna get rid of Border, and like this is where it gets interesting. When I'm doing the map ban phases for teams, like you just never know with Fortress. You just never know. I have no idea whether M80 prefers it, doesn't prefer it, Weibo prefers it, who's gonna ban it. Again, I think it's gonna be a lot of chicken going on, so I'm just assuming no one's banning it early. And at this, like, let's just say we get some of our top maps, right? We get some of like, let's just say we get like a cafe in there because both teams like it, whether it's a decider or a pick. Let's say we get a labs, and let's say they play chicken all the way to play bank, and bank's like decider. You know, who do I prefer in that matchup? And then I broke it down, and I believe I had M80 winning 2-1 because I was playing it pretty safe. I think like Weibo's a good team, and M80, you know, they're a really, really, really good team. I'm a big fan of M80. Sometimes they have slow starts though. Sometimes they're not super dominant, and they're okay dropping a map here or two or there. So for that reason, I mean, Weibo, I do think it's a very strong team, and I do see Weibo at least being able to take a map off them. Honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised this is M80's like only loss in the group either. I would not be surprised. We look at some of their other, we looked at FearX, we looked at Weibo, we looked at NIP. NIP's got some really good maps. They only have 2 maps that they don't prefer, which is a big advantage in this group, right? They just don't prefer Chalet or Lair. Fortress is that unknown. Bank, Consulate, Club are actually pretty good. If you look at them all, Club is like 7 and 8. So it does have a losing percentage, but they obviously prefer the map if they played it 15 times. Consulate at 5 and 2, Bank at 5 and 6, and then Lair, Cafe, Border, their big 3, right? Lair 9 and 4 with a basically a 70% win percentage. Cafe with a 75% win percentage.
No,
Border with an
man,
87% win
see.
percentage. Like NIP has some really, really, really good maps. And again, remember they're playing in Brazilian region, which is one of, you got to argue, one of the best regions, if not the best region. I'm going to argue NA because NA just won and we're the greatest. But the level of competition they're playing against versus on the day-to-day basis of Weibo is what is actually going to edge out for me. And I'm going to put, I think this is one of the easier ones to predict. I'm going to put M80 in second, NIP, or M80 in first, rather, and NIP in second. This is a terrible color. Holy cow. So M80 in first, NIP in second. I'm going to put Weibo in third, Project Zero in fourth, and I'm going to put FearX getting grouped. So again, we can pull up this. I think, again, this is one of the easier ones. This is one I'm seeing more. The second place is where, you know, maybe some people want to go with Weibo, some people want to go with NIP. Again, my reasoning for the NIP over Weibo is I think NIP is, one, going to beat Weibo if we look at their map ban phase. So I think they are going to beat them. And also I think they're going to have an easier time with some of their structured play style handling some of the teams in this group. They're also a top 8 team. Like, I know they're a top 8 team. So I think they get second in this group. And then the eliminated team, FearX, again, their form going into this tournament isn't the best. If they pop off like they did during Reload, who knows? This could be a really scary group, and maybe Project Zero or someone else could be going home and facing elimination. But I just am not seeing enough for FearX. So I'm going to play it safe because I want my points. I'm going to take some risks later in the group that you guys are probably not going to agree with, but I want my points. So, all right, that is that. Let's start talking about Group B. So let me close all this down. And now we'll start talking about Group B. And if you look at this group, and if you watch Competitive Siege, you're thinking, okay, Fury of Falcons wildcard. Wow. That's some good teams if you paid attention regionally, because wildcard is probably still one of the most slept on teams here. And they just finished top 4 internationally, right? Like, we pulled them up. Let's look at their results. Let's look at the NA team first. So this behind M80, wildcard is actually our most consistent international roster. Say what you want about Reload, but they got 3rd and 4th at Reload. So an international event, they got 3rd or 4th. Now, they struggle regionally. Stage 1, they finished 5th, and they actually missed out on making EWC in qualifying for that event. Stage 2, they ended up finishing 4th, which qualified them to make the Munich Major. And then making the Munich Major, we go and look at some of the results during the Munich Major, where they lost to Secret, which is a contending team. So that makes sense. 4-7, that's respectable. They beat SSG 7-5. I mean, that's a classic. If you look at the wildcard versus SSG, wildcard kind of owns those guys. You look at wildcard versus EP, that's a 7-5. And EP's no joke, guys. We'll cover them later in the video. These guys, this EP team has been competitive. And then W7M, they handle them 2-0, which is great because NA teams usually struggle against international teams. And that was also Dash, a former W7M player, going to beat his former team. So that was kind of a good game for them. Anyway, they make it through, and then they have to play FaZe Clan, which is one of the contenders at the event. Well, they put up a good fight. They take a map off them, stealing Cafe, and well, they didn't really look that competitive with Chalet and Clubhouse, but they go to the loser bracket. They handle NIP. NIP's been that team that was destroying NA teams, and Wildcard put a stop to it. And then Wildcard go to play fan favorite G2 with Stompin', and this was Wildcard's big signature game. They take down G2 after losing Slab 7-2, and you're like, oh man, yeah, this is going to be a Wildcard don't belong here. Wildcard goes, they power up, map 2, win 7-5 on Cafe, which is an extremely good G2 map, and then they win Skyscraper 8-6. So this is kind of their signature international win, like they can beat contenders. Then they go to play M80, and M80 was hot this event, obviously going on to win it. So that was Wildcard internationally. Again, they have been a good international team. Now, regional finals comes along, and they didn't need any points because they got a top 4 finish at Munich. They were already qualified for the 6th Invitational. So they actually didn't really need to do much in this. They lose to Dark Zero. Is what it is. Is what it is. I'm not taking that with anything. We know they struggle regionally and they power up internationally. There's, there is no NA team in their group, so this is a group I actually think Wildcard can be pretty competitive in. There's some teams I definitely think that they can beat. And we'll talk about those in just a second. But let's talk about the Falcons, arguably the favorites for the group. That's that Yuza, Saltov, Shaiko, Lycofak, and Breed team. This Falcons team has been so consistently second place. That was a joke. I'm sorry, Falcons fans. But if you look stage 1, they finished second. Like they've been very, very good. Esports World Cup was the weird one. This is an event everyone's like, oh, Saudi Shaiko. Yeah, they're going to win another EWC. Usually they win EWCs. They were the only team to win, 3 EWCs in a row, and then they finally lost this one. They lost to Secret, and then they go down to losers, and they lost to Space Station Gaming. NA just took out Shaiko. So that was a little bit concerning. But besides EWC, and the funny thing was everyone would say that there was a curse on them. Because they would win EWC, they could never win the big events, right? Those are the events that mattered. Well, now that the curse is broken and they lost EWC, you're thinking, okay, well, now they got a chance to win something for real, right? So stage 2, I mean, they improved. They actually beat or took first place in stage 2, destroying their entire region. And the region is, if you guys watch Europe, very, very good teams. They beat BDS. They lose to Secret, but they bounce back. They beat G2 2-0. They beat Secret 2-1. 2 contending teams at like international tournaments. That is a very, very good win for Falcons to kind of see the form that they're in. And then obviously during Munich, everyone was predicting them to win. They looked hungrier than ever to win an actual international event again. They go 3-0 in groups, 8-6 Shopify, 7-2 D+, 2-0 to W7M. And then in the bracket, when you get down here, it was a 2-1 over G2, a 2-1 over FaZe Clan, both phenomenal contending teams. And then they get to the finals, and M80 was too much. They lost M80 1-3, which was a repeat of the good old Manchester major, where M80 now they've beaten Falcons twice. They beat that roster twice for major. So good for them. I was obviously rooting for M80, but the Falcons, it's showing that they're in form. The thing with the Falcons, everyone on the outside always thinks it's just a mental thing. And at this point, it does seem like they are really working on their mental. If you're watching them play in their matches, they seem to be a little bit more looser, less yelling at each other. If you refer back to the like effect, are we pushing white or are we pushing long bar, the crash out timeout?
And for Dark Zero to bring that round back in that fashion and make it 4-0 out of the timeout.
I'm asking, do you guys want to push white or long bar? No one answering. No one.
They definitely seem like they're having a little bit more fun, and they're trying to keep it a little bit more looser of an environment. There, you got Shaiko typing in chat and shit-talking people. You got them howling after every single round win. The coaches are howling behind them, too, trying to have fun. The timeouts are less stressful and more like, we fucking got it, like a little bit more positive. So they're definitely working on it. The problem is, and up until they get to the grand finals, then they go back to the same old Falcons. The howling stops, the typing stops. It's like they just start clamming up. So I'd love to see the Falcons just continue a tournament, just follow that success, follow the mental things that you guys been working on, and just trying to have more fun in the tournament. But I think they are right there. Like it's a team that's not going to make a roster change. They are in everyone's top 4 to win this event, if not top 2 to win this event. They are definitely a favorite. They are completely stacked. Then let's check out Furia, which, man, this is a pretty stacked. The first 3 teams we talked about, holy cow. So Furia, the last team that has made a dynasty in Siege, this Brazilian dominant team of Fellapox, Herds, JV92, KZ, and Nade. Well, again, let's look at their form a little bit more recently. We look at Reload, where they won it, Mickey Mouse, call it whatever it is, right? How they done the rest of the year? Well, stage 1, they took first place, and they actually started to be a lot better regionally. The thing with Furia is they were the international Brazilian team, and FaZe were the domestic regional team.
Team of the year.
It kind of flipped this year with
Team of the year.
FaZe actually winning SI 2025, and then Furia winning regionally stage 1 and regionally stage 2. Again, usually like FaZe would dominate these. Furia goes on to having better success at majors. So weirdly enough, they got better regionally. Then we look at the Munich Major, where they finished 7th, 8th, and probably a little early for some people. They struggled. The biggest thing is, yes, they made it through Swiss, but if you remember, they struggled. They lost a D+. They always start slow in tournaments. That's the thing with Furia, and they definitely did this tournament. They lost a D+, and they lost to Shopify 2-7. 2 teams that you're like, oh my God, Furia, you should not be losing these, right? Like, what is going on? Luckily, they bounced back, but, you know, against teams they should be able to beat, CAG, EP, and then W7M20. They bounce back, they make it to the finals. You're like, maybe Furia's starting to heat up, but they go against Team Secret, and Team Secret were too much to handle. Secret is, again, another top 4 kind of team. So if Furia is not in form, they're not going to be able to beat a team like Secret. So not the best success for Furia at the Munich Major. And again, regionally, I don't even think they needed the points, but regionally, they had pretty good success until they lost to FaZe Clan. And again, I don't even think this mattered really too much. I'm going to be honest. They already had enough points to qualify for the 6th Invitational. I'm not sure how much they were taking it seriously. Blah, blah, blah. I'm going to say that with everyone's regional finals. So it's not the biggest thing to kind of look into. But what I see Furia is, like, they're not coming into the tournament at, like, again, I'm looking back at the Munich Major. I don't think they're coming into the tournament super hot. I think they also are known for their slow starts, and if you guys follow any of the rumors and drama happening, again, I don't know the information, but the rumor is that Liquid is actually buying out the Furia roster, and Herds is actually going to be dropped. So Maya is, again, all a rumor, Maya is going to join the Furia roster instead of Herds, and Herds is going to go build a team with Volps. And again, after 6 Invitational, guys, there's going to be a ton of roster moves, an absolute ton. And if you're not paying attention, I might have to make a video on it, because almost every single team is going to change. It always happens after every 6 Invitational. But anyway, that's the rumor. So this is kind of the last dance for Furia, in a sense, right? They know that they're about to, again, they're going to lose a member, and they're going to be going to a new organization. Now, there's 2 things with the last dance. Like, 1, it can power you up, or 2, it can shut you down. And we've seen both in the course of history. If anyone remembers the minus laxing plus laxing, we also had Furia before they were going to make the last dance. I think Fet's covered this before, and they actually did power up during that one, where they knew that they were going to be dropping 2 players right after that event and picking up Nade and Fellapox, I believe it was. They actually powered up and won that event that they knew, but I do feel like it's a tough circumstance. I really do, and I also don't think they're coming in with the greatest results. So again, we'll get to the predict in a second. Let's talk about the 2 teams that were probably going to be near the bottom end of the bracket. You got Elevate. Elevate is a APAC team, and I put that in air quotes because they're one of those imported Brazilian teams. If you look at the entire roster, it's all Brazilian players, so they're not APAC. It's Resets, Rap, Stemp, Psycho, and Ion. And Resets, one of their more recent pickups, comes from Liquid. If you guys were watching any of Liquid, I actually am a fan of Resets. I actually think he's really good. Let's look at their more recent results. So if you look, actually, they made those changes in August 26th. So I'm actually only going to look at tournaments stage 2 and onward, because that's more recent. If we look at stage 2, they finished 3rd in their own region, losing to, I believe it was Daystar. So they finished 1st in points, but then they go to the playoffs, and again, we got, where are we at here? Elevate. They beat Soul's Heart. They lose to Weibo. Okay, so we know where Weibo is in our priority in our heads. We know where Weibo is, like how good of a team they are. So they lose to them, and then they go down here and they lose to Daystar. And remember, Daystar's in their group, so we're gonna cover them in just a second. But that's their stage 2. Then they didn't make. Here's the weird thing with APAC is they didn't make EWC, which didn't get points anyway. And then they didn't make the International Munich Major. And they still got enough points somehow to qualify for the 6th Invitational, which I do think is a flaw. And I don't really want to go into all that. I just wanted to put my opinion out there. But I do think it's a flaw. But so we never really get to see these guys international. I have no idea how they're going to go against international tournaments or international teams. The only thing we get to see is them go against like teams like Weibo and other teams that are going to the event. So here we go. Looks like they beat FearX regionally. And we know I have FearX getting grouped, right? So they were able to beat FearX. They, again, lose to Weibo Gaming, and I know where Weibo is. I had them at that, like, 3rd place in Group A. And then after they lose to Weibo, they beat FearX again. Kind of destroyed them. And then, again, they lose to Weibo Gaming. And this time it was a 2-1. They were able to get a map off. Cool. Maybe they're competitive versus Weibo, but, again, they still kind of get owned by them, and they're kind of FearX farmers. So for me, it's like, if I had them in Group A, it's like I have them below Weibo, but ahead of FearX. That is my assessment on Elevate. Don't know too much about them. Again, I have their map ban phases as well. If we look down here, this is like the last, again, 3 months of the team. But it's really not that in much information. Like, yes, they prefer Bank, and it seems like a really strong map for them, only losing it once in the last 4 months. So we can see a team stay away from that. And same with, like, Clubhouse. It seems like Bank and Clubhouse, but the rest of their maps are, like, such an unknown. I don't know. The only thing I can really go off of is that I know a lot of these players from their time as like Brazilian players. Psycho, Ions, who used to be like on FaZe way back in the day, Raps, who I believe was MIBR, and then there's Resets, who was on Liquid. So it's like, it is good Brazilian players. So hopefully, and maybe they could do something in this group. So we're gonna look at Daystar, which is the true APAC team that qualified. And this is a team coming out of Taiwan. With Azuki, Souffle, Seal, Pecan, and Jaeger. And of course, you don't want to forget Giga Chad, the substitute, right? Love that guy. Big fan of that. Coach Harambe, who I believe used to play on Direwolves, was it? I believe. And Pecan is also a Direwolves. So some of these people have some experience from older events when they were a different team. But regardless, again, let's look at the results. This was a good qualifier for Daystar. We look at stage 2, where they got 2nd place, losing to Weibo. So again, another team that they beat Fury, they lost to Soul's Heart, don't know who that is. They beat Aerial 7, they beat Elevate here, that's a good one, and then they lose to Weibo, okay. And then we look at, I want to look at the LCQ, because they were the team that qualified out of the LCQ. They would beat Anyos. They beat CAG. We all know CAG if you watch. They beat All Gamers, and they beat All Gamers again. And All Gamers, if you guys didn't know, this LCQ was the first time China was allowed to qualify allowed to qualify for the Invitational. So this was actually a really good team to watch, All Gamers. I think Fat has it on his channel if you want to watch any of those games. But yeah, Daystar ended up being able to beat the All Gamers. So again, not really too much to go off of. I don't know what this Asia qualifier is either. Is there any good teams in this? Not really. What I would like to do for this is, has Daystar played Elevate since that since that like August date? Was it August 10th, I think it was, when they made those roster changes? What is the head-to-head between these two groups? So if we go back and look, it's kind of back and forth. Daystar beat them here in the 2-0, and Elevate beat them earlier on the bank. So it's pretty back and forth. It's pretty even. I think you can go either way, but let's start predicting the group, right?
Bro,
let's
is so
start
dumb.
pulling this up. Where do I think Group B is going to place or look like? So for me, I think I'm going to put the Falcons. And I'm going to put the Falcons because if you look at they're a top, for me, they're a top 4 team to win the entire event. I think they're extremely, extremely good map pool. Some of their maps are absolutely insane. Their labs 8-2, and they're a very high win percentage and defensive win percentage. Like, they just have an insane map pool. They have insane players. I think this makes a lot of sense, and a lot of people are just putting them at the top of their group. They should be able to make it out of there, I think, with no problems. Now, second and third place is where it gets a little funny. Remember, Furia and Wildcard. Wildcard to me, and this is probably NA Copium, guys. You can pause the video and tell me that if you want, but NA, again, Wildcard have looked very good internationally, right? They finished top 4. I feel like they're going to again, and I feel like they're going to be able to steal a game off of Furia. Furia, arguably, you make your tier list, you're going to put Furia above Wildcard, and I agree with you guys. I do agree with you guys, but Furia, remember, they're slow starts, and remember the Last Dance scenario where I don't know what it's like, the vibes on the team with Herds there, Herds knowing he's about to get replaced. I have no idea. But I'm just going to bank on the fact that Furia is going to have a slow start. And I could also see Furia dropping a map or a game to like an Elevate or Daystar, because we've seen when we looked back at Furia results, they seem to lose a game to like D+. They seem to lose those kind of games. So I'm going to go with them dropping probably a couple more maps than they should have. Wildcard performing internationally like they can. And for that reason, I'm going to be putting Wildcard second place. So this is maybe a hot take to some of you guys, and this is why I implore you to do your own research and do your own groups. As for the eliminated team, we already looked at the back and forth. I'm going to obviously pick between Elevate and Daystar. No way Fury getting eliminated in this group. And if I look between Elevate and Daystar, again, I see the head-to-head. I see Daystar won the best of 3 more recently. Elevate won the best of 1 before that. But I am going to put Elevate here. And again, you might put or I'm not going to put Elevate here. I'm going to put Daystar here. Holy cow. And again, you could be questioning me because, you know, Daystar, they won the more recent head-to-head. They have the advantage. But I'm going with Elevate because of that Brazilian roster. Like, they've been proven tier 1 players in a good region over in Brazil. And maybe they can't compete in Brazil anymore, but they're still proven tier 1 players over a team like Daystar, where they're very unproven. They only play in the APAC region. They don't have that much international success. I see Elevate, since they made those changes in August, I think they are going to get just a little bit better faster than Daystar is. Daystar qualifying for the LCQ, but I feel like Elevate's going to be a little bit better, and they're going to be able to win their game and just kind of barely make it out of here 4th, but I could see it go either way. All right, so Group C. Let's start talking about Group C. And for that, we got Black Dragons, D+, FaZe Clan, G2 Esports, and Shopify Rebellion. Now, this is touted as the group of death, right? Very competitive teams in this, with FaZe and G2 being like world beaters, like both top 4 teams up there with like the Falcons and the M80, right? 2 very good teams. You got Shopify, who on paper, right, it's a scary team. You got the greatest IGL of all time, Canadian. You got Ambi, Spoy, Surf, Rexon. Like the roster has it all, but they haven't been able to piece it together. And then you got D+, another import team, and Black Dragons, who is an LCQ Brazilian team as well. And you don't want the LCQ, like you would rather have the LCQ APAC team. You don't want the LCQ Brazilian team. They could be kind of scary. So let's look at some of these rosters again. We'll start with Black Dragons, who again, it's that LCQ Brazilian team. It is Ask, Rare, Miracle, Outlaw, and Swag. And this team used to have the former, I believe, Machina and Hornetail on it. And a lot of people were touting this roster as being like too many support players. Like it was just too many. So they ended up making changes right before the LCQ, picking up Swag and Outlaw. Ask is still IGLing, and Ask, I mean, what he does is he makes events. He didn't have the greatest stint on Liquid, but even before that, I believe he was on Black Dragons still. Yeah, here it is. No. Ask, yeah. Ask was on Black Dragon, and they made the event before the LCQs, I believe, again with Ask. So all we can look at is their LCQ, because when they made those changes, it was right before LCQ. That's the only information we really have on them. And well, let's see who they beat in the LCQ to kind of see their form. 0-0 Sete, don't know who they are. Loud, we all know who Loud are, but the thing is, they beat Loud, but Loud have been kind of struggling this year. If you're paying attention to Brazilian team, they haven't been able to make any events. They kind of fell off a little bit where they were as Raza Academy during SI 2025, where they were a top 8 team with us as unwanted up there. But they haven't really been able to make any events or do anything since. So Black Dragons handled them, though. That's still a pretty big win for them, because I think during the regular season they lost to them. So that's still a big win for them. They then go to play to Elevate Academy, and then the big one in the grand finals versus Team Liquid. And ultimately, they ended up retiring Nesk, right? This was Nesk's last game, his last chance to make the SI, and Black Dragons ended it. So Ask ends up making SI. So that's the Black Dragons run. And Liquid, also, I want to touch on, also was not in the greatest form this year. They seem to be kind of getting there with their new coach of Reduct and some of their role changes and things like that. Like they seem to be getting a little bit better, but ultimately Liquid falling short like they have been. So Black Dragons kind of taking advantage of beating 2 Tier 1 teams that have been struggling. But good for them. They're still able to make the event, and I still think they're going to be really competitive. Then we got D+, the APAC representative, but again, in quotes, because that is going to be an imported Brazilian team. That's Bullet One, Falls, Levy, Midi, and Mears. And we look at their recent results, and we see that they were actually one of the teams that was able to make a major from APAC. So we can actually look at that and see what did they do internationally? How are they coming into this event? Well, we look at them, and they did finish 12th, but I mean, look at who they had to play. Arguably a gauntlet. Furia, Falcons, FaZe, G2. You're playing all top 5, top 6 teams. They were actually able to beat Furia 8-7, but that's that Furia they just slow start for some reason. That was that bank game that I was losing my mind watching that game. But either way, D+ was able to beat Furia, and then they didn't do anything really against Falcons or FaZe or G2, right? The other world beaters. So that's a little concerning, but I think that's kind of obvious. They're not really contenders to win the tournament, and they can't beat these kinds of teams quite yet. So they get knocked out of the tournament. How do they play more regionally? Getting 3rd place right here to Weibo, so we can kind of see their results, where they're better than PSG Town, they're better than Daystar, they lost to CAG, and they lost to Weibo. So kind of a mixed bag for this D+ team. Don't know if they're coming in with the greatest results, but we do have to keep in mind again that they are that Brazilian imported roster. Get rid of that. FaZe Clan. I think a lot of is it weird to say I think a lot of people are sleeping on FaZe Clan? Is that weird? Guys, they won 6 Invitational 2025. They got 2nd place 6 Invitational 2024, and they should have won that game. That was insane. That was an insane Invitational. But they always power up during 6th Invitational. Something about Cyber, he just always powers up. But they had a slow start, sure, after they won 6th Invitational. They only got 2nd in Stage 1, right? Furia kind of started to be the regional team. Esports World Cup, they finished 9th and 12th, so did not have a good Esports World Cup, beating FaZe, losing to G2. And then they also lost to Dark Zero. So not a good Esports World Cup for FaZe. But you can attribute that to like a hangover after 6th Invitational, right? They start slow. But more recently, it looks like they are powering up. We look at Munich, where they got 3rd, right? They were able to beat CAG, lost to M80, beat D+, beat BDS. They beat Wildcard, and that was a hot Wildcard. Remember, that was a top 4 Wildcard. They beat M80 here. And then, unfortunately for them, so they lose to Falcons, and unfortunately for them, there's just that weird whatever happens when you win one best of 3 and you got to replay that best of 3, you end up losing. For some reason, the loser always powers up. So they played M80 again, and M80 ends up beating them this time. But FaZe, I mean, they looked good. Then we look at more like, again, regional results. Copa, they were able to finish 1st in both of those. For me, I have FaZe as a top 4 team in this event. I think FaZe is kind of slept on for this group because, again, it's SI. I think they are going to be a top 4 team again at SI, and they're also usually pretty consistent in group stages in general. So for me, I have them going really, really far. And again, we'll predict the groups in just a second. Let's look at G2. Everyone's favorite, G2, ever since they got the addition of the red, white, and blue into their team, aka stomping the Texas blood. They have been G-Poo, and instead they've been G2. They've been back to actual form where they're looking like they can win and beat teams again.
Oh my gosh.
They have an absolutely stacked roster: Val, Maltoki, Plaz, Laura, and Stompin. And again, we look at their results. I think earlier in the year, since Stompin joined the team, look, they went on to win Stage 1. So there was a lot of expectations on them early. They made the change after Reload, right? So this 9th and 16th, they made the change. They got rid of Uno. Boom, they get Stompin. They win Stage 1. Then they go to Esports World Cup, and holy cow, they're competitive. They beat Gen G. They lose to Shopify. They beat FaZe Clan. Massive, massive win. Then they go down here. They beat NIP. Good win. Beat Furia. Great win. They get to the grand finals for Secret. And honestly, I think a lot of us were predicting them to win. I was as well. I think we were all sleeping on Secret.
I should have chopped
G2
it.
end up losing that game to Secret. So G2, though, looking like world beaters, right? They just won stage 1. They got second place at EWC. It's a matter of time, the fans are saying. They're going to win a tournament. Well, second stage comes. They do a little bit worse. They got third place regionally, but I'm not really looking at regional results. That's okay. Where do they even... They still finished as a top 2 team regionally. They actually ended up losing to Secret. So they can't get over Secret at this point, right? They lost to them 3-0. Now they lost to them 2-0. They beat BDS, and then they lose to Falcons, who were starting to heat up at this time of year. So is what it is. They go to Munich. Out of their more recent international success, they're still making it out in 3-2. Kind of scary, but they lose to M80. They beat CAG. They lose to BDS. And then they beat D+, they beat Weibo. To be honest, not the greatest teams in groups because, I mean, you got 3 8-pack teams. You got a weaker EU team in BDS, but they make it out. They make it to the playoffs. Now they can actually beat Secret. This is a massive win, right? Beating Secret finally. But then they go on to play the Falcons. Still can't beat the Falcons. And ultimately losing to Wildcard. And that was a tough game. Wildcard was very, very much kind of powered up at that sense. So hasn't been... to the fans, probably expectations after the stage 1 at EWC. I think the hype was all around this team. But guys, we got to take a step back for a second. They are absolutely a contender. They've shown that they can beat like the FaZe clans. They've shown they can beat the Team Secrets. It's only just a matter of like who's gonna go, or also the Furias, right? It's how the bracket's going to go once they get out of groups, because they're going to make it out of groups. It's how the bracket's going to go after how they get out of groups, what the teams that they're going to match up against.
This Totti card
but
is
for
insane.
me, they're absolutely a contender for this tournament. Are they in the hottest form right now? No, maybe not, but it's SI. Anything could happen, and they can definitely power up. Last team in the group, let's talk Shopify real fast. Again, I already talked about the players and how stacked this roster is, but they have not met expectations. I mean, let's just be honest. Ever since Spoit joined the team in April, we look at those results since April. Stage 1, getting 3rd place. They've kind of been getting farmed by Space Station. Space Station, a team we'll talk about in Group D. That's a team that has been kind of a regional farming team, and we can see it right here. SSG winning regionals, SSG beating them in Esports World Cup even, because it's against a regional team, and SSG beating them stage 1. So not really the best regional success, right? Second here. It's not bad. It's not bad. But more so the concern is the international success. They haven't been able to what the roster probably wants internationally. So 5th, 8th. Let's look at Esports World Cup. Shopify beating Weibo Gaming. That's a scary game. That's a good win for them. And then beating G2. It's looking like Shopify's like, heck yeah. And that's on layer too. That's a very good win. So that's like, okay, Shopify, maybe they got what it takes. But unfortunate, EWC, it's very cutthroat. You lose one game and you're out once you get to the playoffs, and they matched up against Space Station. What did I just say about Space Station? They farm NA teams, so they lose Esports World Cup. Then you go to Munich, the next international tournament, where, again, you're hoping for a little bit more success from Shopify. I think most people predicted them to make it into the top 8 for the predictions. I don't think I did, because I predicted NIP to make it instead, and Shopify, they finished 1-3. They did not make it. They lost to Falcons, which is 6-8's not bad. In fact, I believe they were winning that game like 6-1, or it was something tragic that they ended up throwing it. They're cursed on labs. They ended up losing that game 6-8. Really good win versus Fury, though, 7-2, and you could argue, I mean, they beat the Falcons here. If they did, like, this was looking pretty damn good for Shopify. But then there's just something about them losing to teams around their level or worse. There's them losing to Weibo, them losing to NIP. Two teams that, for a team like Shopify, I guarantee they're like, they should be winning those games. Their fans think they should be winning those games. They have an absolute stacked roster. Why is it not working? Why is a team like Weibo, that's getting paid probably a 10th of your salary, able to beat you? Not making it to the playoffs for a big tournament is a big failure for a team like Shopify. They've yet to show up internationally, so there's a lot of question marks around them, and I'm I'm tough on them because I really think that roster can work. But watching them play, they're very stuck with their old style of Siege. They're very step-by-step and structured, and people can kind of predict what's happening. And I'm not saying that can't work. We've seen it work in the past, but the meta right now is definitely a little bit more of playing those meta operators, the Glaz, the Ying, the shields, and we only see Troy really running it. We don't see ever like double shields out of Shopify, which we see employed by some other really, really good teams. Guys, attack's already hard. Why are we making it more hard on ourselves by playing very, very structured? So I would love for them to be able to figure out that issue. I've talked to Super, the Shopify coach. They've had discussions about bringing even a Brazilian coach. Most teams at this point have a Brazilian coach and learning how to play a different play style a little bit faster. That could be good for them in the future. For this event, like, I don't see them getting grouped. I think a lot of people might, like, because it's the group of depth, like, oh my god, Shopify can get grouped out of this. That would be insane, but I just don't see it happening. Again, we kind of break it down by the maps. Shopify have a lot of really good really good maps. If we look at this entire this group, though, Lair is going to be the interesting map. Like, pay attention to the big three teams here. We got Lair as Shopify's best map. Then we got G2, Lair, one of their best maps at 10-3, and we've seen them play before, and it was a 7-5 for Shopify. FaZe Clan also phenomenal on Lair, 10-4. So we are going to see Lair between the big three here, which is probably what I'm most excited about. And maybe it does give the edge to Shopify to getting some more points off of G2 and FaZe, and there's probably my NA Copium again. But I'm very, very excited to watch the Lair in this group. Again, I think all teams are very good at it. G2 has an interesting map pool as well since they lost Skyscraper, right? They're good on Consulate, they're good on Cafe, they're good on Lair. The maps that, again, if you're a G2 fan, you know they avoid Club and Border. Border, they've been trying to pull out a little bit more recently, but it's not really that tested at the moment. 1-3, only winning it once. Chalet, another map that they just don't really like, 2-4. So they definitely have some weak maps that they can get taken to. But they also have some really, really strong maps. Consulate, for example, since Stompin has joined the team, they have yet to lose Consulate. And guess who's another really good Consulate team? FaZe Clan, who is 7-0 in their own right. And their last loss on Consulate was actually February 9th. So that was last Invitational, where they lost it to SSG. That's how long it's been. If we get FaZe versus G2 on Consulate, that is going to feed families. That is going to be absolute cinema, and I'm really looking forward to, again, this Lair, maybe this Consulate in this bracket and in this group. Now, who do I actually think is going to win? Let's stop the yap and let's get to some predictions. For me, first place, again, I've got to go FaZe Clan. You guys just heard me say I think people are kind of sleeping on them. I think a lot of people are putting G2 here, and that's totally fine. Anything can happen in these groups, but I just think FaZe are so dominant. They're one of my top 4 teams for the event. They always show up during 6 Invitational. Cyber always powers up for 6 Invitational, starts to become MVP. So for that reason, I have them in first place. Now, G2, I do think are going to get second place. I do think G2 are also, like, by far the second best team in this group, and G2 are also a contender to win the entire event also. And then for the eliminated team...
My gosh.
The eliminated team, I gotta actually let me check my notes here because I actually forget who D+. For the eliminated team, I have D+. I have the LCQ team, Black Dragons, being a little bit better. I value their wins versus Loud and Liquid a little bit better than what I've seen from D+. Yes, D+, was at the Munich Major and was able to beat like that Furia team, that 8-7, but I don't think they're going to be able to compete against G2 and FaZe. I think they're going to get blown out, where the Black Dragons might be able to steal a map. So that's where I'm at for Group C. That is kind of what I'm predicting. And now let's talk about the very last group, Group D, which arguably could be the most competitive group in the entire tournament. We have Enterprise, we have W7M, we have Oxygen, we have Space Station, and we have Team Secret. If we start talking about that Enterprise team, let's start talking about them. This is the APAC representative, with Coach King Mingaran. And they have Bappin, Fisho Guy, Rallis, Tuhan, and Player. And this is the Australian roster, the Thunder from Down Under. And Tuhan, if you guys go look at the stats, this guy is one of the best players in that region, one of the best players statistically across If you look at stats from all over, he's one of the highest rated players in the world. And at the last event, I mean, I believe it was against Furia when they played during Munich, where he ended up dropping literally a 20 bomb during this series right here. And EP was very competitive versus Furia. So, and that's going to be the theme real quick. We're talking about Enterprise. This team, it's an APAC team, it's an Australian team, but they're actually competitive. Like, if we look at some of the results, I mean, they're pretty good regionally, but I'm going to pay attention to the international results. That's the one I really want to touch on here for a second. So it's this Munich. And yes, they went 1-3, but they're able to beat Weibo. And remember where we value Weibo, right? A second or a third place team out of Group A. They're able to beat Weibo. They've lost a very close game to W7M, which is a top 3 Brazilian team. A very close game to Wildcard. And remember, Wildcard was a top 4 team here internationally. And then they lost a very close 1-2 versus Furia, able to steal a map off. And I believe there was a border in there where I think it was 6-8, if I remember correctly. And, I don't want to just lie to you guys. So let me just kind of quick pull it up in here. Well, 3-7. Okay, well, different border I'm thinking of. Either way, they're crazy enough to challenge Furia on border, which is pretty insane because border is like a 22-game win streak for Furia right now. So they're absolutely insane. But anyway, either way, they're very close. They're very competitive. And if we look in their own regions, we look at those regional finals, because there are some of those APAC teams that are attending this event, we get to see where they match up. So they lose to Weibo here, but it's close. It's competitive. So they're kind of back and forth with Weibo. And then they lose. Okay, where am I going with this? Because then they just lost to the Chiefs. All right, well, see you later, I guess. There was another one I wanted to look at. The major qualifier. Here we go. The major qualifier. So we look back here. CAG, they lose to CAG. They beat Enterforce, they beat PSG Town, then they lose to Weibo again. Okay. So we can kind of see where they're at. They're losing to Weibo a good amount, but they are kind of competitive internationally. That's all I'm trying to say. They were actually at Esports World Cup. There we go. Holy cow, I just didn't scroll down, Mint. Like, what are you doing? They were at Esports World Cup, so another international event. Here's that 6-8 border I was talking about versus Furia. So they almost could have ended Furia's win streak there. Well, again, the 22-0. So they're not that bad on border. They lose to Furia. They lost to NIP, and that was their. I guess looks like that was their international event. But regardless, if I'm looking at some of their more recent results, the Munich Major, they're competitive, but are they going to be good enough in this group? That is going to be, I mean, time to tell. Because let's look at the rest of the group. We have W7M, Fluxo W7M. They merged orgs, to my understanding, so it's still the W7M roster. If we go look at W7M and look at their results, it's still that team with Volps, Paulud, Loban, Dots, and Dodez. So if you're familiar with them, we look at some of their results regionally. They were also at Esports World Cup. They're still a top 4 team in Brazil. They were at Esports World Cup where they finished 9th through 12th. Probably not high enough for them, but they did beat Space Station. They lost to Secret. We know how good Secret is. And then they lost to Furia, which I do think they struggle with Furia regionally either way. So Esports World Cup, unlucky for them that they got Furia. Stage 2, they finished 2nd, so they improve a little bit. And then we have another international event. We get to see Munich. And we get to see W7M actually not making the top 8, which, again, is probably disappointing for them. They beat NIP 7-3, they beat EP 7-5, but then losing to the Falcons 0-2, losing to Wildcard 0-2, losing to Furia 0-2. Arguably the one there they probably should have been able to win is Wildcard, but again, Wildcard, they're a good international NA team, and they were able to handle them. So W7M not probably having the results that they wanted since the beginning of the year, and picking up Paulu, I think, going into Reload, again, you can call it a Mickey Mouse tournament, but they were a terrifying team. They were a team that nobody wanted to pick. They went 3-0, which you could notice other people played like 5 games. You had to like pick what team you were going to play, and consistently they were a team that people were like, no, we don't want to play W7M, and it actually gave them an extra 2 days off because no one would pick them in whatever, that tournament. So they were hot early on, but they've kind of sizzled off since. They've had some unfortunate, like, again, 9th through 12th, 9th through 11th. I think this team is a top 8 kind of team, so they're not finishing where they need to finish. And then regional finals, you can kind of see their very last tournament. They needed to get points to qualify for the major, and they were able to beat FaZe Clan. They lose to Furia again, and then they lose to FaZe Clan to get knocked out of the tournament. So they're behind Furia, they're behind FaZe, and they're competitive with like NIP. Yeah, so it really comes down to bracket and who they're kind of matching up. But I do think they're a very competitive team. They're still a scary team, but I have them as like a top 8. So let's move on to Oxygen.
Discover your new Lincoln right now.
And if we start talking about Oxygen, this was the LCQ representative out of North America. And I think they're a dark horse going into this event. A lot of people are probably writing them off. NA near airport, blah, 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 blah. NA Copium, here it comes. But we look at Oxygen. They started off actually really good. They made top 4. You know, DZ's struggling year in a sense, and or NA team struggling. I forget. I think M80 struggled this event, so they were able to actually get top 4, and they made Esports World Cup. And during Esports World Cup, they did have a massive win over Furia. Like this one was on Clubhouse too. This kind of put them on the map a little bit. Oxygen might be for real. Unfortunately, they lost to NIP, and then SSG's kind of been farming regionally. So they lost to SSG and got knocked out of the tournament. Stage 2, they were technically even better. If we look at the point wise, they were a dominating team. They finished 2nd place in the standings, playoffs, like they were super hyped up. I was about to make a video on them and talk about how good I think Oxygen is, their map pool and their play style and blah blah blah. Well, they go on to lose to Shopify and go on to lose to Wildcard and completely out of the tournament, and just like that. So I was a little upset. Finally, I'm picking them to win, and they start showing up or not showing up. The lot of hate on them was like Adam, their star fragger, kind of disappears in big games. That's kind of their hate right now. And well, during LCQ, Adam showed up, was one of the best players during the LCQ. So you could say when the pressure mattered, Adam still showed up. And again, during the LCQ, they were probably the favorites up there with Dark Zero. They were able to beat Karn. They beat Cloud9, Mr. Dream's team. They lost to DZ, but what always happens in the rematch? The loser of the first best of 3 always prevails. They beat Dark Zero in the grand finals and ended up making the LCQ. And again, for me, I think they're a dark horse. I'm a fan of their playstyle, and I think it could catch some of these teams off guard. The way they play is just they use Forest as the agent of chaos, and they have a lot of passive mailbox players, but they have really good fast set pieces. Credit to their coach, Kizzy, who's a Brazilian coach, and I think he's done a fantastic job with them. He joined them also for 6th Invitational 2025, and they were a team that was not projected to get 7th, 8th place. They probably should have got grouped, and they had a pretty damn good run at it until, you know, this really good team called Unwanted came out of nowhere and beat them. So, you know, credit to Kizzy. I think they have a good system in place, and I can see them winning some games that they probably shouldn't have. Let's start talking about Space Station Gaming. And SSG, these are the regional farmers. I'm going to be honest. We've already kind of covered it. This team went from probably one of our scarier international teams. We're thinking back to the Astralis days to this is now a regional farming team. Fultz, J90, Ashen, Benja, and Newers. So if we look at the results again, boom, here it is. Stage 1, they finish first. Regional finals, finish first. Stage 2, they're getting second. So cool, they're one of the best top 2 teams regionally. Where are they at internationally? Well, they made Esports World Cup. They did get 4th, but follow me on this. SSG versus W7M, 7-1. They go down to losers. This was their most impressive win. I will give this to them. SSG 2-0'd Falcons. Impressive. That is impressive. Then they 2-0 Oxygen, so an NA team. They make it out. Luckily, who do they play in playoffs? It's an NA team. Shopify. They're able to handle because they're regional farmers. Then they go into Secret. They lose 2-0. Then they go play Furia. They lose 2-0. So struggling a little bit. I mean, they beat Falcons, but they lost to W7M. And they're beating NA teams. They lost to Secret. Then we look at Munich, a team people were expecting to make it out. However, they completely bombed out of the tournament, 0-3. And they lost to BDS 1-7. That's an awful loss. That's a team Space Station has to win. They lost to Wildcard 5-7, which if you look at the Wildcard head-to-head versus Space Station, Wildcard actually just owns Space Station, to be honest. So that's not a surprise. This is like the one NA team they can't beat consistently. And then there's NIP, where they lose 1-2 in a game that, again, NIP is a great team. I was predicting NIP to make it out of groups, but I feel like Space Station, you look at the team on paper, Newers, Folds,
Bro,
Ashen,
are Team of the Year's impact?
J90, like the team is so Benja. I don't want to forget Benja. They're so stacked on paper. They need to be doing a bit more. But what is their problem? Well, if we look at their map pool, surprise, surprise, there's 3 maps they don't like: Lair, Club, Labs. And if you guys know the competitive map pool really well, those 3 maps are step-by-step maps. Those 3 maps are very kind of structured maps. It's structured teams that are good on those. Well, Space Station is not that. They only have one mode, and if they try to play structured, I'm going to be honest, they look lost. They don't know what they're doing, it looks like, half the time. They're also, their roles are very weird ever since they added newers on the team, and they've been trying to figure it out the entire year, trying to figure out their identity. Who's going to play the shield ops ever since they got rid of Forrest? Who's playing the Blitz and the Blackbeard, right? Because they've had Ashen on it, and it hasn't looked good at times. They've had newers on the BB. Faults on the shit. Like, it doesn't make complete sense yet. It seems like all year they've been fighting it. Hopefully during the 6th Invitational they can kind of figure that out. But that is kind of the knock on SSG right now. And then last but not least, we got Team Secret. Arguably the favorites of the group. Team Secret are a team that has already won something internationally. And one of the best teams in this meta. First off, I don't want to overgo the. Since they've added Mowgli to this roster, it has completely changed their dynamic. Mowgli is a super aggressive entry fragger that it definitely opens up rounds for the team. We can if anyone remembers that clip, maybe Aspirin could throw it in. But that clip of Mowgli walking down blue with Capitao and just killing everybody. And then you got Noah, Adrian. Joom is probably the best player in EU, in my opinion. That guy is insane. It's like he's playing a different game. And then there's Savage, who in this current meta is one of the top IGLs. He can frag, and he can hop on the shield, and he understands the momentums and the pacing and everything extremely, extremely well. Savage is one of the greatest IGLs right now in this meta. So that is a big reason why this team is doing so well. And again, we look since their roster change, we going back to Esports World Cup, where they won it. They won the event, and it's not even that they won the event. They won it in dominating fashion. They didn't drop a single map during the tournament, beating Falcon 6-8, beating Secret 7-2, beating Weibo 2-0, beating Space Station 2-0, beating G2 3-0. And reports were from the teams that were even scrimming against Secret in boot camp before the event that people knew Secret were going to win even before. Like, they were absolutely dominating people in scrims and practice and everything like that. So not even a surprise. Secret caught fire. What happened after that, though, is they had a little bit of a hangover. If you guys remember watching, I believe it was stage 2. They had a slow start, but they picked it up near the end, and they actually ended up finishing second, and that's all that matters, right? They ended up picking up toward the end. Who cares up here? But points, all that matters is your top 6. You make it into the playoffs. Secret were able to beat G2. They continue their owning of G2. They beat Wolves 2-1. They beat G2 2-0. They lose to the Falcons, and then they lose to the Falcons again. So now the Falcons seem to be in their way, but they're getting over G2. It looks like they're the second best team in EU. And then, okay, the Munich Major happens, and again, they're probably predicted to win. I had them or M80 to win, personally, for me. And watching them versus M80, they played twice. Those series were absolute barn burners, like I predicted. Those two teams going against each other. I hope we see more of it at the 6th Invitational. But they were able to beat Wildcard. They beat BDS. They lost to M80. And then they beat Weibo. And then in the playoffs, they lose to G2 this time, but they beat Furia. And then unfortunately for them, they got to play M80 again. And M80 takes them out again. So they just can't get over M80. I mean, who can? They're the best team in the entire world. So still again, and this game was so close, a literal barn burner. Like, Secret goes up a map, they lose map 2, and then Cafe was extremely, extremely close. So I hope we see more of it. Secret for me are, again, coming in. I think this is a meta that completely fits them. I have them in my list of contenders that can win the entire event. And for that reason, look, I'm actually going to put that, I'm just going to lock it in now. Secret for me. That is who is winning Group D. As far as who is getting second place, where is my notepad? Because I don't know how I forgot all this. Who's getting second place? Look, I sat here and I did all the math again on my Twitch, and I'm looking at the head-to-head, I'm looking at the maps, and For me, I feel like Space Station is going to struggle a little bit. I just haven't seen enough of them internationally. It's hard to say that they're just going to pop off. Like, yes, they've been owning Oxygen, so you could say, like, they should be able to get a win here, and you could say that they probably should be able to beat Enterprise, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything against the other two teams, and, you know, for that reason, I'm going to put W7M. I think it's the safe second choice. Again, I want as many points as possible, so I'm going with the safe second choice. I think W7M, again, like a top 3 Brazilian team should be able to handle a team like Auction and Enterprise pretty easily. I think they could maybe be competitive versus Secret, but I do see Secret probably 2-0ing them. I just think W7M's the safe choice, but this is probably the hardest one to predict for me for second place, because I think there's a World Oxygen finishes there. I think there's a World Space Station actually finally shows up, and it's a matter of time, and they get second place. But I'm going to play it safe. For me, you guys do what you want. I'm going to do with W7M second. And for the eliminated team, as much as I say Enterprise is competitive, and I do think that they are going to be able to steal... I'm predicting they're going to either win over Space Station, Oxygen, or W7M. I think they're going to beat one of those teams. And as much as I think it's competitive, I'm still going to have them getting eliminated. Because, again, I don't want to do anything too crazy. I don't want to predict anything too wild. And I'm just going to play it safe, but I do see a world in which they're pretty competitive. And that is going to wrap it up, guys. That is my long yap, my seminar, my TED Talk. Thank you guys for watching. That is Group A, B, C, and D predictions. And that is going to give us the first of, I don't even know how many points. Is it just literally 3, 6, 9, 12? Yeah, 1 point. So that'll give us 12 points if we're all the way correct. Then we'll get, you know, up to at least 5-time alpha packs. That's what we're gunning for after the stage 1. But again, after that, there will be new predictions because we'll get down to here to playoffs. And then we'll be, that'll be a ton of fun. I'm sure we'll be predicting all of upper bracket, lower bracket, everything. Because there's a lot of games to watch. And again, we'll be doing this all live on my Twitch, twitch.tv/mint, where I'll be co-streaming with pro player from Cloud9 Dream and maybe a few other people. So if you guys want to come watch us break down the gameplay, then please come, come support on Twitch.
Este viernes UEFA se encarga de los sorteos de las competiciones europeas y por supuesto allí va a estar el sorteo de lo que va a ser el play-in de la Liga de Campeones, esos equipos que quedaron entre la 9ª y la 24ª posición. De allí saldrán los que quedan por emparejarse con aquellos que ya están en el 8º o en el top 8, entre los 8 mejores. Esa derrota del Real Madrid contra el Benfica, bueno, se complicó un poquito las cosas, van a tener que hacer esa ronda extra para clasificarse. Y, por ejemplo, si nos concentramos en el Madrid, solo tienen 2 opciones para este playoff. Enfrentarse al Bodo Glimt de Noruega o volver a jugar contra el conjunto de José Mourinho. Otro posible Arbeloa Mourinho, ¿ah? Eso está como para sacarse la espinita. Rodra, ¿cómo lo ves? ¿Y qué les parece a ustedes estos playoffs de la Champions? Empieza contigo.
La vida da revancha siempre, ¿no? Y el fútbol también. Así que yo creo que toca otro Madrid-Mourinho, otro Arbeloa-Mourinho. Y a mí me gustaría más que fuera Madrid-Benfica que Bodo Glimt. Así que yo espero que salga ahí en emparejamiento. Pero creo que los dos equipos son rivales de enjundia, que son huesos duros. El Bodo Glimt, un equipo súper interesante que viene de empatar contra el City y ganar al Atlético de Madrid.
No, ganó al City. Le ganó 3-1 al City.
Pues fue.
Y le ganó al Atlético.
Eso es, pues pensaba que había sido empate con el City, pues una pasada lo del equipo noruego. O sea, que el Real Madrid, ojo a lo que se enfrenta. Al César lo que es del César, muy bien el aporte de Moisés, ¿eh? O sea que muy grande. Pues
es
mira,
que él estaba ahí, por eso se recuerda.
Pues mira, para ese Bodo Glimt, y luego el Benfica ya demostraba ayer lo que puede hacer, ¿no? O sea, es que fue un repaso de principio a fin. El Real Madrid fue superado totalmente por Benfica. Luego, a ver el Atleti también sus emparejamientos, que tiene ahí Galatasaray y Brujas, que le pueden dar problemas a los dos equipos. Y luego, pues ya avanzando, ¿no?, en la fase, el Madrid que se vería pronto con el City, que es ya un clásico europeo. Y bueno, luego el Barça, que
Why is
va
this
a tener que
processing so
enfrentarse a
long?
huesos duros desde el inicio,
Oh
¿no?
my
Ya
God.
asoma por ahí PSG, Newcastle, ¿no? Creo que ya le asomarían pronto. Así que veremos, y va a ser una Champions. Ayer creo que fue un día muy divertido, fue lastimoso también para la parroquia de Milao, pero fue muy divertido, ¿eh? El último día hubo muchas sorpresas. hicieron que la última jornada hubiera emoción hasta el último segundo literal, y ahora los cruces creo que también auguran una Champions súper emocionante.
De esos equipos que están para jugar esos 2 partidos más, Marisa, y esas posibilidades de cruces, estamos a la espera de lo que suceda en el sorteo. ¿Quién ves, abuelo de pájaro, que la tiene más fácil o más difícil?
Abuelo de pájaro, me parece que esos enfrentamientos que va a tener, por ejemplo, el PSV o también el Newcastle, me parece que pueden ser interesantes. Lo del Real Madrid, me parece una ironía de la vida que vaya a enfrentar de nueva cuenta al Benfica, digo, todo puede pasar. Y del otro lado no será tampoco fácil enfrentar al Bodo. Quizás, y estoy repasando los cruces.
Cruces.
Creo, sí, los cruces. Sí, me parece que la tiene por ahí más complicada el Real Madrid, el Atlético también, que tiene ahí ese Brujas y es Galatasaray. Es que
Sí.
están muy chiquitas las líneas, perdón. Pero sí, de entrada me parece que la llave donde está el PSG puede ser complicada, donde está el mismo Real Madrid puede ser complicada. En esas dos, porque de avanzar, ahí está, la tiene el productor, mejor léale más claro usted, pero sí, puede ser. A mí me parece que el Real Madrid no la tiene sencilla, pero tampoco imposible. Claro, tendríamos que ver al Real Madrid que ganó sus partidos y no al Real Madrid que perdió sus 2 partidos y menos este último. También habría que sumarle el tema del cansancio, cómo llegan. Y Real Madrid, recordemos que va a llegar con 2 ausencias importantes, la de Asensio y la de Rodrigo, que parecía estaba conectando de nueva cuenta con el equipo. El PSG, que tendría que sacar el orgullo en esta serie, ya sea que le toque contra el Mónaco o ¿es el qué? ¿Carabao? No alcanzo a verle bien.
El Karabakh.
Carabao, sí.
Karabaj, perdón, el Karabaj. Creo que ahí es quien tiene que imponerse. El PSG sería muy lastimoso que se despidiera en esta fase con todo el poder que tiene, y es que pareciera saber que ya le han encontrado también la forma a los equipos de Luis Enrique, que después de que ganara sus partidos, el mismo
Nice.
Chelsea, que le encontró la tuerca cuando se enfrentaron en la final, creo que algo tendrá que renovar también para no estar cayendo en esto, porque pareciera que ya también le están
Bro.
leyendo el juego a
What?
Luis Enrique, y sería una lástima que se quedara en esta fase. Del otro lado, pues Atlético de Madrid y la Juve, que son 2 equipos que son fuertes. Sería
Nah,
bueno
Carlos
ver
Alberto feels
avanzar
insane
también a los
at
de
the
el
center
Cholo
back spot.
Simeone, pero será complicada también su fase. Pero de entrada, creo que la de Real Madrid, por cómo llega y por las ausencias con las que llega para el siguiente, pues para el siguiente duelo, por las expulsiones, la de Rodrigo, increíble, pero bueno, por las
Claro.
ausencias que llega.
Ahora, ¿y de qué lado ponemos al Barcelona, Moy? ¿Del lado fácil o lado difícil? Porque si bien quedaron en el 5.º puesto de este top 8, podrían cruzarse con el campeón defensor, el Paris Saint-Germain, si es que el sorteo lo permite.
Bueno, vamos a ver, habrá que esperar a ver qué sentencia, ¿no? El sorteo de mañana viernes. Lógicamente, llegas ya a una instancia muy complicada y en la cual, pues, lógicamente, se van limpiando la competición de equipos y cada vez quedan, pues, los más potentes o los que mejor lo han hecho hasta el momento. No será un buen plato de buen gusto para el Barça si tiene que medirse al Paris Saint-Germain en octavos. Tampoco creo que el Paris Saint-Germain esté muy contento de medirse al Barça en esa ronda. Si es así, contra el Newcastle, el Barça ya jugó en la fase de Liga. Fue la primera visita que tuvo el Barça en la presente edición de la UEFA Champions League, que ganó en St. James's Park por 1-2. Por cierto, no recuerdo los últimos enfrentamientos que hubo entre equipos españoles y equipos ingleses, equipos de la Premier, pero hubo un momento que la estadística era que después de 9 partidos entre equipos de la Liga y equipos de Premier en esta edición de la UEFA Champions League, solo el Barça había sido capaz de ganar a un equipo inglés, que fue, como te decía, al Newcastle por 1-2. Pero aquello es historia y, lógicamente, el Barça va a tener que amarrar mucho en el aspecto defensivo, va a tener que cuajar muy bien todo el pozo que quiere o deberá perfeccionar Hansi Flick de aquí hasta que llegue la competición. Una muy buena noticia para el Barça, si no hay ningún contratiempo, es que va a tener un mes de febrero descargado de partidos, al menos a nivel europeo. La semana que viene juega Copa en Albacete. Esperemos que no repita el papelón del Real Madrid en el Carlos Belmonte y que se pueda meter en semifinales, que también tendrían uno de los partidos, la ida, entrado ya en el mes de marzo, no en el mes de febrero. Y con todo esto, el equipo culé puede recuperar para el primer partido de octavos a la figura de Pedri, un jugador determinante en el juego del Barça, y podrá volver a contar con la figura de Frenkie de Jong, que no pudo actuar ayer ante el Copenhague al estar sancionado.
Claro, pero ante la ausencia de Pedri por lesión y la sanción de Jong, allí vimos cómo Lamine Yamal asumió el papel de líder. Y si algo nos dejó claro esta goleada del Barcelona al Copenhague, Rodra, es que Lamine Yamal quiere esta Champions. Tú ves en el Real Madrid un jugador con la sed y el hambre de Lamine Yamal para ganar algo, y especialmente Champions este año.
Hombre, yo creo que Mbappé está obsesionado con poder hacerlo, no la ha ganado aún y es su gran debe. Si quiere el Balón de Oro, además necesita ganar la Champions, y creo que él también está igual de obsesionado que lo pueda estar Lamine. Lo que pasa que Mbappé tiene un juego demasiado individual, no afecta al buen juego colectivo del grupo, y creo que el juego de Lamine es mucho más expansivo, es más coral, hace que sus compañeros mejoren, y Mbappé no. Mbappé es un goleador, hace un poco la guerra por su cuenta y ya está. Entonces, bueno, ahí puede parecer que Lamine ayuda más al Barça, que Mbappé no tanto al Madrid, pero los dos quieren ir con todo a ganar esta Champions, ¿no? O sea, que yo creo que ahí no hay ninguna diferencia entre un equipo y otro. Lo que pasa es que ahora mismo es mucho más equipo el Barça que el Madrid, le cuesta ser un equipo constante más de 15 minutos en cada partido. Entonces, ahí es el gran debe. Pero bueno, el Madrid se sigue agarrando a ese gen que no sé dónde está últimamente, la verdad. Pero bueno, en el Madrid de dentro siguen manteniendo esa fe y esa esperanza de poder darle la vuelta. Pero eso, con más bajas, con más partidos en este calendario tan apretado, con lesionados que aún no vuelven, con algunos que ya han vuelto pero que no están y casi ni se les espera, como es el caso de Dani Carvajal, que está muy mermado y yo no creo ni que vaya a renovar su contrato con el Madrid, él viéndose también su nivel físico actual. Entonces, no pinta bien para los dos.
Ahora, dejadme que os
Será
diga,
mucho
ayer,
más.
claro, perdona que te corte. Ayer tuve la oportunidad de estar trabajando para la compañía en el Metropolitano, en la Casa del Atlético de Madrid, en el Atlético de Madrid contra el Bodo Glimt, y de sotavoce, es decir, con la boca baja y sin querer hacer ruido, la gente del Bodo Glimt dice que no veía más jugar contra el Madrid. Y alegaban...
Le tienen ganas.
Bueno, no es que le tengan ganas. Dicen que para ellos sería histórico jugar contra el Real Madrid. Después de haberse medido al Manchester City y al Atlético de Madrid, un tercer partido consecutivo en Champions contra el Real Madrid sería histórico. Y más teniendo en cuenta que el Madrid tendría que viajar en 15 días al Polo Norte, porque está en el Círculo Polar Ártico. Bodo, la ciudad de Bodo, está en el Círculo Polar Ártico, en un terreno de juego de césped artificial, que es algo que al Manchester City la semana pasada le costó mucho, le pesó mucho para poder desplegar su fútbol, hasta el punto que, como decíamos anteriormente, fue goleado el equipo de Guardiola por 3-1. Sin ningún tipo de duda, si al Madrid le toca el Bodo Glimt, el Madrid es el gran, claro favorito para meterse en octavos. Y ahora...
Bueno, decía lo mismo ante el Benfica.
No, bueno, el Benfica es un histórico. Por cierto, al Benfica le puede suceder lo mismo que le pasó el año pasado al Barça, que en la fase en Liga el Barça jugó contra el Benfica y luego el cruce de octavos...
¿El loco partido aquel? Loco partido
correcto,
aquel.
Y luego el cruce de octavos lo tuvo también, fue un Benfica-Barça.
Claro, y ahí el Barça se desquitó. Bueno, el Barcelona debe mejorar en todo, así reconoció Flick, pero al haber pasado los octavos, dice que no tendrá entonces este calendario compromisos hasta el 10 y 11 de marzo, fecha en la que tendrán que jugar los partidos de ida de dicha instancia. Las vueltas se jugarán la semana siguiente. En cambio, aquellos que se metieron a los playoffs volverán a actuar el 17 y 18 de febrero. No se olviden que el final de la UEFA Champions League es el 30 de mayo en Budapest.
Hola, hola, bienvenidos a Fuera de Juego. Lo del miércoles en la UEFA Champions League. 1620 minutos de fútbol más los agregados, que eso no me puse a contarlo. 18 partidos todos a la misma hora. 27 horas continuas si nos ponemos a ver cada uno de los 18 partidos uno detrás del otro. 27 horas continuas. ¿Saben lo que es eso? Que el fútbol mismo está mandando a la gente a ver solo los highlights. Arrancamos Fuera de Juego. Y nos metemos ya con Barak, con Ricardo, con Rodrigo, con Alex. Me los ponen siempre en un lugar diferente en cada programa y ya me estaba creando hasta casi un orden para presentarlos.
La naranja mecánica.
Voy con Barak. Barak, ¿cómo estás?
Muy bien, con la frase del día es valió la pena. Por mucho que escuchemos a Alex Pareja, a mí mismo y a otros tantos, recular, porque ya lo haremos y diremos, no nos gusta este diseño de la nueva competencia, la Champions League era mejor en fase de grupos, ¿para qué tantos equipos? Bla, 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 bla. Con una jugada, en el último minuto,
and I hit the post.
gol 61 de una jornada que traía 60 goles antes del gol de Trubin, el final de la película hizo que fue larguísima e insufrible, pero si te quedaste hasta el final, tienes que concluir que valió la pena.
Iría con Alex Pareja, pero le quiero dar tiempo para que me cuente una película larguísima, soporífera y que termine con un gran final. Ricardo Puch, ¿cómo le va?
9 reinas.
9 reinas está muy bien.
Buenas a todos. Saludos para todos. Yo diría papelón en Lisboa y lo llevaría a 2 puntos en la actuación vergonzosa que hace el Real Madrid. Y en una jornada en donde pones todos los partidos a la misma hora, no puede ser que un partido lleve casi 7 minutos de diferencia con respecto a los demás. Así que es un doble ridículo. Uno, el futbolístico ofrecido por el equipo de Arbeloa, y otro, la terrible organización.
Espero que alguien me diga también que Mourinho ni cuenta se había dado que le faltaba un gol todavía para,
claro, eso es la nota.
Clasificar. Rodrigo Fáez.
Correcto.
¿Cómo le va?
¿Qué tal? El saludo a todos, Fernando. Mira, para mí mi primera reflexión es que en la Champions disfrutamos todos, pero quien manda es Inglaterra, la Premier, casi en un 90 y pico % en el top 8.
Bueno, ahí está. Primero una frase, después un párrafo y ahora una reflexión. Después nos pondremos de acuerdo en cómo que arrancamos este espacio. Ahora,
What?
Alex
Rooney,
Pareja,
how do you miss?
Un recuerdo, una película larga que termina en un buen final o una frase.
Mira, el recuerdo de una película larguita con un final excelente es Sospechosos Habituales de Bryan Singer. Es una gran película, pero que te deja así un poquito en plan, bueno, sí, pero no. Y llega al final y te enteras de quién es Kaiser Sose y dices, madre de Dios, lo que acabo de ver. Eso yo creo que es. Pero esta última...
por participar nada más, porque tendría que volver a verlo.
Esta jornada de Champions ha sido una jornada muy de un atracón futbolístico. O sea, nos han tenido 7 fechas a pan y agua, con partidos intrascendentes, con comida de hospital, y el último día nos han entrado ahí un buffet con langostas, con jamón, con quesito del bueno, y nos hemos pegado un atracón. Pero al final es muy poco, ¿cómo te diría? Muy poco nutritivo esto de la UEFA.
Otra vez en segunda temporada consecutiva en este formato, el Real Madrid no entra entre los mejores 8 de la clasificación. En algún momento en la planta noble de repente empezarán a gritar ya que el formato no les gusta y que quieren que cambie, pero Barak, vamos a la realidad del mismo, y lo hemos cuestionado por mucho que sea linda la última fecha y nos haya dejado tantas emociones. Las victorias no pesan tanto, las derrotas se pueden recuperar, los partidos grandes en realidad son un decorado, resultan interesantísimos, pero no son verdaderamente importantes.
Sí, ya pasaba en la fase de grupos también. Los pocos partidos que había de gran nivel, a lo mucho iban a dirimir quién quedaba primero o segundo lugar de grupo. Tenía peso, porque ciertamente tenías que jugar el partido de vuelta de octavos de final de visitante si es que quedaba segundo lugar. Pero la cosa es encontrar más partidos, eso no vamos a descubrir, más dinero, más ingresos, para que al final tengamos octavos de final muy similares. Esta competencia, la del año pasado, y cuando había fase de grupos. Eso simplemente es acomodar de otra manera la paja. Ahora, de la manera en la que está acomodada, y tiene toda la razón Alex, son un montón de partidos, muchos encuentros atractivos por los equipos que se enfrentan, pero que al enfrentarse por poco, entonces ya el incentivo de ver este partido casi que se convierte en un partido amistoso en muchos momentos, hasta que llega la jornada 8, hacen cuentas algunos, porque algunos parece que ni siquiera saben hacer cuentas,
Oh my.
clasificados y resulta que les queda un milagro
Bro.
que clasifican. Pero es así, ¿no?
This is
realidad
nonsense.
que ya lo sabíamos de antemano, que si iban a clasificar 24 sobre 36, ibas a tener como mínimo a 8 equipos con balance negativo, con más goles recibidos que anotados, con más derrotas que victorias, con oportunidades intactas para ganar la Champions League. Y yo veo a equipos como el Paris Saint-Germain, como el Real Madrid, con muchas opciones de ganar la Champions League, a pesar de no acabar entre los 8.
Y sobre todo por los cruces que se vienen, que es lo que tendremos más adelante. Ahora hablemos de lo que ha sucedido en Lisboa contra 9 ya en la cancha, porque le habían echado a Asensio, le habían echado a Rodrigo, última jugada del partido. Rodri sube, Trubin confundido porque desde el banco le dicen que suba, pero él aparentemente estaba
This is just like a bad game.
convencido de que el resultado los estaba dejando ya. Es más, en el campo
Oh.
daba la sensación que aplaudían a que
Wow.
ya estaba dentro, cuando lo que le faltaba era un gol. No sé qué aplicación estaban viendo, no la de ESPN seguramente, pero de haber visto la aplicación de ESPN seguramente, se enteraba Mourinho que le faltaba un gol. Rodri, escena fascinante para terminar la fase de liga.
Sí, para el Benfica está claro, ¿no? Para el Madrid es la forma seguramente más humillante, entre comillas, de caer de ese top 8. Yo creo que ayer hay dos partidos o dos formas de analizar el mismo. Lo bien que lo hace el Benfica a nivel colectivo y a nivel también individual, ¿no? Por el hecho de que José Mourinho sabe perfectamente lo que es un partido de Champions, lo que tiene que ser una gran noche europea, así se lo hizo saber al plantel, y creo que el Benfica hizo un partido ayer que, voy a decir una cosa, me pareció que el resultado, sobre todo en la primera parte, fue mucho más corto del que si hubiera tenido un poco más de suerte, barra pólvora, barra calidad del Benfica, hubiera conseguido el equipo portugués, ¿eh? Porque si ayer al descanso el Benfica gana por 4-1, no me hubiera extrañado para nada. Luego la segunda parte, creo que el Benfica baja un poco, el Real Madrid intenta fichar, creo que físicamente baja el Benfica y aumenta un poco. Vale, ¿no? Porque es la otra lectura que yo hago del día de ayer. Muy bien el Benfica, fenomenal. Fatal el Madrid, otra vez.
My God.
Un equipo deslavazado, un equipo sin absolutamente control del juego en el centro del campo, un equipo que atrás hace aguas, está muy nervioso, y un equipo que arriba se tiene que aferrar a que se tiene que aferrar. A Kylian Mbappé y poco más, porque Vinicius sigue sin estar, está a años luz de donde debería estar. Jude Bellingham 3/4 de lo mismo, mucho físico pero luego poco efectividad.
Yo pensaba
y
que
luego
Jude Bellingham corría mucho, que le dijeron que parara de correr.
Sí, no.
My game crashed.
Lo que tiene que hacer Jude Bellingham es centrarse un poco más en el juego, intentar mejorar, y lo que haga a nivel de esfuerzos, ya sea a nivel de kilómetros recorrido o a nivel de pases realizados, que tengan un sentido, que es lo que yo creo que no ha conseguido durante todo este año y durante toda la temporada pasada, porque luego se dedica a contestarnos en sus aplicaciones para fans y demás, pero lo que tiene que hacer es estar a la altura de los 133 millones de euros que el Real Madrid ha pagado por él, que es lo que de verdad seguramente
decía, ha jugado fatal y demás. Rodrigo Fáez, muchos de ustedes en los comentarios estarán diciendo, no, pero ¿cómo es posible que Rodrigo Fáez esté antimadridista? Le estarán llamando porque ha dicho... Bueno, escuchen a Kylian Mbappé, o mejor dicho, esto es lo que ha dicho Kylian Mbappé, no lo van a escuchar, se lo voy a leer yo. Es verdad que hemos jugado fatal, ahora le pueden escribir Mbappé si quieren. Y lo tenemos que cambiar porque así no se puede. No podemos estar un día sí y otro no. Eso no es un equipo campeón. Nos falta un poco de todo. Y acá creo que hay una clave sobre lo que hizo creer al Real Madrid y al madridismo sobre todo, que los 3 partidos que habían ganado con Arbeloa eran ya una mejoría. No es solo actitud ni solo fútbol, es un problema general. Alex, a mí en un momento me daba la sensación de estar viendo un equipo de una liga, un equipo inferior, ni siquiera de cualquier liga, un equipo, de una liga inferior, lo diré así. Jugadores que recibían la pelota y le roban, a Mastantuono, por ejemplo, le roban una pelota de espalda. Vinicius, uno de los goles del Benfica, se genera a partir de una pérdida de pelota de Vinicius porque recibió y muy laxo en el traslado de la pelota. Eso no pasa por intensidad y demás, eso pasa por no estar metido.
Sí, y es que es eso, por no tener conceptos trabajados de equipo, Cuando tú lo juegas todo a la individualidad, al brillo, a decir lo que decía Arbeloa, ¿no? De que no, que hay que dejar que los jugadores se expresen en el campo y tal, no sé qué. Si tú no les das unas pautas y si tú no les metes esa intensidad y si tú no fomentas la competitividad interna, al final estás viendo el Madrid de ayer era el Paris Saint-Germain de las noches tristes de Champions de hace 3-4 temporadas, que sin ningún plan individual, con los tres delanteros, incluso Mastantuono, ya lo meto en el pack, muy, muy desconectados del resto, a la que les quitaban la pelota y les sacaban esa primera línea de presión muy, muy débil que intentaban. Lo intentaban más con el movimiento corporal de vamos, vamos, que no todos a una y con un sentido. Y el Madrid no tenía retroceso. El Madrid, a la que le superaban esa primera línea de pequeñísima presión y muy mal coordinada, se veía corriendo hacia atrás con los 4 defensas y con el mediocentro que era Tchouaméni. El otro Arda Güler hacía lo que podía, pero se le queda un equipo partido. Y esto te evoca no solamente al PSG de Neymar, Messi, Mbappé, que luego tenías al pobre Berratti corriendo como un loco intentando tapar todo lo que tenías por ahí, o un picapedrero estilo Paredes también para intentar cortar todo lo que pasaba en el centro del campo, y era un equipo partido. Pues yo vi exactamente lo mismo, y no tiene retroceso hacia atrás el Madrid. Ni Mbappé, ni Vinicius, ni Mastantuono. Y Mastantuono, aparte de eso, los controles. O sea, los controles de Mastantuono siempre se le van largos y siempre se le van al rival. Es un auténtico desastre.
Se sentía con libertad, eso dijo recientemente en una entrevista con una radio española, dijo ahora me siento con mayor libertad, Mastantuono. Evidentemente es que la hora se siente con libertad, es que antes no tenía libertad. Claro que todos nos vamos a enfocar ahora o abocar a comparar, Ricardo, a este periodo que pretendía cambiar al Madrid con el periodo que pretende ser cambiado, que es el de Xabi Alonso. Si ahora Mastantuono juega con más libertad, pues tanta libertad también como para no marcar, o por ejemplo en una que le reclama Valverde, que Valverde no llega tampoco porque está ahí arriba, una pérdida de pelota en el medio, la falta de intensidad para presionar una salida. Y luego, hablando de salida, sale Arda Güler de la cancha y Arda Güler protesta por el cambio. Y la imagen creo que queda marcada, Ricardo, como para pensar que Arbeloa está perdiendo control o que no lo tuvo o que en realidad acá los jugadores quieren hacer lo que quieren hacer porque Güler reclama que le sacan de la cancha.
Pero es la consecuencia creo yo, es la consecuencia, creo yo, del mensaje que quiso venir a dar a Arbeloa para pasar de la libertad del futbolista al libertinaje absoluto, ¿no? Ustedes hagan lo que quieran, como si fueran un grupo de amigos que se juntan a jugar un domingo y bueno, juguemos a ver, y el que quiera correr, corre, y el que no quiera, no corre, y no defendamos. Abandonó a Carreras en el partido, fue un espanto ver la facilidad con la que le atacaban al Real Madrid por el costado de Carreras y la nula solidaridad de cualquier compañero para venir a hacer un recorrido defensivo y ayudar un poquito en la marca. Pero si tu entrenador dice que determinados futbolistas no están para perseguir al rival y para correr hacia atrás, y ese es el mensaje, e insiste en decir que lo que quiere es ver bailar a tu futbolista y que viene y baile, y que viene y baile, y que se la pase bien como si fuera una fiesta y no un partido de fútbol profesional, pues la consecuencia es lo que vimos todos el día de ayer en el Estadio de la Luz. Un papelón. Yo sí creo que producto de esta condición que tiene el futbolista ahora, que le han permitido tener al futbolista del Real Madrid, pero que ha impulsado su entrenador y que no sé cómo va a corregir ahora, porque no sé cómo va a cambiar ahora el discurso. ¿Qué les va a decir Arbeloa? Oiga, ¿no saben qué? Que al final sí hay que correr un poquito más,
bueno, ojo,
que al final sí hay que meter como les pedía que metieran Xabi Alonso.
Más que ningún otro partido de la Champions League en esta temporada. Han corrido mucho más. Y no sé si los números de la UEFA están correctos. Me parece que la dimensión o la diferencia que existe entre los 141 kilómetros que dice el sitio oficial de la UEFA ha corrido el Madrid como lo colectivo en este partido, que son 22 kilómetros más que el partido en el que más había corrido el Madrid antes. Y me parece muchísimo.
¿Quiere decir que no es 114?
No sé si están... las mediciones dan 141 kilómetros.
Sí, bueno, lo que pasa es que en el primer tiempo tuvieron que perseguir varias veces a los futbolistas del Benfica. Ahí sumaron un montón de kilómetros, ¿no? Persiguiéndolos por los costados.
Eso ya, de nuevo, la relación se mantiene, que el Madrid corre menos que su rival, pero no todo pasa por correr para que al final. Pasa por saber cómo. No sé, no es cuánto, sino el cómo. Y se le veía correr, como dice Ricardo, muchas veces detrás de los jugadores del Benfica.
Cómo es importante, las estadísticas te pueden guiar y siempre lo decimos, nuestro productor puede tomar tiempos y
Ay,
enseñarnos
por
algo, pero al
favor,
final
esas
la
patadas de
realidad
abogado
no siempre
no.
corresponde a lo que muestran las estadísticas. Por ejemplo, las sensaciones, hay que guiarse mucho más de las sensaciones y luego sí, quizás respaldarlas con elementos estadísticos. Las sensaciones de un Real Madrid mucho más puesto, mucho más entregado, las vimos en un par de partidos posteriores a la derrota en contra del Albacete y se difuminaron. Más allá de que las estadísticas siguieran diciendo que Real Madrid a lo mejor había corrido un par de kilómetros menos, ¿no? Las estadísticas de kilometraje muchas veces están condicionadas porque te hicieron un tiro de esquina y entonces todos tus jugadores, excepto Vinicius y Mbappé en este caso, recorrieron toda la cancha para defender el tiro de esquina varias veces. Hay varios elementos que pueden resultar engañosos. De lo que hay que fiarse es de la sensación. Y así como muchos, yo oía y no daba mucho crédito, hablaban maravillas del Real Madrid en contra del Villarreal. Y yo lo que veía era un Villarreal que no fue oposición en ningún momento, que no puso intensidad, que no puso precisión, que no fue un rival para el Real Madrid, por más que llegara otra vez con las estadísticas de ser tercer lugar de la Liga Española. A la mera hora, cuando ves a un Real Madrid implicado, se nota. Se nota. Lo que pasa es que dura muy poco y siempre tenemos que llegar a la misma conclusión cuando lo vemos, que son muy pocas veces, que el chiste no es hacerlo en un partido, es hacerlo al siguiente y luego al que viene después.
Claro, esa
Es
fue la
algo que el Madrid no
preocupación
ha hecho nunca. ¿Y por qué no lo ha hecho nunca? Porque así ha ganado
Eso
mucho.
generaba,
Ese es el gran problema del Real Madrid.
generaba como una gran interrogante después del Clásico. El Clásico había sido un partido para plantear a un Madrid, Rodri, dirigiéndose a otro destino. A uno el que ya empezaba a mostrar un sello de identidad. Partido saboteado por Vinicius y todo lo que quieran, pero digo, por lo que hizo al final, pero porque el Madrid jugó como un equipo verdaderamente. Pero lo que cuestionábamos entonces era buenísimo. Ahora, ¿cómo lo vas a hacer en los siguientes partidos? Eso es lo que vale, no es ejemplo. Ni tampoco vale hacerlo porque estás perseguido por los silbidos de tu estadio. Te van a encender un partido los silbidos. Y los silbidos quizás, Rodri, los pueden volver a escuchar en el siguiente compromiso.
Sí. Bro,
No,
what?
los van a volver a escuchar 100% porque la gente está muy caliente, muy enfadada. Más que nada porque el aficionado del Real Madrid se pregunta una
Putting
cosa
on the
importante,
evolution
lo
just
del
crashed my
Villarreal,
game.
que se vio un equipo mucho mejor, fue más mérito del Madrid o de mérito del Villarreal, fue un espejismo de cara a lo que venía viendo el aficionado del Real Madrid durante toda la temporada y es el problema, ¿no? Arbeloa para mí es de los últimos culpables de lo que está ocurriendo, obviamente, porque es el último en llegar, pero es que creo que precisamente en ese momento al que nos retrotraías ahora mismo, Fernando, cuando ocurre lo que ocurre con Vinicius en el Clásico, en esa segunda parte, es donde para mí hay el punto de inflexión de esta temporada por parte del Real Madrid, y es un punto de inflexión que empieza y termina en una sola persona, con nombre y apellido, que se llama Florentino Pérez. Para mí es el mejor presidente de la historia del Real Madrid. Para mí no hay duda en ese aspecto, porque creo que está incluso por encima de Santiago Bernabéu, pero está haciendo unas cosas en los últimos años que es lamentable, y hay que decirlo abiertamente. No pasa nada por decir que está a castañas con absolutamente todos los organismos del fútbol mundial, que fue un fracaso lo de la Superliga, es un fracaso también y un escándalo lo de Santiago Bernabéu, el tema de los conciertos, lo del ruido, y ojo porque no va a haber más conciertos en Santiago Bernabéu, lo de los parques alrededor del estadio, lo del cambio de infraestructura dentro del Real Madrid, que por cierto voy a decir una cosa que no sé si se ha publicado o no, pero de momento no hay fecha para esa junta extraordinaria donde parte de los socios del Real Madrid tendrían que aprobar esa mini conversión de un porcentaje del Real Madrid en sociedad anónima deportiva. Bueno, al final eso son muchas cosas que terminan en una cosa que le ha salvado siempre a Florentino Pérez, que es lo que ocurre en el césped. Pero justo ahí, y volviendo otra vez a lo de Vinicius en el Clásico, Florentino Pérez demostró, primero, que no confía en ningún proyecto, da igual que se llama Xavi Alonso o como si se llama Rodrigo, Alex, Barak o Fernando, pero no confía en ningún proyecto ni en ningún entrenador. A él le vale que alguien le haga sus alineaciones y le valen los entrenadores como Arbeloa, como Ancelotti o como Zidane. No le vale ninguno más, porque Klopp no va a venir al Real Madrid porque va a querer hacer lo mismo Xavi Alonso. Ponte un Guardiola, un Luis Enrique, cualquiera que quiera hacer algo más o menos normal, no va a poder porque tiene las manos atadas, ya que en ese momento, en ese punto de inflexión, Florentino Pérez tomó parte por la plantilla, haciendo el mismo error que le llevó fuera del Santiago Bernabéu en su primera
La temporada pasada, pero con una fase de liga, el Real Madrid había igualado su peor fase de grupos en Champions League. Es cierto, 2 partidos más, pero jugando 6 compromisos ya tenía tantas derrotas como la peor fase de grupos que el Real Madrid había jugado. Pues lo ha repetido en esta temporada, terminado noveno, con la misma cantidad de puntos que la temporada anterior en la fase de grupos, en la que también tuvieron que pasar vía playoff para meterse a los octavos de final. El sorteo y de las consecuencias del mismo, de eso hablaremos más adelante.
Y claro que estoy animada, lista para bailar un flamenquito, porque lo que hace el Barcelona
no.
es ejemplar. Perdieron al principio, al minuto 4, encajan un gol, pero es que el Barça es el Barça y ese talento individual, esa calidad y ese fútbol de conjunto les permitió remontar al Copenhague. Y no solo eso, sino que ganando se metieron en el top 8. Hansi Flick habló después de la gran victoria, de la remontada. Y siempre el exigente, el alemán, pues no quedó al 100% contento de cómo defendieron. Dijo, está claro que tenemos que mejorar. No solo ese es el aspecto defensivo en la Champions, también en la Liga. Hemos concedido otra vez el primer gol. Hemos insistido demasiado en jugar por dentro. Teníamos que hacerlo por fuera. La segunda parte ha sido genial. Tiene razón en lo que le estaba fallando al Barça. Era esa forma como venían jugando por dentro y Copenhague se la tenía bien medida. Moisés, ¿y qué marcó la diferencia para que se soltaran a golear?
Bueno, hay un jugador clave del cual luego hablaremos, que es en el arranque de la segunda parte la aparición de Marc Bernal. Y sí que creo que Hansi Flick, lógicamente estoy yo como para discutir a un entrenador, pero sí que es verdad que se ve que el Barça acumula todo el juego, viene a actuar siempre por dentro cuando al Copenhagen solamente estando bien posicionado le servía como para poder cortar cualquier línea de pase. En ese sentido, Hansi Flick en la segunda parte reaccionó, contó Lamine Yamal que el técnico les había cantado las 40 en el vestuario, diciéndole que se estaban jugando mucho, que esto era Champions. Ya no la actitud, sino la manera de jugar del Barça en la segunda parte fue completamente diferente. Eric tuvo que irse por un golpetazo, de un balonazo en la cara, le dio entrada a Marc Bernal y ahí el juego del equipo fue mucho más fluido. Luego ampliaremos cosas de Marc Bernal. Es la 9ª remontada del Barça en lo que va de temporada. Es jugar demasiado veces con fuego. Le volvió a salir bien. Es verdad que en San Sebastián la cosa no fue tal, es decir, o en Sevilla el Barça que lo tenía encarado para poder igualar el partido con el penalti que falló, te estoy hablando del mes de septiembre-octubre, por Robert Lewandowski, y luego el partido de Anoeta hace unas semanas, pues eso marcaron mucho que no se pudiese remontar aquellos partidos. Pero el Barça, como te digo, 9 veces ha empezado por detrás en el marcador, 9 veces ha estado capacitado como para poder voltear la situación, y es lógico que Flick no estuviese contento con cómo funcionó el equipo en la primera parte, pero sí que acabó feliz en el resultado final, sobre todo por cómo dispuso el equipo a la hora de jugar la pelota.
Y es obvio que ese mal accionar del Barça en la primera parte tuvo mucho que ver cómo el Copenhague estaba defendiéndose y volviendo loco a Lamine Yamal, pero era cuestión de tiempo ver cómo iba a salir a relucir la calidad, especialmente de la joya del Barça, Lamine Yamal, que registró o tuvo unos registros prodigiosos ante el Copenhague. Ha intervenido, marcado o asistido en 19 de los 27 partidos que ha disputado Lamine Yamal. Y si Lamine Yamal está bien, el Barça, por supuesto que igual, ¿no, Rodri?
Sí, lo que pasa es que yo sigo viendo a Lamine Yamal que está en progresión ascendente, pero muy lejos de lo que ya demostró la temporada pasada. Insisto que es un año complicado para él por el tema de la lesión, etcétera. Ha tenido mucha irregularidad, por tanto, creo que hay que tener muchísima calma con Lamine Yamal porque, insisto, ya no es lo que hizo ayer, que volvió a ser importante, porque es lo bueno de jugadores grandes como Lamine Yamal, es decir, que aún no teniendo las mejores sensaciones o el mejor año, tú acabas de comentar los datos que son estratosféricos, o sea, y recordemos que es un chaval que todavía no tiene 19 años, pero yo recomiendo a toda la gente, sobre todo si hay mucho culé o mucho aficionado al fútbol que nos está viendo, que seguro, que vayan con calma, porque es que sigo viéndole un poco al tran-tran todavía, y no por lo que esté dando o por lo que pueda ofrecer, sino por lo que ya demostró en su día, y creo que es una buena noticia que sonría, es una buena noticia que asista, que marque, es una buena noticia verle feliz y contento, porque eso va a ser bueno para España y para el FC Barcelona sobre todo, ¿no? Antes de lo que ocurra en el Mundial en verano. Pero insisto, yo todavía le veo muy lejos. De hecho, el partido del fin de semana se le vio también con ganas, pero siempre un poco más hacia atrás que hacia adelante, sin ese desparpajo que tenía. Por tanto, calma con esa opción, pero se le ven ya cositas de estar saliendo de ese túnel tan complicado como son las lesiones, ¿no?
El fin de semana, un gol de tijera, golazo espectacular. Ahora en este partido de Champions, sin Pedri por lesión y sin De Jong por sanción, él se erigió como el líder absoluto. Moy, ¿está siendo muy exigente Rodrigo con Lamine Yamal?
No, yo estoy muy de acuerdo con él. Es decir, al final el que ha puesto el nivel tan alto es Lamine. Es el propio Lamine con las exhibiciones que de las dos últimas temporadas, la anterior y la pasada, nos había ofrecido. Evidentemente sin querer comparar para nada, pero para la metáfora, para que la gente lo entienda, al igual que decíamos que hay equipos que tienen más puntos que bien juegan al fútbol, Lamine tiene mejores números que a lo mejor fútbol ha demostrado. Es decir, Lamine está capacitado para jugar muchísimo mejor. Y es verdad que ha sido o está siendo un año difícil por esa lesión de pubis que le marcó, por unas declaraciones desafortunadas en la previa del clásico de la primera vuelta en el Santiago Bernabéu. Eso le hizo mucho ruido, eso parece que lo haya domado, se haya calmado, no esté tanto en el foco mediático en ese sentido, pero también hay que decir de Lamine que en los últimos partidos parece que haya hecho clic. Y ese clic le da para encarar, para estar capacitado para irse de los rivales, para tener esa punta de velocidad necesaria. Es un jugador que no se esconde y no se va a esconder nunca. Si no le sale una cosa, lo va a volver a intentar. Y si no le sale, lo va a volver a intentar por una tercera vez. Por lo tanto, en ese sentido, es una muy buena noticia para el Barça de Hansi Flick que vuelva a aparecer Lamine Yamal, aunque, insisto, y estoy de acuerdo con Rodrigo, tiene muchísimo margen de mejora teniendo en cuenta lo que vimos de él la pasada temporada y lo que sabemos que es capaz de dar el futbolista catalán del Barça.
Ay, qué contentos están en el Barcelona. Porque
y qué triste es en el Madrid, ¿eh?
No.
Y qué triste es en el Madrid. Qué triste estás, Carolina.
Caro,
qué mal me sabe, ¿eh?
Una cosa, Caro, antes de seguir, que creo que es importante matizar. Tú fíjate la diferencia de trato y de atmósfera entre el segmento del Real Madrid y el segmento del FC Barcelona.
Sí.
Aquí se respeta el discurso ajeno, mientras que en el segmento del Real Madrid siempre tenemos un alborotador.
Pero ¿qué vas a respetar del Madrid? Pero ¿qué vas a respetar? ¿Qué vas a respetar del segmento del Madrid?
Yo solo te digo que empezaste diciendo que tú no eres nadie como para meterte con un entrenador cuando hablaste de Flick.
Sí.
Pero ahora Arbeloa lo metes, lo humillas y le destrozas cada vez que
puedes. Es que tú no puedes comparar. Es que tú no puedes comparar a Flick como entrenador con Arbeloa. Tú no puedes comparar a Arbeloa con Flick de entrenador. Lógicamente, es como tú y yo de tertuliano. Yo te arraso. Tú eres un principiante, pues es como Arbeloa, un principiante.
Tú siempre arrasas, siempre ganas,
bueno,
siempre destrozas. Pero luego en los comentarios
Carolina, qué mala cara haces, hija mía, ¿eh? De verdad, me haces mucha pena, ¿eh?
Pues te voy a prestar unos lentes.
Oye,
porque yo estoy feliz.
Escúchame, sí. No, dices que estás feliz o quieres estar feliz, pero no. Los ojos son el espejo del alma, Carolina.
Al mal
estás
tiempo,
destrozada,
buena cara,
Madrid.
Moisés
No, al mal tiempo, en tu caso, al mal tiempo, buena pala, para sacar la nieve.
Mira, querido, escúchame una cosa. En época de vacas flacas, cuando las finanzas están complicadas, un pase directo a estos top 8, como tiene el Barça, les ha asegurado 11 millones de euros, más 2 por acabar entre los primeros 16. 8.8 por ser quintos de la fase de la Liga. Y si a todo esto le añades 11.2 por 5 victorias, un empate y los 54 de Figo, bueno, el 1-1 va viento en popa.
Sí, y mira si va viento en popa que el Barça no tiene que venderse en Sociedad Anónima Deportiva. Otros sí, Carolina?
Bueno.
Cosas,
bueno, sí, qué cosas, sí.
Qué cositas.
Sí, y con la ayuda del CSD para tener que hacer ciertas inscripciones, ¿verdad? De eso no habla. Por cierto, una cosa, Moisés. Por cierto, de las ratas del Camp Nou no has hablado ni del desastre del otro día a nivel de infraestructura, que hasta en el palco llovía. De eso callaste, ¿no? Cuando hablas del Bernabéu.
No, pero escúchame.
Qué casualidad, qué casualidad.
Pero Pero escúchame, no me seas oportunista.
No, bien calladito que estabas, Moisés. Bien calladito que estabas, así,
para nada,
tapadito
para nada.
y con la capucha y el paraguas.
Ratas no solo hay en el Camp Nou, hay en más sitios ratas. Una. Y dos, si tú a una casa no le pones techo, lo más normal es que caiga el agua, ¿no?
Destrozado,
pues el día que se acabe destrozado tú, el día que se acabe las obras del Camp Nou, entonces hablamos si hay.
Hay que decirle a la gente que hubo compañeros de la prensa que no pudieron terminar sus transmisiones deportivas porque se les mojaba absolutamente todo el equipo del equipo que tenían en el Camp Nou, cosa que este señor acaba de callar y obviar.
No, pues escúchame, si lo contamos en la transmisión de ESPN Deportes, lo que pasa es que como tú ves que no ves ESPN Deportes, que eres... Pues es lo que te pasa. Tú estás más pendiente.
No, es que como aquí solo hablas mal del Santiago Bernabéu y no hablas nunca ni mencionas nada del Camp Nou, por eso solo te lo quería recordar. Que tienes ciertos problemas de memoria a veces.
Sí, no, para nada. Memoria
por eso estamos aquí, para intentar que vuelvas al
memoria ninguna. Y luego te recuerdo. Ratas hay en todos los estadios.
Sí, ya lo dijiste una vez.
Y ratas grandes.
La broma fácil ya la soltaste.
Y no solo los estadios de primera, en los de segunda también hay ratas.
Tranquilo que la broma fácil ya la soltaste.
Permiso.
Y ratonas.
Hay un partido importante este de sábado. Visitan Elche, sacar 3 puntos. Volverían a aumentar la diferencia con respecto a sus escoltas. Que no se les olvida a nadie que el Real Madrid sigue segundo en la Liga.
Sí. No, es verdad, sigue segundo en la Liga. Es verdad. Sí, es verdad. No, pero Carolina, yo creo que en ese sentido, de verdad te lo digo, ¿eh? Voy a hablar con Mickey Mouse. No, habla tú del Barça.
No,
habla tú del Barça.
Cuéntame cómo está el equipo, entrenaron, le dieron día libre.
El equipo está líder de primera división, está entre los 8 primeros de la Champions, está tranquilo con el concepto futbolístico, tiene un entrenador con cara y ojos, tiene un presidente que tendrá sus cosas, pero sabe gobernar el club. En cambio, hay otros pues, que van por detrás, que tienen que jugar playoff por segunda vez en la Champions League. Carolina, anima esa carita, hija mía, me das mucha pena. Voy a hablar con Mickey Mouse para que te dé unos días de descanso. Ya que estamos en Disney, que te dé unos días de descanso, Carolina.
No, aquí
que
estoy.
Te los vas a merecer.
Aquí estoy.
Sí, te los mereces. Tú como presidenta y el otro, como portavoz, tenéis un merecido descanso. Y el becario, que es Rodra, también.
Si sigues así, ya tú sabes a quién van a mandar.
Sí.
Porque muchas críticas vienen de hipócritas que dicen que son... Muchas críticas...
Editorial de Adrián.
Que hay cosas que nos están haciendo bien. Bueno, el Barça, el día a día del Barça, familia. Vamos a hablar de todo eso y más, así que darle fuerte like. Empezamos ya, venga, vamos.
bwin presenta Más que Pelotas, tu podcast de información deportiva en clave Barça.
Eh, 35, no, digamos 35, sí. 30. Estamos aquí preparando cosas, vais a flipar luego. Vais a flipar vosotros también, que no sabéis nada, ¿eh? Y tengo cosas preparadas hoy, ¿eh?
He visto papeles.
Sí, por eso lo digo, vais a flipar hoy. Alex, ¿cómo estás?
Bueno, yo he visto un coche en la puerta, no sé si puede ser algo.
Claro.
¿Puede ser algo?
Eso es una de las sorpresas que vais a ver, sí.
Bueno, buenas noches a todos. Saludos a gente de YouTube, Spotify, como
Bien.
siempre, de todos lados. Facebook, etcétera, etcétera. Y nada, con ganas de programa hoy. Y en el último programa estábamos aquí haciendo cálculos de diferencia de goles y tal. Y lo que es el fútbol, sorpresas que hubo ayer. Y la verdad que va a quedar unos buenos emparejamientos en el sorteo que se hace mañana. Y luego explicarnos varias cosas de ese sorteo y de ciertos favoritismos que pueda haber en caso de que uno gane a otro, etcétera, etcétera. Así que con ganas de programa.
Nachete, ¿cómo estás? Sé que está petardeando el sonido, darnos unos segundos.
Bien, contento evidentemente porque el Barça se ha clasificado directamente a octavos, que era una preocupación que teníamos los culés, y la verdad es que eso es algo que me hace estar muy feliz, evidentemente, porque veníamos de una semana donde el Barça a falta de una jornada estaba fuera del top 8, el Madrid estaba dentro, y fíjate cómo han cambiado las cosas. El Barça clasificado para esos octavos de final, el Madrid que va a tener que jugar una ronda más. La verdad es que el inicio de año para nosotros está siendo maravilloso, ya no solo ganando la Supercopa de España, sino también por nuestra situación en la Copa del Rey. Me gusta la del Barça, sobre todo también por lo que estábamos comentando, ya no solo por esto de la Champions, sino porque, supongo que lo comentaremos luego también en el programa, sino por la situación del Madrid, que se hablaba mucho del tema del efecto Arbeloa, y el efecto Arbeloa parece que ha sido la eliminación del Madrid en Copa del Rey contra el Albacete y quedarse fuera del top 8 cuando en principio estaban clasificados. Así que en la capital sigue yendo todo bastante mal, en Barcelona estamos súper alegres por la situación que estamos viviendo y ojalá y siga así hasta final de temporada, porque eso repercutirá evidentemente en títulos. No sé cómo lo ves tú, Alejandro.
Bueno, yo sinceramente creo que se ha despertado mucha euforia desde la capital, euforia equivocada. Creo que el Madrid solamente en 2 partidos ya se había metido en un bombo quizá equivocado, porque creo que hay muchas carencias y creo que es un Madrid que lo pasará mal de cara a final de temporada, porque creo que aparte de que faltan jugadores, sobre todo creadores de juego, falta
A estas alturas yo creo que
ha tenido varios tropiezos.
nos alivia esta situación de no tener que jugar esta ronda de octavos de final, o sea, de 16avos, perdón. Pero bueno, también estamos un poco con la mosca tras la oreja, porque al final dependemos de un sorteo que veremos que nos toca. Pues nos puede tocar el Paris Saint-Germain, que sería algo totalmente negativo, sería algo totalmente malo tener un duelo tan directo a estas alturas de la temporada. Pero bueno, yo creo que lo más importante, siendo sinceros, es que el Barça se va a ahorrar esos 2 partidos, que teniendo en cuenta el momento en el cual nos encontramos, ostras, contra menos partidos tengas en el calendario mejor, porque al final el calendario está súper apretado y no es que sea lo mejor realmente jugar esa eliminatoria de 16avos, independientemente de que el rival sea el menor, porque el Madrid, por ejemplo, creo que puede jugar contra el Bodo Glimt o contra el Benfica.
Yo personalmente creo que, yo siempre lo dije cuando salió este formato, me recordaba mucho a lo que es a la Euroliga de baloncesto, y hay un formato en el que hay novedades este año, y es que, por ejemplo, todo aquel equipo que en 16avos pase a octavos de final, y por ejemplo en esos octavos de final, yo que sé, el Madrid pueda ganar al Arsenal, le roba ese favoritismo y desde esos octavos hasta la final, ese equipo que gana el primero o gana el segundo en este caso, disputaría todos los partidos en casa hasta llegar a la final. Así que creo que hay unas ciertas novedades en este año que son interesantes y no hay que confiarse, por ejemplo, el Barça en octavos, depende del sorteo de mañana, podría verse contra el todopoderoso PSG, que creo que tiene esa grandeza, ¿no? Este formato de que no hay un camino fácil a la final, y creo que eso es lo bonito.
Un formato donde salen muy favorecidos los equipos de la Premier, O sea, hemos visto que no es que salgan favorecidos, pero donde se han visto que son los que mejor están actualmente, porque de 8 equipos que haya 5 que sean ingleses, habla mucho de cómo está también la situación a nivel europeo y de que son los grandes favoritos en esta competición, sobre todo un Arsenal que tanto en la Premier como en Champions está liderando. Luego está el caso del Paris Saint-Germain, que bueno, es que al final el año pasado también quedó fuera del top 8, estaba súper lejos además de esas posiciones altas, y fíjate, acabó siendo campeón de Europa, eliminando al Liverpool, que fue el que quedó top 1. Por lo tanto, al final, es que este formato de la Champions, con lo que te das cuenta es que cualquier equipo puede colarse en esa situación alta sin encadenar unos buenos partidos, porque el Sporting Club de Portugal, ¿quién iba a decir que iba a estar en el top 8? Y fíjate, con un Trincao MVP elimina al Athletic Club y se cuelan en una fase que yo creo que para ellos era inimaginable. Después de eso también quiero hablar que los clubes españoles la verdad es que no han dado mucho el callo en esta fase. Athletic Club y Villarreal eliminados. Atlético de Madrid, que lo tenía todo de cara contra el Bodoglín, perdió y se ha quedado fuera del top 8, al igual que el Real Madrid. Y es que únicamente el Barça, y el Barça realmente hay que ser serios. O sea, el Barça se ha metido en el top 8, pero la fase liguilla yo creo que es para hacer autocrítica, porque el Barça ni mucho menos ha estado bien. Y bueno, es que la primera parte contra el Copenhague íbamos perdiendo.
Yo, mira, lo que tú mencionas, Nacho, sobre el tema de los equipos ingleses, creo que hay una diferencia entre la liga inglesa y la liga española, y es que allí cada fin de semana están compitiendo contra grandes equipos. Estos que tú mencionabas de los 5, le tienes que sumar a Aston Villa, Manchester United, equipos que te puedes ir a cualquier campo, como el del West Ham, que está tercero por la cola, y son equipos que pueden ganar cualquier equipo contra otro. O sea, quiero decir que creo que hay mucha competencia en esa liga. Y aquí es algo que, bueno, que creo que con el paso de los años hemos perdido. Así que de cara a los emparejamientos que puedan aparecer mañana, creo que sobre todo hay que evitar los equipos ingleses, que son para mí los auténticos cocos junto con el PSG.
Que nos podría tocar incluso el Newcastle. Pero lo que te digo es que las casuísticas, realmente, exceptuando el Karabaj, que se ve como el hueso más débil, luego el resto son rivales complicados, tanto el Newcastle como el Paris Saint-Germain, inclusive el Mónaco, que el Mónaco es como un poco nuestra némesis en estos últimos años, que nos ha ganado allí en su estadio, también nos ganó en aquel Gamper. Por lo tanto, lo que decíamos, al final el Barça ha tenido la suerte de ahorrarse esta eliminatoria, pero tiene pinta que en octavos va a sufrir. Pero bueno, yo creo que el Barça lo que está demostrando esta temporada es que podrá jugar mejor o peor, pero compite muy bien, y partidos que parece que no los va a sacar, los acaba sacando adelante. Y es lo que te digo, por ejemplo, contra el Copenhague, ves la imagen del Barça la primera parte, crees que va a ser caótico, y luego ves cómo salen al descanso los jugadores y salen como aviones, La verdad es que el equipo está reaccionando muy bien cuando los partidos no tiran. El día del Oviedo pasó lo mismo en Liga, mala primera parte y luego en la segunda salieron como aviones, y veremos lo que sucede en esta fase de la Champions. Pero evidentemente lo que hay que mejorar yo creo que es el aspecto defensivo, porque la verdad es que el Barça en eso sí que me está dejando muchas dudas, y a partir de aquí entiendo que volverá a afianzarse Eric García en el centro de la zaga junto a Cubarsí, después de ver a Gerard Martín, que bueno, está bien Gerard Martín, pero no para darle con tanta continuidad como quizás se le está dando en estos últimos partidos.
Yo lo que es el tema defensivo, Nacho, fíjate que voy viendo al resto de equipos y el Barça no es el único equipo que tiene problemas en defensa, pero sí que, como tú comentabas, en los dos últimos partidos estamos viendo un Barça que en la primera parte, bueno, no acaba de arrancar, pero bueno, todos los que estamos viendo el Barça de estos dos últimos años, bueno, vemos que el Barça tiene tiene una manera de jugar en la cual todo aficionado tiene fe en el juego que hace, y sobre todo creo que tiene un tipo de jugadores y un equipo en el que juegan de memoria. Entonces cuando se activan, como tú me dices, se les pasa la caraja, como es en estos dos últimos partidos, las segundas partes, se ve otro equipo, ¿no? Entonces yo creo que en ese sentido el Barça tiene que tener tranquilidad, porque tiene un equipo que sabe lo que juega, cosa que hay otros equipos que no acaban de encontrar esa manera de jugar.
Tenemos interferencias todo el rato, no sé por qué, hoy. Sí. Que lo sepa la gente, que llevamos 25 minutos intentando esto, pero si no gritamos mucho, no se oye mucho. No sé si será los micros, que no sé qué es. Si no gritamos mucho, no se oye mucho, pero no sabemos qué es. O sea, lo estamos intentando aquí, llevamos 20 minutos, familia, y no sabemos qué es. Voy a quitar esto y lo voy a poner otra vez, pero no. Ya sabe la gente también que.
Bueno, voy a tocar una por si acaso.
Que al final a veces nos pasan estas cosas. No tenemos ni idea por qué es, ¿eh? Lo mismo lo apagamos todo, luego no pasa nada. No. Ahora mismo no sabemos por qué es. En fin, nos sabe fatal, pero no podemos hacer nada. Es lo que hay. Bueno, sí, habéis estado aquí dando cobertura. ¿Habéis visto lo de la factura esta falsa de Laporta? ¿Os habéis enterado? Había aparecido una factura de Laporta, bueno, del Barça, que le pedía a Laporta que un dinero digamos al departamento económico del club para, pues, de alguna manera intentar solventar un pago que en teoría había hecho la junta directiva en Brujas.
Let's go.
Donde dejaron a Brujas.
Francesco
Una
Totti.
factura que en teoría era de un prostíbulo. ¿Vale? Bueno, ¿qué ha pasado? Que esto, como siempre, todo lo que pasa, y siempre digo lo mismo, ¿eh? Yo cuando tengo que criticar a Laporta lo critico, pero siempre pasa lo mismo. Cuando la gente quiere hacer las cosas mal, las hace, y la han hecho muy mal. Un montón de periodistas, del Confidencial, de un montón de sitios, le han dado bolo a esto, con la consecuente que es mentira. Es tan mentira que han tenido que borrar absolutamente todo, precandidatos que habían dado bolo a esto, y bueno, ha sido lamentable la campaña. Que yo os digo una cosa, si esto lo ha hecho un precandidato, siempre digo lo mismo, que despidan a los jefes de comunicación mañana, porque no creo que haya peor campaña que puedas hacer tú que inventarte cosas. O sea, soltar bulos me parece ridículo. O sea, que si Laporta se ha ido a prostíbulo de brujas o no, solo lo sabe Laporta. Pero que tú saques una factura del Barça conforme ha pagado algo y que lo están reclamando, o sea, me parece que es un chiste de mal gusto. Os lo digo con el corazón en la mano, me parece un chiste de mal gusto. Entonces, no sé si estáis... Bueno, tú lo has visto, Nacho, en Twitter, ¿no?
Sí, lo he visto. Bueno, a ver, he visto que típicos tuiteros que se hacen llamar periodistas que difunden esta información que es totalmente falsa. A ver, yo tengo la sensación, sobre todo tras esas facturas que se han publicado que evidentemente eran falsas, que yo creo que para que Laporta no gane estas elecciones se tiene que jugar de manera sucia. Y lo que han hecho publicando estos datos totalmente falsos es jugar de manera totalmente sucia, pero bueno, que al final estas personas acaban quedando totalmente retratadas porque evidentemente se ve que es algo que no es verídico ni evidentemente es real. Por lo tanto, espera una campaña electoral donde vamos a ver muchas cosas para desprestigiar a la figura del actual presidente del Barça, porque evidentemente para ganarle, insisto, para derrocarlo, para quitarlo del puesto, van a tener que jugar de una manera sucia, porque realmente si te paras a mirar la gestión que ha hecho durante estos 4 o 5 años, se puede estar más o menos de acuerdo en algunas decisiones que ha tomado Laporta, pero la realidad es que Joan Laporta cogió un equipo, sobre todo a nivel futbolístico, que era una auténtica basura. Basura me refiero a que era un equipo que tú ves ese Barça con esos jugadores y no es un equipo para competir por todo. Es decir, aquí en el Barça nos hemos tragado un equipo donde, con todo el respeto y el cariño de estos futbolistas que dieron mucho en aquella etapa, pero bueno, un Barça top, un Barça grande, no se conforma de Ferran Juclas, de Abdes, de Luc de Jong, del otro, del de la moto. Y pasados esos años, desde que Laporta cogió el club hasta ahora mismo ves al Barça y es un Barça que puede competir por absolutamente todo, que tiene a futbolistas que están en el podio del Balón de Oro o están nominados al mejor 11 del año, los Lamine Yamal, los Pedri, los Rafinha y compañía. Y Laporta ha construido eso a nivel deportivo durante este mandato, ha mejorado el club económicamente porque la deuda es menor a cuando cogió el club y luego se ha atrevido a hacer el estadio, que eso no lo ha hecho ningún otro presidente después de tantos años, hablando de proyectos de nuevos Camp Nous y tal.
Sí, pero que yo no iba tanto a lo que haya hecho bien o mal, sino que, o sea,
pero que
no creo que haya que defender a nadie cuando es una cosa falsa, o sea, ¿sabes lo que te digo?
No, pero claro, pero lo que te estoy diciendo es que para intentar derrocar a Laporta tiene que jugar sucio con él, porque realmente a nivel de gestión hay poco por donde pillarle. Por eso lo decía.
A ver, yo entrando un poco y haciendo un pequeño anexo al tema, creo que los precandidatos tienen que centrarse en presentar su planning, lo que es tema económico, social, deportivo, de cara a lo que van a plantear, y criticar si es necesario lo que ha hecho Laporta en su mandato, pero
We're standing there, everyone is waiting because at any moment an arrow could just fly through your neck, and there's people holding shotguns, and the anthropologist, this little guy, is standing there in the front, and he's going, "No mole." He's going, "Brothers." And then it happened. Then you start hearing people screaming, "Moshko, Moshko," and people are screaming, and women are lifting children and running into the huts, and the dogs and chickens are going nuts. And
So
I mean,
fear.
He's going, "Look there. He has a bow. He has a bow." And we're looking up the beach, and there's just this clan walking down the beach with these 7-foot bows, and they're hunched over, and they're pointing at us. You're going, "Look at that one." They're going, "Look, there's a gun there." And you can see them communicating to each other, and the butterflies are swirling off the beach, and they can hit a spider monkey out of the treetops at 40 meters. They can sneak up, and you will never know they're there. And so when that arrow passes through your body, you'll only have a moment to realize it before you fall over. In order for any of this to make sense, I have to show you this footage.
And this has not been shown ever before.
This is a world first.
The following is a conversation with Paul Rosalie, his third time on the podcast. Paul is a naturalist, explorer, writer, and is someone who has dedicated his life to protecting the Amazon rainforest and celebrating the beauty of the natural world. He has a new book coming out in a few days titled Jungle Keeper that you should definitely go pre-order now. He tells some intense stories about his time in the jungle over the past several years, building up to a few epic recent events, including a new full-on extended encounter with an uncontacted tribe that we discuss in this podcast. Both the book and audiobook are great. I highly recommend it. If you would like to support Paul and his incredible team in their mission to protect the jungle, go to junglekeepers.org. You can help with donations or by spreading the word or checking out the gala that Paul is hosting in New York on January 22nd in a few days. They are doing all they can to help raise funds for the mission of safeguarding as much of the rainforest as possible. And I think it's a mission worth fighting for. The Amazon jungle is one of the most special and beautiful places on Earth. As an aside, allow me to look back briefly and mention something that I've been struggling with a bit. For context, I traveled to the Amazon rainforest with Paul a while back. It was an adventure of a lifetime with lots of crazy twists and turns. We did record a podcast out there, literally in the jungle. Episode 429, if you want to go check it out. It was awesome. And we also recorded a bunch of disparate footage of the journey, just for fun. And I would still love to somehow put all that together into a cohesive video, in case it's interesting to someone. But I've learned just how difficult it is to organize and edit a pile of chaotically recorded footage like that. So, let's see if I can pull it off. But in any case, this kind of raw vlog style video is something that I would love to be able to do more of, as a way to celebrate amazing human beings like Paul and others, including everyday people who I meet on my travels. So, I'll keep trying, tinkering, learning, and I ask for your patience and support along the way. Now, back to our regular scheduled programming. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description, where you can also find links to contact me, ask questions, give feedback, and so on. And now, dear friends, here's Paul Rosalie. We've survived a challenging time out in the jungle about a year and a half ago. And since then, your life has increasingly gotten more intense. So you've achieved the incredible feat of saving now more than 130,000 acres of rainforest. And the goal is that you're working towards is protecting 200,000 acres more. And doing so while facing extreme danger from narco traffickers, so-called cocaine mafia, in an escalating drug war. This is insane. These are new developments. Illegal loggers, as we've talked about before, gold miners, and the incredible recent encounter with a non-contacted tribe. And we'll talk about all of this. So your new book, Jungle Keeper, opens with the killing of 2 loggers by the warriors of a non-contacted tribe, the Mashkapiro, in August 2024. And then you reveal that you had your own dramatic encounter with the tribe 2 months later in October 2024. So if I may, let me read the opening of the book. Far out on the western edge of the Amazon rainforest, deep in the Peruvian jungle, a pair of loggers plunged their chainsaws into the buttressed roots of an ancient ironwood. An ironwood, or Chihuahuaco, of this size is a giant among giants, an emergence sentinel that reaches heights of 160 feet, towering over the rest of the canopy. I've read that many are over 1,000 years old, by the way, as an aside, and you've found ones that are 1,200 years old.
Incredibly old.
Anyway, you continue. This particular tree had started its life as a tiny sapling in the great jungle, a story that began before the Spanish reached Peru, long before the United States was even a dream, at a time when Leonardo da Vinci was still honing his talents in a faraway part of the world, through the Renaissance, the First and Second World Wars, and the birth of our grandparents. This tree was out there slowly charging upward, anonymous, just one pillar among the billions of others. But on this day, in August 2024, when the two loggers worked, this witness of the centuries came crashing down to the canopy with such cataclysmic power that it shook the earth. And then you go on to talk about how the shaking of the earth was felt and heard by the uncontacted tribe. So you go on to describe how these particular loggers were murdered by the uncontacted tribe of Mashkopiro. What do we know about these warriors of the uncontacted tribe?
We know that across the Amazon basin, there's still perhaps thousands of clans of quote-unquote uncontacted peoples, people that are living in nomadic isolation in what remains of the intact Amazon basin and want to remain that way. And so what happened with these loggers was that local people told them, don't go out there. Don't go into these territories. And what happens is that people that aren't from this thing with the jungle, people don't believe that it's as wild as the legends say. And so when they say there's calatos out there, there's wild people out there, these loggers from another region go, yeah, this, some story, we're fine, we'll go. We have shotguns. They don't realize you're dealing with a civilization of people that is still nomadic, still uses bamboo-tipped arrows, still lives naked in the Amazon rainforest, has knowledge of medicines that we have yet to encounter or may never discover, and that they can hit a spider monkey out of the treetops at 40 meters. And so while you're using a chainsaw, they can sneak up and you will never know they're there. And so when that arrow passes through your body, you'll only have a moment to realize it before you fall over.
And we're looking at something you posted on your Instagram.
Yes.
Which are the arrows that they use, which are bigger than you. So they're like 6-7 feet.
6-7 feet, more like 7 feet. And
Look how
that's
sharp that is.
incredibly sharp. They cure it over the fire, and they have a way of sharpening it. That edge of bamboo becomes incredibly like knife sharp. You can cut meat with it easily. I've done it. These arrows, look at that. I mean, I'm 5'9". That's easily a 7-foot arrow.
Yeah, so for people who are just listening, this quote-unquote arrow is really a spear. Some people would think of it as a spear, but they're shooting this thing with a gigantic bow. That's crazy.
Yeah, and so to be holding that, look at that. They even twist the fletching so that the arrow spins in the air. They have incredible craftsmanship, and then you see all the little string on there is plant fibers that they've woven, and then this is them.
Yeah, the warriors of the tribe.
The warriors of the tribe. And so the fact that we're sitting here talking on microphones and that we have airplanes and cell phones and all the things that we have in the modern world, and we still live in this age where there's, right now at this moment, people living out in the jungle who have been there since before history, is an incredible thing.
Let me look this up on Perplexity. What are the technologies we modern humans have that the Mashkopira do not? It's just interesting to think about the kind of technologies we take for granted. Energy and power, obviously all the electricity generation and grids and batteries and solar panels and electric motors, metals and materials, mass-produced steel, aluminum, advanced alloys, plastics, composites, glass, concrete, all of those things.
All
Tools,
those things.
of course, and machinery, the infrastructure of roads and bridges and buildings, and the weapons of war, everything but the spears and the arrows that they have, and the medicine and biology. Of course, they probably have complicated medicines that they've developed for their own, that are available within the jungle.
I mean, that entire list is no.
No.
I mean, metal, I think you have to be able to excavate into the earth and forge metal. These people don't even, as one of the local anthropologists said to me, a Peruvian anthropologist, he said, people think of them as Stone Age tribes, and he was like, they don't have stones. He's like, they don't know that water, they see water that they drink. They don't know that water freezes because they've never seen it. They don't know that water boils because they don't even make clay pots. They just have their bamboo and their string. And so they're living an incredibly simple life. So all of that, I mean, even, a camera is a miracle. to them. Like it's like you have to bend your mind
Wow.
to even understand how far back they are. It's like looking into thousands of years ago, like Stone Age.
Well, they hear the sounds of the chainsaws, the sounds of machinery in the distance.
Yeah.
I wonder how they can possibly comprehend what that is.
I think they view it as like a demonic, destructive force. And when I show you the encounter that we had, we got a few takeaways. We left with more questions than answers, but one of the things that they were able to communicate across the language barrier was, why are you cutting down the trees? They don't like it.
Yeah, that represents to them the danger that the outside world brings, the destruction that the outside world brings.
They see us as the destroyers of worlds.
So tell me about this encounter in October of 2024.
So, in order to tell you about that encounter, I think we need to orient people into where we're talking about. We're talking about this river that runs through the western edge of the Amazon rainforest that you know well now, after spending time there with me. It's a high tributary of the Amazon rainforest where you have the main river channel and then smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller tributaries. And the smaller you get, the less trafficked they are. And so this river has remained wild through the centuries. And even during the 90s, when there was a mahogany boom where people went out for mahogany trees, there's very few people going up this river. And so 20 years ago, when I first got to the region and people were telling me that there's uncontacted tribes out there, it was always in the realm of something, it's like people say there's Bigfoot, or don't go there, it's haunted, or something. It's like it was like a tall tale almost. And even the Peruvian government at the time that I went to Peru first, which was 2006.
Bro, what?
Their official position was that the tribes are a myth. There's no such thing as the tribes. That was the official position. And you would hear these stories of people that got shot. You'd meet someone high up a river, 4 days upriver deep in the Amazon, that had an arrow. And you'd look at this thing and it had this, mega gravity. And so as we've created Jungle Keepers and now we're protecting 130,000 acres of this river, we're protecting the plants and the animals and the ancient trees and trying to preserve the ecosystem and counting the butterflies and conducting ecological surveys. And what we've inadvertently found ourselves the caretakers of is the fact that these people, in order to continue living, have to remain isolated, want to remain isolated. That's their one mandate as a civilization, the tribes of the Mashco-Piro. And so in October, we were, as Jungle Keepers now, we're working with the indigenous people. What we do is we take loggers and gold miners and make them into rangers and give them better jobs, and we try to protect the forest. And those people who live up in the remote indigenous community, they called us on a satellite phone and they said, "Directors, you've been working with us and telling us you want to help us. The tribes are coming out. What do we do?"
So even they don't really know, when the tribes emerge from the deep jungle, what to do.
They were terrified.
What was your thinking when you got the phone call?
When we got the phone call, it was a mix of, we should keep, because we're over here like trying to get land concessions and doing all this important work. And part of me was like, that can't be real. So we're going to keep our heads down.
Bigfoot is emerging from the forest.
Like, yeah, sure. And then, because we got the call, we hung up and we said, okay, maybe tomorrow if they're like still there or something. And then it was crazy because it was probably about noon. And we had an important day of meetings. We had a meeting with the police. We had a meeting with the landowner. We were trying to do all this stuff for the conservation work. And then I got together with the core team of directors, JJ, Mos, and Stefan, and we said, wait, if this is real, we have to get there like now. And so we dropped what we were doing, canceled the meetings. We put other people on the meetings. We got a boat. We called Ignacio. We called our most hardcore ranger.
Who has been shot.
Who in 2019 was shot in the head by an arrow, and still bears the scar. And he barely survived. And we said, look, this is going down. He said, I already know, because the whole river already knows. And we said, can you get us there by tomorrow morning? And he said, look, it's a 2-day journey by boat, so no. And we said, is there any way you can get us there? And he went, I'll get you there. And so we got a couple sacks of rice, a couple cans of tuna, our dry bags, our tents. We got on a boat by 6 p.m. and we started riding up the river.
Through the night. And so 2-day boat journey that we're trying to flex in one night. And so I was at the front with the headlamp,
with the torch. And so the first few hours it was clear, and that comet, remember that comet that was going, there was that comet in the sky. I remember looking at the comet and going, somehow I was like, this is it. I knew this was it. And the first few hours was clear and the stars was out and it was beautiful, and then it clouded over and the lightning started, and then it just apocalypse downpoured. And from midnight until 8 a.m. it was just the front of the boat with the light, and it was just Star Wars vision of just, you know, raindrops and galaxies and moths flying in my eye, and people don't realize you can get hypothermia in the tropics, but it's like as you're going at night, even if it's 80 degrees outside, in the rain, in the wind, at night, in a lightning storm, you're freezing. And so by, 2 a.m. I'm convulsively shivering, and we're using the crocodile eyes, the caiman eyes on the side of the river because it was so dark we couldn't see where we were going, so those shine back at you. So I was finding the caiman eyes and then motioning with the light to Ignacio where to go, and he knew how to find the channel. We had to jump the waterfalls. We did the 2-day boat ride in one night. Nice. And we got there and we arrived at this community and it's morning now, and the howler monkeys are calling over the jungle, and the little naked children are all by the side and everyone's scared. And we get a hug from this guy Bacho, who we know. And they're like, come in. And they're like, the tribe came out yesterday, that we saw a few of them on the beach, and they're gone now. And so we collapsed, we fell asleep. Rained the whole day. That night we went out and we looked for them, and there was this crazy moment where we're standing on this beach, and their footprints were there. And the local indigenous anthropologist was standing there, and we're standing at the edge of this beach looking out into the Amazon beyond. And there's just all this wreckage. It looked like something very Cormac McCarthy, just dark sky, iron clouds, and we're standing there. Everyone is waiting because at any moment an arrow could just fly through your neck, and there's people holding shotguns, and the anthropologist, this little guy, is standing there in the front, and he's going, no mole. He's going, brothers. There's only a few words that intersect between the languages, and he's going, brothers, we're here. We don't want to hurt you. He's speaking in the Yine language. And he's saying, come out. And you can tell by their footprints, the trackers explained this to us, that you could see it was just the balls of their feet. So right as we pulled up to the beach, they had run. So they were there listening to us. And he's going, no mole, come out. It's okay. Lay down your arms. We'll lay down ours. No mole. Just kept saying no mole. And nothing happened. And we went back to the village. We went to sleep. We wake up the next morning, and it's 5 a.m. And again, we're trying to save the jungle. We're in a race against time to get these land concessions. And so my team, like Mosa and Stefan, JJ couldn't come because he was in town actually signing paperwork and interviewing loggers and landowners. And also he didn't think that there was any chance this was going to be real, because in his entire 50-something years in the Amazon, he's never seen them. And so we're getting ready to leave in the morning. We had tents on the boat, and Ignacio comes up to me and he goes, you're my director, right? You're my boss? And I went, yeah. He goes, I need to talk to you like a friend. I said, yeah, shoot, go. And he goes, you'd be an idiot to leave right now. He goes, they're coming. And so he convinced us to stay. We pull our tents off the boat. Stefan and Mosen go off with their cameras. They start shooting, people. These are monkey eaters and fishermen, the community that we're in. And everything's quiet. And I opened my laptop and I was working, just writing my book. And then it happened. Then you start hearing people screaming, Mashko, and people are screaming, and women are lifting children and running into the huts, and the dogs and chickens are going nuts. And
so fear. Because we should say, kind of the obvious thing is, as far as anyone remembers, any encounters, any minimal small encounters with these tribes have been violent.
Extremely violent. These tribes have remained alive because of their violence. Almost like the Spartans or the Comanches, they seem to have adopted violence as a first response to contact.
Maybe you can correct me on this, but I read that in the late 19th century, early 20th century, there was documentation of encounters with these tribes by the private armies of the robber barons, and those encounters were, from the robber barons' armies' perspective, violent.
Yeah.
And so maybe the lesson they learned, the uncontacted tribes, is that any interaction with the outside world is going to have to be violent because they have to defend themselves.
Yeah. You had colonial missionaries in the 1700s. Then you had the robber barons, the late 1800s into the 1900s, just periods of extraction and domination and cruelty. And these tribes, their grandparents must have told them, when the outside world comes, you shoot first. That's the only thing that's going to keep you alive.
Do you think the memory of those violent encounters, is defining to how they think about the world?
Yeah, because even in my lifetime there, in the 20 years I've spent in the Amazon, Ignacio was shot in the head. My friend Victor survived a violent encounter where they murdered somebody on a beach. I mean, they've shot numerous people. They've even shot people who were trying to help them, people who were trying to give them clothing and bananas. They've just, where they call it porcupining them, where they find a body on the beach with so many arrows that when they fall over, all the arrows are sticking up. And so they think, and they'll do it out of curiosity too, where it's like, hey, you're wearing a suit. That's weird. We've never seen anybody in a black and white suit. And then get a close.
Yeah.
You know, the way Teddy Roosevelt would shoot a bird for science. They're like, they just want to look at you. And so they're operating on a different. They don't have a moral system that we have or understand. They're truly wild.
How does Ignacio think about them? Because they almost killed him.
Yes. It depends on the mood you get him in. Because if you ask him, one day I asked him, I said, if you could see the people that shot you in the head, what would you say to them? And he looked at me with that Ignacio look. And he said, I wouldn't say anything. I would kill as many of them as I could. I said, okay. He also had a time where he was in a really remote guard station working for the Ministry of Culture, and they showed up, and he knew that they were going to kill him. And so he climbed up into the peak of the little structure there, and just like, you know, like a dog in a car, that greenhouse effect, in the top at midday with the sun beating down, he was huddled over a mattress while they were walking on the deck, moving pots and pans and looking at our items and artifacts. And he knew that if he was found, they'd kill him, but if he stayed up there, he was literally frying to death. He said he was soaking the mattress. He could feel himself dying for 2 hours. He had to stay there, and he was constantly making this decision of, if I come out, I die. If I stay here, I probably die. He's like, probably die is better than definitely die. So he was terrified, and so as they're screaming, Mosh, go, and everybody's running and women are lifting children, Ignacio comes and finds me, and you can see in his eyes, you can see when somebody has that PTSD response where he's breathing heavy. He's moving behind trees. He's keeping me close to him, and he's going, look there. He has a bow. He has a bow. And we're looking up the beach, and there's just this clan of naked men walking down the beach with these 7-foot bows, and they're hunched over, and they're pointing at us. You're going, look at that one. They're going, look, there's a gun there. And you can see them communicating to each other, and the butterflies are swirling off the beach. And, you know, in these moments you go, am I entering a moment that I can't, is this a one-way door? Is this not something that, is this an irreversible situation? Because there's an unfolding situation where they're coming towards us. Are they going to attack? What do they want? Is there going to be I am soaked in chills right now just talking about it, because I remember standing there and going, there's no way this is real life. It's burned into my memory, them walking down the beach and seeing them with the bows. And of course, you know, Stefan is up there just firing off pictures and Mosin is down getting video. And the community that we're with, people had, you know, you hear shotgun shells loading home and them loading it. But they're getting ready. And there's this one guy, this anthropologist named Rommel, who has been the only person who has communicated with them peacefully. He did it in 2013 where he stood on the beach and he spoke to them. He knows enough of the local dialect that overlaps with theirs that he can speak to them. And so as they're coming down the beach, the butterflies are flying up and we're all waiting. And again, shotgun, you're talking, you know, how many meters? 30, 40 meters, I don't know, accurate. For an arrow, you loose a 7-foot arrow that weighs nothing, you're talking about 300 meters easy. They can shoot you from across the river. So Ignacio was like pulling me, and he was like, down. He's like, you go down. He was like, you stay behind this tree. And he's like, you watch them from there. He's like, watch out, that guy has an arrow. He's like, he was watching everyone, because you could see, he's like, this is how it happens.
Did you think this might be the last day you have on this earth? Were you afraid?
I was, yeah, of course I was afraid. I'm with my 2 best friends and a bunch of people that I work very closely with, and you're in the middle of nowhere, and there's no help coming, and you're with like, you know, 26 people, and there's 50 of the tribe that you can see, and you know that they're surrounding us. There's all men on the other side of the river, and then we had guns looking back towards the jungle because we knew we were being surrounded. And so again, this is always the story of someone's uncle, brother, cousin tells a story that happened, and now it's happening. And it's not happening in the shadows. It's not happening in the middle of the night. It's happening in broad daylight. They're walking out onto the beach. You know, it's like the first time they saw the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park. You're going, there's no way.
And you are kind of walking on the knife's edge of, and it's funny you say Stefan was taking pictures, because there's two ways to think of the situation. This is fascinating, or this is extremely dangerous, and it's both. It is a nice edge.
Yeah.
So you could approach it one of the two ways.
Yeah.
Like, if I die, I die. I'm going to take some good pictures.
But also, we're there. That was also our mission. You know, as the directors of Jungle Keepers, we're working with this community to ensure that their lifestyle can continue. And they're saying, hey, that's great, but as an indigenous community, we're dealing with these people that come out and raid our stuff, try and steal our women, that kill our hunters, and now they're coming out. We want you to see it. And so documenting it is part of our job. We have to show what happened that day. And so those guys were shooting, and then, yes, very seriously, it's actually, so Mosen's wife and I, we always joked about, like, oh, if the tribe ever comes out, like, you stand in front of him, like, you take the arrow. He has kids. And it was, you know, that day it was like we were strategically positioning ourselves, being like, you know, you down, you cannot get killed. And it was, you start in those moments to go, okay, where will I be safe from arrows? Where can I run to the river if they come over? And you start planning, okay, if I jump into the river, I was going, okay, I got my bag, I have a can of tuna, I have a flashlight. I was like, if I jump into the river and float down and I live, I'm still days upriver. And so you start going through all these things, but...
And of course, the Mashco Piro people are thinking exactly the same thing. Probably.
Well, the interesting thing is that they're initiating the contact, right? They are the ones coming out of the jungle and confronting us.
And fundamentally, that contact is, they're at least giving peace a chance. They're trying the peaceful contact first, correct? Or is there a violent element? Like, what did you sense in the caution of them emerging to the beach?
Fear. As they came out, you could see fear on them, because the way they were hunched over, the way they had their bows ready, they were worried. And so they came, and, you know, Rommel is standing there as closer than any of us at the edge of, on one side of the river, and it was like, you know, shirts versus skins. It was two tribes looking at each other with 1,000 years of civilization between them. And Rommel's going, put down your bows. Put down your bows and we can talk. And he's, you know, no mole. He kept saying no mole. He kept saying brothers, please put down your...
So no mole means brother in a language that they might be able to understand.
No mole means brother in a language that they do understand. And it seems like they refer to themselves as the Nomoles, the brothers.
So potentially that's what they call themselves as the tribes, Nomoles.
Exactly. And actually, the anthropologists that we've been speaking to post this event have been explaining to us that Mashco Piro, you know, Piro is the group that they're from, these various nomadic tribes, and Mashco basically means like wild Piros. And so the one thing we know they call themselves is Nomoles.
So at the end of this, we might converge towards the name of this tribe being Nomole versus Mashco Piro.
The Nomoles, yeah. Seems like the most current, or at least their self-appointed identity, is the brothers, Nomole.
Anyway, there's these shredded warriors on the beach.
Yeah. with 7-foot arrows, and we're all standing there. And so the first thing, again, you just think of, like, you know, the peace pipe in the old stories, and the first thing is, let's make them an offering of peace. And so they got a canoe with no motor, and we piled it with plantains, like just full of plantains, 16 feet of endless green bananas. And then, I mean, the balls on this guy, the anthropologist, he gets into the river, takes the canoe, and it's the dry season, so the river is only about 3-4 feet deep at the channel. And so he walks this thing out. There's one man walking in the face of all these warriors, and he takes the boat, he pushes it towards them, and they rush out, and they start grabbing the bananas. And they're not going, okay, we will unload these bananas and use them later. They're my bananas, and you're grabbing your bananas, and they're fighting, and they're yelling, and they're all grabbing, and they're grabbing them. And then they push the boat back, and he talks to them a little bit. And again, it's not a perfect translation. So he's saying, where have you come from? What do you want? Who's your leader? You know, he's trying to establish these things, and they're saying things, and they all sort of talk at the same time, like a flock of birds. It wasn't like one man speaks. And there was no women. The women were nowhere to be seen. And actually, at one point, as we were preparing, I think it was while we were preparing the second canoe of bananas, there was a moment of absolute panic, and it happened when there was a noise behind us, and you just hear a bunch of shotguns swing behind us, and Mosin goes down. I go running away from the river now because I want to see it coming if there's an attack coming, and I'm standing. Me and this guy, we're sharing a tree as cover, and he's got a shotgun, and he's looking back into the forest and peering through. And what was happening was the women of the tribe had come silent foot, and they were just pulling the yucca out of the ground and taking the banana plants and ruining the farm completely. But they were raiding the farm behind us while the men were talking up here. So again, were they peacefully contacting us, or were they like, hey, we need some food, so go make a diversion and take the food out the back?
I mean, you really were surrounded.
We were completely surrounded.
So they could have murdered all of you probably.
Easily. We were outnumbered 5-1 at the least.
Yeah, and it's probably fair to say that part of the reason they did, maybe they wanted peace, but part of the reason is they didn't know how deep this goes. They didn't know if you have backup.
They don't know if we have backup. They had questions. They were asking. Some of their questions were incredible. How do we tell the difference between? How do we know who the good guys and the bad guys are? Because to them, all you outsiders are the same. So who are the ones cutting down the trees?
And those are the ones they know are the bad guys.
Well, the big trees seem to have incredible significance to them. They're significant to us in a different way, but to them it's offensive on an almost religious level to cut a big tree as if you're killing their gods.
So there's a spirituality to the trees. To them.
It seems like that.
And so whoever's cutting them down is a source of destruction on a spiritual, existential level.
Yeah. Well, why would you destroy our home? And I think they're right.
Yeah. In a deep sense, the uncontacted tribes represent the deep jungle. And so if they're threatened, that means the deep jungle is threatened.
Yeah, I mean, they are the human voice of the jungle, and they're asking questions. They're also demanding, they're clapping at us, and they're waving, and they're saying, send more bananas. And so they loaded up another boat, and they pushed another boat out. And this time they gave them some rope. They all had rope tied around their waists, penises tied up. But they love rope. And some of them were wearing rope that they had made, which is brown or reddish. And then some of them were wearing rope that they had clearly pillaged from logging camps or the communities, because it was modern nylon paracord. And they had this wound around their waists like a thick belt. And they took the second boat, and they had some rope, and they had some plantains on there.
So some of these guys might have been the ones that murdered the loggers.
Could be.
From a couple of months before that.
Absolutely, could be. But what Rommel said as he was talking to them, he turned to us and he said, this group, he said, the other groups call me the grandfather. He said, this group, he said, I don't know any of these. He said, this is first contact. He said, this is the first time this group is talking to us. And you saw people from maybe 12 years old to what looks like 40 something, like a banged up 40. Mm-hmm. And no really old people and no women.
So this is a particular clan of the
particular
tribe,
clan.
and they've never contacted. Is there, just from your memory, interesting aspects about the way they were trying to communicate? Like you said, clapping. I think it's from an anthropology perspective, from a human perspective, fascinating. How do you talk to people from an uncontacted tribe like this? So clapping, yelling. It's interesting to know that there's not a hierarchy where there's a leader that represents, or is that we know for sure.
Before even coming to talk to you about this, we passed this through anthropologists and ethicists and people, and we said, look, can we talk about this? Because if you talk about this and you tell people there's these uncontacted tribes, people have misconceptions. They go, they're the last free people on earth. They're living the real life. We need to go join them. We want to see them. We want to photograph. There's all this bad stuff that happens, and all these people want us to be left alone. So the last thing we want to do is kill the thing we're trying to protect and tell the world, but at the same time, they're speaking out. They're saying, stop cutting our trees, leave us alone. And so if we're not successful in the greater Jungle Keepers' mission of protecting this river, they cease to exist. And so advocating for these people requires us to have this conversation. It requires us to have this footage and to show the world and then leave them alone. In order for any of this to make sense, I have to show you this footage.
And this has not been shown ever before.
This is a world first. I mean, up until now, that's the other thing, you know, we're sitting there this day and you know, the only thing you've ever seen are these blurry images from someone's cell phone from 100 meters away of the uncontacted tribes. And we're sitting there with, you know, 800 millimeters with a 2x teleconverter and, you know, R5s. And so this is, as we're looking through the farms, anticipating the tribe coming. I'll put a little bit of volume so you can hear it. And then you can see this is the moment. This is us running when they're like, they're out. They're coming down the beach. We're just...
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
You see how many thousands of butterflies. But look at the way they move. Look at the way they point. Look at him with his bow.
Wow. They're trying to figure out what they're looking at.
Uh-huh. And they didn't know what the cameras are there. So this was the guys looking out the back. So he's going, there's something back here. He could hear the women in the farm. And I'm looking in every direction because I'm going, which way is the arrow coming from? But see, he has his shotgun. This is just like a farm shotgun. Even if he shot it, you have to use a stick to bang out the shell. But see, as they come closer, they start laying down their... See, he's laying down his bow and arrow. They understand. No mole.
So these are warriors, and the way they were at first moving, it really looked like they're ready for violence. And now they're all standing in a relaxed...
Yeah.
And smiling? Are they smiling?
Smiles come at some point. I would say that one of these guys seemed like in a leadership position. He did most of the talking.
What's with the different hand gestures? The holding your hand up to the face. All of this means something.
All of this means something. Some had red smeared on their faces. Some had yellow.
Did you have a sense of hierarchy at all, like the boss?
Again, there was just these two dominant guys, and like this guy and one other guy who looked almost like him, like his brother.
Yeah.
Gesture.
Wow. This is incredible, Paul.
Yeah. You see the rope.
Yeah.
Some of that rope is...
Yeah, I can kind of tell who the bosses are.
Right? All right, so a few of the... But see, even that, as he's pointing, we're going, what are you pointing at?
You guys are nuts. You guys are nuts.
You see as though they're rushing in, there's this desperation, they're hungry. They
Is
also...
that in the water? Is that Rommel in the water?
In this particular video, it's a guy named Liner. But like, see these guys, they're fighting over it. It's not that we're all going to share it later. It's, I get mine, you get yours. And so what does that mean?
Yeah. But here they're in peaceful mode.
Now, after we'd given them several boatloads of bananas, things did calm down. Rommel said to them, you know, look, we've given you what we can give you. We gave you sugarcane. We gave you boatloads of plantains. And so then there came a time where things were a little more relaxed. They were walking around. We were, at one point we had a great moment where we'd given them the plantains, we'd given them the bananas, and he'd said, look, that's it. He said, we've given you what you asked for. You asked for bananas. We don't cut the trees here. All of us here are not tree cutters. We're indigenous people, and he couldn't explain who the hell we were, but they were like, we don't cut the trees. We're not the loggers. And they're like, okay. So then at some point, you know, Ignacio went out and like sort of like started, you know, he'd go like this and they'd go like this, and you know, he'd like dance a little bit, they danced a little bit, and then there was this very human moment of just sort of joking.
So even Ignacio warmed up.
Even Ignacio warmed up. Once he realized it didn't seem like anyone was going to die that day, things did calm down. It was a false sense of security. Here, I'll show you. There's a couple more things that are relevant here, though. Yeah, this is just them interacting with the boat.
truly incredible, man.
But then they don't have boats. They don't have stone tools. They don't. Imagine if you showed them ice. You know, they wouldn't.
This is historic.
I mean, you hear Percy Fawcett encountering the tribes. We've heard of anecdotal accounts of the tribes. This is the first time that the tribes have been filmed, that we can hear their voices, that there's a documented interaction happening. I mean, this now, look how comfortable he's getting. He's so close. They asked him for his shirt. He gave his shirt. They asked him for his pants. He gave his pants. He was in his underwear.
Yep.
You see the shirt that's over his shoulder. Ignacio took off his Jungle Keeper shirt and threw it to the anthropologist, and then the anthropologist walked it off and threw it to them. So over the shoulder of that uncontacted naked warrior is a Jungle Keeper shirt with the logo showing. So they're like
That's
their
great.
second shirt.
You just upgraded that guy's status in the tribe. He's gonna be the new boss with that shirt.
He's got a dope ass polo. Yeah. He didn't even have to order it. But yeah, this is in like the aftermath when things were calm. And then my sort of moment with this that really stuck with me was when Rommel said to me, he said, you know, they're asking about you. And I said, what are they asking? I said, you know, me? And he goes, yeah, they're asking about you. And, you know, again, I'm not tall, but compared to the people in the village, I was a little bit taller and the big shoulders. And he said, they said, you look like a warrior. He said, could you come forward? He said, show them that you don't mean any harm. He said, show them your palms. And so he pulled me up onto the beach. And this was right before they left. But see, I hold up my hands, listen. And they sang back. Está cantando. They're singing. They raise their hands, I raise my hands. Wow.
Voy a cantar.
And then we were left with watching them walk off the beach into the jungle with everything that we'd given them. And they were gone. And so we went downriver the next day, and the community said to us, okay, now you understand this is real. This is terrifying. You felt that fear. You have a duty, if you're going to protect this river, to protect us from them and to help us figure out what future they want. If they want to come to us, if they want to learn farming, if they, whatever it is, you know, that's fine. But they were like, we need protection from you guys. And then in this video in the beginning, I'm sort of narrating to the camera and walking around right as they're coming up the beach. But you see this guy right there in the blue shirt. That's George. And he was very friendly, very confident with this. He said, don't be scared. They're not going to hurt us. And the next day we went back to town, you know, long journey back to town. And go to sleep. We wake up in the morning and we find out that the following early morning, our friends in the community had said, okay, the tribe is gone. We gave them all the things they wanted. We gave them sugarcane, bananas. We said, please come back. You're welcome here anytime. And George was driving a boat, and there was people on the boat. As they were going upriver, the tribe, 200 of the tribe ran out, surrounded the boat, and they started firing arrows, and everybody else could hit the deck and get under the benches and hide behind bags of rice. George was driving, and he was leaning back as he's driving. He's driving as fast as he can, and one arrow came in just above his scapula and came out by his belly button. And so he had that 7-foot arrow tip through him. And so they pulled him out, and I saw the boat afterward, and there was just, you know, horrific amounts of blood all over the boat. And he had to be medevaced out, and somehow he lived. And we were able to help getting him a helicopter, getting him evac'd, all this. But again, you just go, you know, these people came out of the jungle and they asked for bananas. We gave them bananas, and we, in every way possible, said we mean peace. We want friendship with you, and then the next day, they attacked.
What do you think happened? Why do you think their mind turned? Or maybe this has to do with the role of violence in their society. Maybe it's so integrated into how they interact with the world that they don't even see that as a fundamental shift in the interaction.
I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. And the only thing I can think is that the way they hid the women from us, you don't know for them, maybe we're not allowed to see their women, you know, or because the one thing that we got was that as George's boat and this other boat were going upriver, which is how they live. It's not like they were doing anything wrong. These people live in a community days into the Amazon. They were going fishing. And so they came around a bend, and I think they spooked the tribe. The tribe might have just acted defensively and said, we don't know who this is. The motors could have set them off. We don't know. They shot him. And then the other thing is the thing with the necklace. I've asked anthropologists about this, and their answer was that at this point, they said, you know more than we do. But that.
Yeah.
Because 2 of them had the exact same item around their necks. And it seems to be a Brazil nut and then some sort of casing around the side. And it looked like animal teeth positioned in there. And it's like, what are you carrying? Are you carrying medicine? Are you carrying some sort of a totem? But both of them, and it's not a comfortable thing to wear around your neck, you know, grapefruit sized bigger.
Do you have a sense that that's a container, or is it just like a totem?
It seems like a container. They didn't let it get wet. They cared for it. The guy in this picture, so he's got this. This is a piece of tree fiber that he has it on, and then he's gotten his hands on Brazil nut sacks, plastic sacks from one of the farms across the river. And so they take. And one of them got a machete, and he was walking as they were leaving. Again, during that period where it got friendly, he was leaving and he had the machete and he was playing with the machete and like swinging it at butterflies. And one of my friends, this guy Bacho, he goes, déjame machete. He was like, you know, drop the machete. And the guy just looked at him and was like, yeah, come and get it. You know, it was like, yeah, you cross the river and see what happens.
Do you think he figured out, or they later figured out how to use a machete?
Oh, they know machete.
They understand machete.
Yeah, they do raids for machetes.
Okay.
Yeah.
They understand the power of a sharpened metal.
It's a Excalibur sword to them, you know. But yeah, that one has stuck with me because I go, what were they carrying in there?
So what are some of the questions? Like, if you can know everything you'd want to know about them. So maybe in the space of communication and language, that's really interesting. You mentioned that there's all kinds of calls, animal calls. So they obviously know how to fake animal calls.
Yeah, they can use animal calls with enough complexity that they can do basic commands. So they can speak in Capuchin. They use Tinamu calls. Some of our rangers were upriver a few months ago. This is long after this. This is recently. Just recently, they were upriver and they found a trail, let's say Nomole Trail, a Mashkopiro Trail, and it was Ignacio, of course. And he made there's like a secret whistle they do, this mouth, and he whistled out into the jungle, and he was listening, and they whistled back. And so him and everybody on the team just ran back to the boat and got out of there. But it was like, at least they answered. They didn't just shoot. He whistled, they whistled, and they said, out. And he got out. But it's like, we don't know, where are the old people? Do they not survive? What are the marriage rituals? How is reproduction handled? There's 1 or 2 children in the Amazon that I know of who have, you know, washed down river on a log and been rescued by communities and then raised, and they either learn the native dialect or Spanish, and then of course at some point somebody will go and say, what was it like when you lived with them? And the answer is always the same: I forget. They don't talk about it.
So maybe we know they value secrecy. I mean, when you're afraid of the outside world, you don't. Part of that is confidentiality. They all sign NDAs.
There's some really good NDAs.
It's understood. It's an NDA. You can't. There's no lawyers. There's only one way to execute the law.
Yeah, it's either a really strong NDA or that it is savage. That they're living out there in the jungle and that you're eating monkeys and turtles and you're hungry for days on end, and you know your wife might get stolen by another tribe, your baby might get stolen. You know, I mean, imagine the bot flies and the things that they must put up with. It's just, I mean, what we experienced in 3 days of living out with modern camping gear and headlamps and a sense of direction, and they're doing none of that. You could put us out there naked. A very different story. So
yeah, the brutality of nature.
Yeah.
Warner Herzog comes to mind. That they have to live in that. But there's something about the jungle that serves as a catalyst for
What player
spirituality.
should I
So
get?
they must also have a religious component, a spiritual component that probably unifies them. There must be an ideology they operate under.
There must be, and there's many things they must have. They must have a belief system. They probably have amazing origin stories. It would be amazing to know what things they have accurately and inaccurately guessed about us, about the outside world. I mean, they've never heard of the country they live in, or of World War II, or any of it. And so seeing them come across the beach was surreal, because it's like this aperture into history.
By the way, I mean, you do have a certain look, so you realize, like, them singing to you, your face is carved in some wood somewhere, and there's a few of them gathering around and, like, still singing about the great gringo, with
the full beard and
with
the
a
big
beard.
nose. They probably drew this, like, he's got hair all over his face and a huge nose, and they tell their children.
And it could be anything. You could be like, to the children, they say, this is the monster you should be afraid of, or this could be the most beautiful encapsulation of the outside world. And it could be everything in between. You don't get to control the myths.
You don't get to control the myths. Yeah, God only knows. But I mean, it's
so interesting.
So now in that 130,000 acres that we have, we know, and this is what we sort of have to come out of the closet with this. Like, we are now protecting these people, and the only way to do that is to make sure that they're not contacted, let alone that they don't get machine guns shot at them by the narcos, or that crazy, hippie gringos don't go down there thinking they're gonna, join the coolest commune on earth.
So how much of the land that they move about is within the 130,000 acres of rainforest you've been able to save, and how much of it is not? How much of it is in the extra 200,000 acres that you're trying to save?
Most of that 200,000 that we're still trying to protect is territory that is theirs. And in order, people always ask me, they're like, first, a lot of people ask, how could you buy the Amazon? They're like, that doesn't make sense. And it's like, well, bad news for you. Somebody already owns it, and we have to buy it from them so that they don't log it. And so these landowners are going to sell their forest to the logging companies, because owning 10,000 acres of the Amazon doesn't help you if you're a third-generation jungle man, and now it's just something that's up there and you live in the city. And so they're going to contract either the narcos or the loggers or the miners to go out there and use it, and they'll get a little money. And those people, when they see these people, will kill them. That's for sure. And shotguns and machine guns in the end will win, not to mention the germs.
So all the money you're trying to raise and all the land that you're trying to save, it's all towards that. Protecting the deep jungle. So when you buy up the jungle, you just want to let it be. Let the natural ecosystem come back to life in the cases when it was logged, or just flourish if it hasn't.
Again, we're talking about the last great jungle. I always called it the last endless forest, because this place is so incredibly remote. And then the other question I always get is, people say, well, why is this river so important? And for my whole career, my whole time, 20 years in the Amazon, it's been that it's massively intact forest. Places like the ancient forest, where the trees have never been cut. So it's forest that's been growing since the dawn of time, and thousands of species can be on a single shiwawako tree, and it's Avatar on Earth. It's you can see the sweat come off your skin and rain down, and then drink it out of the river, and you're part of the chemical physical reality there. And so it's one of the last places that's untouched. This changed everything, because we realized that along with the butterflies and the monkeys and the jaguars and the trees and the ecosystem, there's also a human culture that will, in the next few years, cease to exist, that will be exterminated if we don't protect them. And when you look back at what happened to indigenous cultures all over the world over the past few centuries, that they've been wiped out, we collectively now, because we know this, have a chance to undo all of the injustices that happened in the past by at least doing one right. By saying, these people want one thing, to just be left alone. Imagine if we just protected the river. And then it's not that they're this thing that's vanishing from reality, but they get to continue living that way. And then if they want to come out and contact us, great. And if they want to continue living like this for the next 10,000 years, they can. And that's what we're working with now. It's become so much more important than just, we're trying to protect the environment. It's like, no, we're trying to protect, things like Yellowstone and Yosemite and the sequoias that occur nowhere else on Earth. You protect the things that are unique and special, the crown jewels, and in both a biological way and as well as a anthropocentric way. This has now become a river with global historic significance because this story is going to play out in the next 18 months.
You're further and further trying to save more and more rainforest, and the mission is clear because there's just this deep jungle that's full of this incredible life, and now we know with uncontacted tribes, there's a lot of interests that don't care about the jungle that are pushing and want to cut it down, want to destroy it. And the mission is pretty clear. You just want this whole territory to be preserved.
Yeah, and that's what makes it so beautiful, is that this is one of those crown jewels. This is one of those special places on Earth where it's like a time capsule for nature, for human culture, for biodiversity, for climate services, for everything. And then, I think people get overwhelmed with where you say, okay, we have to save the environment. We have to save the ocean. This is one watershed. It's 300,000 acres, and we're already at 130,000. We've shown we can do it. The loggers are happy to turn into rangers. People all over the world have become Jungle Keeper supporters. We have several thousand people that every month give us between $5 and $1,000 every single month. And that keeps the rangers going, that employs the local people. So it's not just making drawing a line and making a park and saying everybody stay out. It's like, no, you have the Nomoles, you have the indigenous people, you have a future for the indigenous people where their kids don't have to worry about like eating monkeys. They can be park rangers. And I get blowback from people right away where I say and people can even come see it through the treehouse or something. And people go, oh, are you going to bring tourists into the wildest place on Earth? And it's like, man, look at that jungle. And it's like that 300,000 acres of that. And you're talking about on a football field, we're talking about 2 blades of grass that we access so people can see it, which makes a huge difference. And so the fact that we can share it with people, the amount of people that listened to, look, since the first time I came here and spoke to you, the amount to which you've made it possible for us to protect this place, the amount of spider monkeys and jaguars and giant anteaters and those ancient millennium trees that you've made it possible to protect is monstrous. And so
thank you, brother. It's been an honor of a lifetime to be able to watch you. I tell to a lot of people, there's certain people I'm glad exist in this world because you've educated me and millions of people about the beauty of the jungle and then how important the fight to save the jungle is. So if you're listening to this, you absolutely must go. Please donate or post about it, share it with friends, junglekeepers.org. You're also doing a gala in New York at the end of January. So if you can, please go and donate to help save the jungle.
Yes, please do. And because our first conversation led to the first surge where people realized what Jungle Keepers was, and then because we got this surge of support, then we were able to expand our work, protect more acres. A lot of our major donors, a lot of our small-scale donors came in because of that. And so these are people that went, wait, if Lex thinks it's a good idea, then we'll do it. And that based on your trust, they came in. And so
I guess also I should say it's not enough to speak and communicate the importance of saving the rainforest. You actually have to have incredible people that are making it happen. And we have talked, and we'll talk more about the dangers and the complexities involved of how to navigate everything. And one of the things, and the reason I'm really excited about what you're doing, is I just got to meet the team, and just brings a smile to my face.
Yeah.
Several of the people I know who are extremely competent. Stefan, somebody we've talked about.
Yeah.
Yes, he likes to take pictures of stuff, but primarily the thing he does incredibly well is run everything, organize everything, to make sure that stuff happens and happens quickly and efficiently all the kind of things that are required to make stuff like this happen in the complex environment that the jungle operates in, the sometimes lawless environment that the jungle operates in. So the team is incredible, which is why when you sort of connect the money, how does the money lead to the solution of the problem? It's the team, and the team makes it happen.
I didn't know that people like Stefan existed.
Yeah, me neither.
You know, because like,
when I met him,
I just like
he's a beautiful, wonderful human being.
I'm you know, again, I can use a machete to catch a fish.
Yeah.
But like his systems knowledge and his ability, I mean, his bandwidth is the size of a country. It has its own area code. It's he's, you know, just like JJ opened the door of the Amazon and gave us that local indigenous perspective. I mean, yeah, okay, I told some stories about it, but like Stefan came in and went, okay, you guys have good ideas, but you're both jungle guys. You're not helping each other. And running those systems and making the website and making it possible to connect the people that care with the Indigenous Ranger program and make sure the Rangers have shirts and cans of tuna and that there's a person running the Ranger. I mean, and these are things that I couldn't dream of organizing. I can't even organize I can't even make my bed. You know, I can't even get that far. I mean,
caveman want fish.
Caveman want fish.
Watching you fish or hunt for fish with a machete is one of the most awesome things I've ever seen. You're literally able to catch a fish with a machete.
Yeah.
So that's what you're good at, and then Stefan's good at everything else.
Everything else. His, remember the most interesting man in the world, and they're like, you know, he once had an awkward moment just to see how it felt.
Yeah.
And it's like, Stefan's to-do list doesn't exist because it's already done. You know, he just is just incredible.
Quick pause. Bathroom break.
Oh, 100%. I'm so happy about that. Yes, sir.
And we're back. One thing I forgot to ask you is about the diet of the uncontacted tribes. You mentioned potentially monkeys and turtle eggs.
Yeah.
So, like, what do we know about what they eat? What's the source of protein? Do they eat monkeys?
Oh, yeah. Their primary sources of food, I would say, would be monkeys, turtles, turtle eggs, and small game like paca, the large rodent that's like the size of a beagle, capybaras, stuff they can shoot. They don't really fish. And we know these things because our indigenous trackers and our rangers find their camps. And so they'll find some of those little thatched structures they make on the beaches. And we see the bones. There'll be tapir bones, there'll be turtle shells, which seems like is their closest thing to a bowl. The day that we interacted with them, they did find a bowl we saw them walking away with it in one of the farms. And then days later, we found it destroyed. So they didn't seem like they saw much utility in the bowl.
It's temporary.
It's temporary. So they kill it, they make a fire. They must be amazing at making fire. I don't know how they do it out there.
It's very difficult because of everything is wet.
I don't know how they do it. And I'm a really good fire starter.
And it's tough in the jungle.
It is. Almost impossible most of the year because everything is wet to its core.
So you think they cook the meat?
I mean, they have to be cooking their meat from a parasite standpoint, from everything. We know that they're cooking their meat, that we see it, that they've cooked it. You know, there's not a lot of excess berries, things like berries and nuts and fruits. The monkeys and the birds and the bats are getting to those first. As soon as, I mean, that's what fruit does, right? A tomato is green until its seeds are mature, and then it turns red to advertise, eat me, so that you eat it, and then your gut transports that to somewhere else, and it gets free transportation. In the jungle, that happens so quick that we're never getting produce.
In the book, you have a picture of a native girl on the Las Piedras having monkey for lunch.
Yes.
It looks really strange when you have the monkey. Kind of looks it looks a little bit like cannibalism because it looks like a small human. I don't know what it is about. Well, I guess I do about monkeys. There's a human element to them in their eyes, in the form factor, but even in the warmth they bring to the interaction.
Yeah, I was babysitting her, and she was 6 at the time, Dyra, and her parents went out, and we were left at camp, and they just said, keep an eye on her, make sure nothing eats her, and I said, sure. And she was like, hey, I want lunch. And I said, great, well, what is there? And she pulls out this monkey head, And she was like, it's ready. And she starts pulling at the ear. And she's like, I can't get the ear. She's like, can you help me? So I pulled off the ear with my teeth, and I gave it to her. And then we just shared this monkey head back and forth. And we're sitting there, and I took a few pictures of her as she's eating. And I have this video where I go, what's your favorite food? And she was like, monkey. And I said, not cake? And she was like, monkey. And she was like pulling its lips off. And like you said, you see the teeth and the eyes, and it's like sort of grilled in static agony.
Yeah.
And it looks like a tortured human, and she was just enjoying
Let
it.
me look it up on Perplexity. How many people in the world eat monkey? Does it taste good?
If it was prepared right, it would taste good, but they just throw it over the fire and then eat it. And so, I mean, even if you took a perfectly good chicken and did that, it wouldn't taste great.
There's no reliable global count of how many people eat monkey meat, but available data suggests many millions of people regularly or occasionally consume primate bushmeat, especially in parts of Africa, Latin America, and Asia. I mean, she looks like that is her favorite meal.
Yeah.
Is monkey.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a great time.
Who are we to judge?
Who are we to judge? I mean, have a tuna sandwich or a monkey face or whatever.
She's loving it. That's
She's
awesome.
lo-
That's
And
a
she's
good picture. of her.
adorable.
Yeah. Now that some time has passed, when you look back at that encounter, which I really do think is historic with the uncontacted tribe, what do you think about? What lingers with you?
Honestly, I'm still processing it. I'll still find myself just staring off, sort of remembering it or looking at the footage. But it felt like the voice of the jungle was speaking. You know, these people are. There's that separation between humans and nature where we go, we have to protect nature. You know, it's like the fish that, you know, explaining what water is to a fish. We're part of it. We depend on it. And these are people that depend on it 100%. And as we sit here surrounded by technology and concrete and civilization, they're still out there right now. And the fact that we've been trying to protect their home without even really knowing that they were in it because they're so elusive, it gives you perspective on where we came from and how far we've come. You know, I look at simple things, you know, you board an airplane or you take a picture and you go, this is a miracle. And I think having that perspective of having interacted with them where you go, you know, wow, how much work does it take to make this? If me and you were standing in the jungle and somebody said, you have to make this, how many years before we came up with this? How many rubber trees, and where would we get the metal, and what would we use as dye, and how do we make the spring mechanism and figure out how to make it rotate? I don't know. And it's like they are working with the bare essentials, and so it's an interesting reference point to start at in terms of how incredibly privileged we are. You know, the other thing is we have so many different types of text, and we have code, and we have language, and we have music, and we can communicate in all these different ways, and they have spoken word. They have oral tradition, and that's it. And so they're operating the way our great time, you know, to the power of what operated and persisting in modern times. And so I think for me, I come back to the world, and I think it moves very fast when I see it, because I'm still stuck on, you know, whether or not me and you can drink out of that puddle.
Yeah.
You know, and
The
thinking
big
about
questions
them.
of life.
The big questions of life.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right from the perspective of the uncontacted tribe. I think going from the technological world to the jungle, you realize the majesty, the magic of the biological system that is the jungle, that is nature. But from their perspective, also there is a majesty and magic to the technological world, the human-created technological world of the pen and the computer and the light bulb. That too is magical. So sometimes we don't give enough credit to both. The magic of the technological world, all the incredible things humans have been able to build, and the magic of the natural world.
I mean, what we've been able to achieve, I think you and I and people that spend large amounts of time in the wilderness, especially somewhere as remote and fundamental as the Western Amazon, have a different perspective on it. Because I think that when you're born in it, you don't necessarily have the framework to appreciate how far we've come. Because you go, yeah, I got on the train today. You know, I checked my phone, I FaceTimed my mom, and you're like, this is all normal. And it's like, we found a way to take things out of the ground and mix them together into magic devices that can do anything. And it's mind-blowing.
There's a deep optimism to that, and you actually write in the book, which I really like, I think somewhere in the beginning, quote, given all the death and destruction I've witnessed, it would be easy to slip into the popular anti-human narrative that we are a plague on the planet and there's nothing that can be done. But my career in conservation has given me a glimpse into an alternate narrative. I've met people who are proving more and more that something can be done. I'm talking about real heroes, people who have dedicated their lives to redeeming the evil that is capable of being waged by the human soul. People who are guarding the flame amidst the storm, proving every day what so many have forgotten. There is still hope. And that speaks against sort of the cynicism and maybe apathy and the view that humans are a destructive force in the world. That speaks to the fact that humans, with all the technological elements that we have created, can actually do a lot of good. I wrote in my notes here a quote from the great Jane Goodall: "The greatest danger to our future is apathy." So caring about the world, having an optimism for the world, having a hope for the world is the way to help have an impact, help save it. But on that, I have to ask you about Jane. She passed away on October 1st. Some humans in this human civilization of ours can open our eyes to the beauty of the world, and she is one of the best of them. And she's had an impact on your life. Maybe can you speak to the impact that she's had?
I mean, when I grew up, you know, my parents, being dyslexic, I couldn't read for a very long time. And so my parents read to us every night, which was amazing considering how hard they were working. But they'd find the time to give us, you know, an hour of reading every night, whether it was Lord of the Rings or Sherlock Holmes or Jane Goodall. And so I grew up with Jane being this figurehead of conservation and of adventure and sort of a living historical figure, this legendary person. And so then one time, right around the time that I've been going to the jungle for a few years, I got to go see Jane speak. I think it was at NYU. And, you know, sitting in the crowd, watched her, completely amazed. And I had, at the time, my cousins had been telling me that I should write down my stories of taking care of an anteater and stories of catching anacondas. And they're like, right, you know, these are such good stories. And so I'd been writing them down. And I just remember after the talk, you know, she did it, you know, at least an hour on stage, and then thousands of people lined up, at least hundreds of people lined up. And she sat there, and each of those people wants a moment with this legend. And so she has to take a picture, shake their hand. They say, "You mean so much to me." She says, "Thank you." And then they move on, and they say, "We'll send you the picture." Okay, great. And so I got my moment, and we waited in line for a long time, and I gave her this manila envelope with 2 chapters in it. And one chapter was Lulu the Giant Anteater from Mother of God, and the other chapter was me, JJ, and Pico out on the river catching anacondas and just talking about how amazing the jungle was. And I said, "I'd love it if you could endorse my book that doesn't exist yet." And I felt like such a loser doing that. And I felt so stupid because I feel like everyone was probably asking something of her. And I, you know, it's incredibly draining to talk to that many people, even if it is for a good reason. And 48 hours later, she got back and she said, you know, this is incredible. I would love to write a recommendation for your book as soon as you find a publisher. And what happened with that is that Jane, the way I think of it is, you know, she waved her very powerful magical wand in my direction, and she had the incredible compassion and presence to actually, I mean, you know, after talking to that many people and being on the road 300 days a year and being Jane Goodall, this living legend scientist, to actually do something so mundane as look at some kid's writing and and of course, when I went to publishers, they said, Jane, who? Who said that they would endorse your book? Because everyone had said no. Every publisher in New York had already said no. And then after that, HarperCollins took me on. And they said, well, if Jane Goodall thinks it's a good idea, then we think it's a good idea. And it became Mother of God. And then because of that, Jungle Keepers, Dax, everything else was stemmed from that. So had Jane not been the legend that she is truly in every moment, my whole career would never have happened, which also means that those thousands of heartbeats and thousands of acres in the Amazon wouldn't be protected because we never would have started Jungle Keepers.
And she did that not because you're special. She did that to everybody.
Yeah.
And that, just imagine the scale of the impact she's had because of that.
Yeah.
And guess what? That you have a bit of that responsibility now as well. There's young people that walk up to you that way. And you have that responsibility of seeing them, of giving them a chance. Seeing the potential in every single human being that walks up to you.
It definitely is. I would say that we could do 4 hours on just Jane, what she did for humanity, what she did for science, what she did for women, what she did for wildlife, the amount of other people that she inspired and gave careers to, everything she did for me. But to me, that presence of mind when you reach that level, to not be like worried about your own travel and your own schedule and busy with, getting some rest, and that she actually looked at it, has informed how I operate. And indeed, like you say, at this point, as strange as it is, people will stop me on the street and say, hey, I watch your videos every night with my kids, and or someone will say, how do I get your job? I've been watching you for years and I'd love to help conservation. And so it's made it so that, I follow her example, where it's like, you stop what you're doing and you pay attention, because you don't know, that might be the next kid that's out there saving a river, or the next person that makes an innovation that makes it possible to clean rivers, or whatever it is, whatever their dream is. But we're, Jane was in the hope business. She always said it, that not losing hope was key to staying in the fight, and that we live at a time when, that apathy is a poison peddled by the darkness. They're trying to make you feel disoriented and apathetic and scared, and fighting back against that and having conviction and passion and fire and hope are the only way that we're going to fight that. And she understood that, and she spent her whole life spreading it, guarding the flame against the storm, and tipping her candle to others to light them. I mean, that was her whole thing.
What advice would you give to young people how to do that? Those young Pauls sitting there. I mean, your life story is just incredible in that way. You've taken the leap into adventure, into the unknown. What would you recommend they do?
I think the thing that I try to communicate to them, and again, my inboxes are filled with people, I'm from Finland, I'm from Spain, I'm from, Georgia, people saying, how do I get your job? How do I get out there and do it? And it really is just that. It's that you throw yourself headfirst into adventure, and you just do it. And I remember hearing people say that thing like, if I can do it, you can do it. And it's like, I remember thinking how hollow that sounds, because I'm like, yeah, you're on a talk show, or you just wrote a book, and you're going, these titans of their industries and innovators saying like, oh, if I could do it, anybody could do it. But now that we're protecting all this rainforest, and that I've, lived with the animals and met the tribes, and that it's becoming this global movement, I didn't have a PhD. There's that quote that someone less qualified than you is living your dream life and has your dream job right now. And I am the poster child for that, because I went there with, I failed out of high school and started taking unmatriculated college classes and going to the jungle with my friend JJ, and just doing it for the sheer love of it for years, almost a decade, before anything surfaced. And the other thing is, there's not even a path. There was no path ahead of us. There was no, okay, you go to school, you get trained in this, and you're going to become a this. I went there, and it was like, you're never going to be a conservation biologist because you don't have the grades. You don't have a PhD. You don't have family money. You're not going to be able to protect rainforests. So I said, all right, well then, selfishly, I just want to see it. And then I ended up getting trained by the indigenous people. And like what happens so many times, and you could use, I think a restaurant example is the best one you could use, where you might start washing dishes, but at least you're in the restaurant. And then at some point the manager's going to need you to help with, restocking and then at some point after a few years, you're going to be helping the new guy. And at some point after a few years, you might end up being the manager. And at some point, you might end up being in a position where you're starting your own restaurant. That's the only way to do that. You can't just search it on a computer. You have to go sweat and bleed and do it.
And that said, especially if you fall in love with the journey that you take on, it's full of difficult periods. I think you said somewhere that's just seems to be the nature of it. That there's going to be pain, there's going to be suffering along the way. You have a really nice post that I recommend people watch about just this. When people ask for advice, that the hardship, the suffering, and I've seen how much you care. When I've seen you just in your face, when you see a tree being cut down or you see the fires, there's real pain there in your heart, and you have to carry that. And so the post is, how honest can I be? What do I tell these kids who message me asking how they can do what I do? It's not David versus Goliath. There's no sword or sling that can hold back a dragon this big. You're going against the current of global economic entropy and human apathy. Swimming against the current is tiring, a great way to drown. Every day we don't win, we lose, and when we do, worlds burn. The more you know, the more it bleeds. The heartbeats all stop when the flames come through. Constellations of species turn to ghosts, and we're the only ones saving them. Cupped our hands around a candle in the howling darkness. And people want to be inspired. Keep that social media going. Keep it up. You're doing great. They want to know we're winning. And we're done a lot of winning. But not right now. We're getting slaughtered. We're at that part of the story. We're almost at the end game. We can think positively as we want. Thoughts and prayers won't stop a chainsaw. And the motor that's carrying us against the current towards the miraculous goal only when there's gasoline in it. As soon as that stops, we drown. We drown. We can take the warm light from all of those who help and not let it bother us that there are people who could buy planets claim to care. At some point, you realize what's really happening. As a kid, you'd rather be Aragorn. You don't want to actually carry the ring. Not when you learn what it's going to cost. Even if you make it, how can you? Explain to Sam why you can't get on the boats. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes. It's that time of year again. Here come the flames. Whatever it takes, it's coming. And people should watch the video that goes along with this. But that speaks to the pain, the difficulty, the challenge, the suffering involved when you're faced with a possibility of destruction. And that's the other side of the sword of caring for something deeply.
Yeah, we've watched a lot of forest burn. We've pulled a lot of animals out of the flames. Yeah, I wrote that at a time where we were just getting hammered, man. Funding wasn't coming in. There was miners. It was just months and months out in the jungle alone. And that it's a Tom York track that we've just been listening to again and again, and it was just so low. There was then, there's a huge new invasion where they just burned the whole side of the river and just, it's never gonna come back. And it's part of the forest that I loved, and I knew the animals there, and it's gone. And so we have to live through that on a weekly basis, at least a day-to-day basis. And when you take on responsibility for something like this, you go to sleep thinking, yeah, if we don't do it, then worlds burn. If we don't save it, then every time you said the sadness that surrounds a happy moment, well, it's like, how am I supposed to go to a party and talk with people about anything? Or how am I supposed to even go to sleep when if we don't succeed at what we're trying to do, if we don't outrace the chainsaws and the roads, then those trees die, those millennium trees, and we're the only ones out there protecting them. And when you see that black scorched earth with nothing left, it's just ashes on the ground, and all the the cacophony of life is silenced, and it's just this horrible, violent silence. it makes you sick. And so yeah, there's a lot of weight that comes with that, where we're not theoretically doing something. We're black and white practically doing it.
So that's the other side of the advice to young people.
Oh yeah. Well,
it's not going to be easy.
No, I mean, when they say, how do I get your job? It's like, well, you don't want my job. You don't want the bot flies, and you don't want the dengue, and you don't want, don't even inquire what a normal life looks like. Like, I lived out of a backpack for 20 years.
Team of the
you know how
year.
many monkey faces
Wait,
I had
is
to
that
eat
Nikon?
because there was no other food. Like, seriously.
German.
That shot, just being alone on the boat in the river, and how many days
Team of
the
the year
motor
icon.
didn't work.
What was this?
And you sleep out there and you get rained on because you don't have any protection, and you have some leaves over your face, and then you go home and everyone's got a job and everyone's
No
got
fucking way,
kids and
Germany.
everyone's
It's a
happy,
duplicate.
and they're like, what are you doing down there?
Oh my
Trying
god.
to save the rainforest.
Oh my god. It's a duplicate.
Sure. And now we're at this point where, I cared a whole lot for a whole long time.
Oh my god.
We've had rises, and then we've had falls, and we've had wins, and then we've had failures, and the last few years we've had this rolling success of people finding out about our work and coming in, and we start to go, wow, we've protected 130,000 acres. We might actually be able to do this. And so, there's that moment in 300 where they show Leonidas and they say even the king allows himself a moment of hope that this might be okay right before they get slaughtered.
Yeah.
And someone very dear to me recently said, in celebration of where we've gotten to, that if it happened in any harder of a way, it would have actually killed you. And if it had happened in an easier way, it wouldn't have been so divine. And that slapped me in the face, because it was like, man, it has been so hard. But look where we are. We might actually do this.
It just has to be that way. Speaking of which, another complexity in all of this you write about in the afterword of the book, about the narco traffickers that have moved into the river basin. They're not the loggers that we've spoken about anymore. They're growing cocoa for cocaine, and they're building airstrips. So tell me how this came to be.
Like you said, the loggers, our whole life on this river, when loggers come in, JJ and I would walk up to them and say, hey, what's up? And sit down with them and have a beer or share a meal and talk to them and ask who their father was and if we know them, and then hire them. And they're friendly. And
they are, in a way, brothers, the JJ. They're the same. Yeah. They come
from the same people. They're simple local people. They're not evil. They're just people who usually have a kid and a wife, and they're looking for work. And so they work with the chainsaw because that's what they know. And they work for, $30 a day, if that, in very challenging, harsh environments. And so when we see clearings, I would always go with the drone and fly it over clearings. We'd get some intel, and then we'd go bring that to the police. And the police, Jungle Keepers supports the police at this point because the Peruvian government has a hard time with resources trying to manage Amazonia. Absolutely. And there's, when you're 3 days from civilization, getting cops out there is not the easiest thing. So sometimes we'll lend boats or gasoline or logistical support. And there was a moment in March, several hours upriver from, home base. And I'm with JJ on the boat, and I fly the drone, and there's this big new clearing, and I flew the drone over, and we lower the drone. And a few times I've had people come out and wave at the drone or say, like, get away. And we're out in the middle of the river, just sort of idling, staying in one place, and I lower the drone, and I see these little huts.
Ridiculous.
Saying, okay, this is a big clearing. I'm snapping images. These people are on the boat with us, these visitors who had flown in, and